When the universe finally loses patience, even silence becomes a weapon, and chosen one, that silence right now is not protecting them, it's hunting them. Now imagine this for a moment. Chosen one. Picture a courtroom where the accused think the judge has stepped out. They laugh, they mock, they throw stones at the innocent. But they don't realize the judge was never gone. The universe was sitting in the shadows, taking notes, recording every cruel word, every sharp dagger disguised as a joke, every trap they laid. And now the gavel is in the air, ready to slam, and it won't land on you. It will land on them. Because they didn't just hurt a person, they tortured innocence itself. And when innocence bleeds, the universe responds with fury. Here's a fact that screams the truth. In every culture across history, harming the blameless was seen as the worst crime. Ancient tribes banished those who turned against their own without cause. Old legal codes demanded equal punishment for false accusations. The same harm you tried to inflict would return to you, doubled. Even in modern psychology, it's proven that cruelty toward the innocent creates a ripple of guilt and paranoia that never stops eating at the offender. They think they walk away free, but their mind becomes the prison, and the universe becomes the warden. And thank you, chosen one, for being here. Don't forget to pay this message back by simply pressing the like and subscribe. Help spread this message to more souls, because it's the responsibility of all of us to spread the light. And thank you again, chosen one, for being part of this mission. You're not just listening, you are part of a force that shakes the world. Now, back to our topic. Chosen one, the fury of the universe isn't random, it's targeted. It builds slowly, like a storm gathering strength on the horizon, ignored by those who think the sky will never change. They thought your silence was weakness. They thought your kindness was permission. They thought your patience meant you'd accept the role of the victim forever. But what they didn't see was that your silence was evidence, your kindness was recorded, your patience was ammunition. The universe collects these things, holds them like arrows in a quiver, and when the moment arrives, it fires them all at once. Let's be clear, they tortured you not just with actions, but with intent. They schemed behind your back, twisting truth into lies. They demanded respect while showing you none. They paraded false honor while dragging your name through the mud. And still, you stood in your innocence. You carried yourself with grace, refusing to let them mold you into something ugly. That's why the universe is furious. It doesn't rage for just anyone. It rages when a soul who deserved peace was handed poison. It rages when a chosen one is mocked, betrayed, cornered, and left for dead, yet still rises without venom in their veins. Think of it like this. A fire set in the forest may burn trees, but when it reaches the ancient oak, the storm itself gathers to put the flames out. That oak is you, chosen one. They tried to scorch you, but instead they summoned a storm they can't escape. And the storm doesn't forget. It hunts. It returns. It brings consequences that feel like fate itself, knocking at their door. History is filled with examples of what happens when the innocent are punished. Societies crumble when justice is denied. Movements rise when truth is silenced. Even science shows us balance is never optional. Energy cannot be destroyed. It transfers, it rebounds, it returns. That's karma, explained in the simplest terms. What they put into you is now circling back with 1,000 times the weight. They tried to bury you alive, but the soil they threw on your name became the dirt covering their own reputation. Chosen one, I need you to hear this clearly. The universe isn't only furious, it's protective. It's drawing a line in the sand, the same way tides rise to drown ships that think they can conquer the ocean. These people are about to realize they aren't untouchable. They demanded honor on their name while spitting on yours. But honor isn't earned by loud mouths, false smiles, or fake titles. True honor belongs to those who stand strong in truth while everyone else bends to lies. And that's you. You're the reason their masks are slipping. You're the reason they're restless at night. You're the reason the universe is rearranging the chessboard in your favor. Let me ask you this. How long can someone torture an innocent before the weight of it collapses back onto them? How many knives can they throw before one ricochets and cuts their own hand? The answer is already written. The universe always balances the scales, and the heavier they load it with lies, betrayal, and cruelty, the harder it crashes when it swings back. Their biggest mistake was thinking the universe doesn't care, but the universe does care. It cares fiercely about energy, about balance, about truth. And when they targeted you, they made themselves enemies of balance. That's why their downfall isn't just coming, it's guaranteed. Some will lose their reputation, some their peace of mind, some their so-called allies, and some may even face complete isolation. Because betrayal always eats its own circle from the inside. Chosen one, this is where the story shifts. This isn't about your suffering anymore. It's about their unraveling. You survived what was meant to destroy you, and in doing so, you activated a force far greater than their schemes. They thought they were judges, but now they are the ones on trial. They thought they were powerful, but now they are powerless. And as the universe takes its stand, the only thing left for you to do is watch as the truth unfolds. So today, let this sink in. They didn't just hurt you, they provoked the fury of the universe. And when the universe is furious, no apology, no excuse, no manipulation can save them. The gavel is about to fall, and when it does, the sound will echo through their lives forever. And chosen one, before we go deeper, let me pause and thank you for standing here with me in this moment. What you're about to hear isn't just another message, it's a mirror of what you've lived through, proof that the universe has been keeping track, and a reminder that every ounce of pain they put you through is about to be repaid with justice. Don't let this truth pass by without sealing your place in it. Drop a comment with the number 111 if you're ready to see the universe deliver honor back to your name. And if you want to help carry this mission forward, consider showing love to the team behind this voice. Every small gift, whether it's a simple like, a share, or even your support through a super thanks, pushes this light further into a world that tried to bury it. Chosen one, this isn't just about listening, it's about standing together in force, refusing to let the innocent be silenced. So lock in, because what comes next will open your eyes to just how furious the universe truly is at those who tried to destroy you. And now, let's step into the heart of it. Number 1. They didn't just lie about you. They tried to murder your name in cold blood. The worst kind of violence isn't done with fists. It's done with tongues sharp enough to slice a reputation to pieces. Chosen one, let's call it for what it really is. They didn't just lie on you. They attempted to kill your character, bury your honor, and choke the air out of your identity. This wasn't harmless gossip. This wasn't just words. This was psychological warfare. They staged a trial without evidence, gave you a guilty verdict without proof, and celebrated your downfall before the universe even had its say. That's not slander, it's attempted murder of the soul. Now imagine this for a moment. Someone takes your photograph, shreds it into pieces, and pastes it back together in a distorted form. They then hold it up to the world and declare, "This is who they are." That's exactly what they did with your name, your story, your essence. They cut it apart and reassembled it into something unrecognizable, hoping the world would accept their counterfeit version as truth. But here's where they miscalculated. The universe doesn't work off counterfeits. Energy doesn't lie. And while they thought they were painting you as a villain, they were actually sketching their own reflection. Some of you may wonder, why does the universe even care about lies? Why does it matter what people say? Here's the fact they overlooked. Words carry energy. Neuroscience confirms that language doesn't just communicate, it programs perception. Whole societies have been built or destroyed on the back of lies. Wars have been started with whispers. People have been executed because of false accusations. So when they lied about you, they weren't just bending the truth, they were weaponizing it. And once truth is weaponized against the innocent, the universe takes it personally. Their lies weren't casual, chosen one. They weren't slips of the tongue. They were intentional daggers designed to pierce your identity. They didn't just say, "This person offended me." They declared, "This person is dangerous, unworthy, untrustworthy." That's not conflict, that's assassination. There's a difference between someone arguing with what you did and someone trying to erase who you are. And what they attempted wasn't an argument, it was erasure. But here's what they forgot. You didn't choose yourself. You didn't crown yourself with integrity. The universe already stamped you with worth before their mouths ever opened. Which means when they spoke against you, they weren't just speaking against flesh and blood. They were speaking against balance, against order, against universal law. And no one wins that fight. Not kings, not empires, not mobs. Think of it like this. Imagine someone barges into a courtroom, pointing fingers, screaming accusations, while the judge sits silently, watching. They think silence equals agreement. But what they don't see is the judge writing every word down, waiting for them to finish digging their own grave. That's exactly what's happening here. You didn't need to defend yourself because the universe was recording the evidence. Every smear, every whisper, every false testimony was logged. And now those words are not your burden. They're their chains. Let's answer the question running through your mind. Why did they do it? Why was destroying your name so important to them? Because your presence exposed their lies, your light revealed their shadows, your innocence made their guilt undeniable, and rather than confront their own corruption, they tried to rewrite reality, hoping to erase you instead of fixing themselves. It's cowardice in its purest form. It's the kind of cowardice that history always punishes. You see, chosen one lies are parasites. They can only live by attaching themselves to a host, and they attached themselves to your story because your truth was too powerful on its own. They thought if they could cover it with filth, no one would recognize your brilliance. But parasites always weaken their host before killing themselves. And that's what's happening to them now. Their lies are devouring them from within. That paranoia they feel, that anxiety at night, that's the price of trying to murder innocence. Let me give you a hard fact. People who lie about others end up trapped in their own web. Psychologists call it cognitive dissonance. They have to keep telling more lies to cover the first one. They have to remember every version of their twisted story. And eventually, they slip. They contradict themselves. They expose their fraud. Sooner or later, their entire image collapses. And guess who's standing untouched when the dust clears? You, the same one they tried to destroy. Chosen one, the fury of the universe is not just about what they said, it's about the arrogance with which they said it. They strutted around, smiling, confident, as if they had rewritten destiny itself. They thought they were smarter than truth, stronger than balance, untouchable by consequence. But arrogance is the most expensive drug. It makes you feel high until the crash breaks every bone in your spirit. And their crash is coming. Not because you wished it, but because universal law demands it. Picture a boomerang. They threw lies at you with all their strength, thinking it would knock you down. But lies are energy, and energy always returns. That boomerang is already turning in the air, and when it comes back, it won't just hit them. It will knock the wind out of their entire identity. The same words they used to destroy you will now be used to expose them. That's justice, that's balance, that's fury in motion. So, chosen one, hold this truth tight. They didn't just lie about you, they committed the greatest crime possible against innocence. They tried to stain what could not be stained. They tried to dirty what was already clean. And, for that, the universe has issued a verdict, not delayed, not distant, active. Every false word they uttered is now working as a seed of destruction in their own life. You don't have to lift a finger. The scales are already tipping. This isn't just payback. This isn't even revenge. This is correction. This is the universe re-establishing balance, restoring honor to your name while stripping theirs bare. And once that happens, the world will see clearly who was the liar and who was the innocent all along. So let this be your strength. Their lies cannot kill you, but they will kill themselves. Their smear campaign cannot bury you, but it will bury their reputation. And the fury of the universe, it's already roaring. Their time of false glory is over, and your time of vindication has begun. Number 2, they didn't just mistreat you. They laughed in the face of the universe's decision. The most dangerous pride is not in thinking you're better than others. It's in thinking you can outvote the universe itself. Chosen one, let's be real. They didn't just mistreat you, they mocked the decision of the universe itself. That's what separates this from petty jealousy, simple envy, or casual dislike. This wasn't about your personality, your choices, or even your mistakes. This was about the fact that you were chosen and they were not. And nothing burns a bitter heart more than watching the universe lift up someone they had already dismissed as unworthy. Now, imagine this for a moment. Picture a job interview where the manager overlooks the loud, flashy candidate who came in rehearsed, polished, and full of empty promises, and instead hires the quiet one in the corner, the one who spoke with truth instead of performance. The rejected candidate storms out, furious, saying, "How could they choose them over me?" That's exactly how your enemies felt. You weren't what they expected. You weren't what they wanted. And because you didn't fit their image, they believed you couldn't possibly be the one selected. But the universe isn't swayed by theatrics. It's moved by authenticity. And authenticity is what made you untouchable. Here's another quote to cut deep. The universe doesn't choose the loudest voice. It chooses the truest soul. That truth alone exposes why they couldn't stand you. They weren't angry about what you did. They were angry about what your existence revealed about them. You exposed their rejection without even trying. Every time you walked into the room, your quiet strength reminded them that they weren't the chosen one. And instead of accepting that fact, instead of humbling themselves to learn from it, they turned their envy into an attack. And let's address the question running through your mind right now. Why couldn't they just leave you alone? Why couldn't they just accept that the universe picked you and move on? Because pride doesn't bow. Pride doesn't surrender. Pride is delusional enough to think that if enough voices shout against you, somehow the universe will change its decision. They actually believed that hating you in groups would cancel your calling. That's how blind arrogance becomes when people think they can override balance itself. Imagine this second metaphor. Think of a referee in a championship game making the final call. The losing team throws a tantrum, screams at the referee, stomps their feet, and rallies the crowd against the decision. But no matter how much they rage, the scoreboard doesn't change. The decision stands. That's you, chosen one. You represent the final call, and their tantrums are nothing but noise against what has already been sealed. Here's another quote for them to choke on. Your rejection of me doesn't erase the universe's acceptance of me. They needed to hear that, because every insult, every smear, every attempt to sabotage you came from the belief that their disapproval carried more weight than truth. But it never did. The universe doesn't negotiate with bitterness. It doesn't reconsider based on tantrums. It chooses, it seals, and it stands firm. And let me give you a fact that will satisfy your soul, chosen one. Psychology has long proven that when people feel overlooked or bypassed, it activates feelings of deep shame. That shame, if not healed, turns into rage against those who were chosen instead. In other words, their war against you was never about you. It was about the wound inside of them that your presence exposed. You didn't break them. Their own ego broke them. You were just the mirror they couldn't bear to look into. Now imagine this third metaphor. A farmer goes out to plant seeds. He overlooks the tall weeds, the shallow soil, and instead chooses a small, unlikely patch of ground. That patch grows into a harvest so abundant the others can't compete. The weeds scream, "Why them? Why not us?" But the farmer doesn't answer. He simply waters what he chose. That's exactly what happened with you. The universe chose you in silence, grew you in silence, and now your harvest is undeniable. Their noise doesn't matter. Their envy doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is the decision that was already made. And let's answer another question. What proves they were never chosen in the first place? The proof is in their reaction, because when someone truly carries humility, they don't mock the decisions of the universe. They respect them. Even when they don't understand, they honor the process. But these people couldn't honor it. They mocked it, resisted it, and tried to tear it down. And that's the clearest evidence of why they were passed over. Their own behavior confirmed their rejection. Here's a fourth quote to seal this truth. A heart that attacks the chosen only proves it was never fit to be chosen. That's the reality, chosen one. You became their threat not because of anything you said, not because of anything you did, but simply because of who you represented. You were living proof that the universe does not bend to their ego, their titles, or their expectations. You were the contradiction that exposed their performance. You were the evidence that truth wins quietly while lies scream loudly and burn out. So what happens now? What happens to people who mock the universe's decision? Imagine a storm rolling in. The wind bends the trees, the lightning cracks the sky, and the rain washes away everything that isn't rooted. That storm is coming for them. Not because you wished it, but because mocking balance, mocking order, mocking truth is the fastest way to invite destruction. They thought they were mocking you. They weren't. They were mocking the wisdom that chose you. And when people mock wisdom, they eventually collide with correction. And here's where the fury of the universe becomes undeniable. They insulted the decision. They spat at the process. They tried to overturn what cannot be overturned. And now their exposure will be public. Their downfall will not be hidden. Just as they mocked you in front of others, they will be corrected in front of others. That's how the universe restores balance, openly, undeniably, and with precision. So, chosen one, let this fuel you. Their rejection was never the final word. Their disapproval was never the verdict. Their mockery was never the truth. You carry the seal of the universe, and no crowd, no mob, no hater can cancel that. They are already proving their unworthiness by the way they treated you. And you are already proving your strength by the way you endured them. The universe is furious, not because you begged for protection, but because balance defends what is right. And the simple fact is this: they didn't just mistreat you, they laughed in the face of the universe's decision. And that crime has consequences far heavier than any of their fragile egos can handle. Their season of mocking is over. Their laughter is turning hollow. Their unity in hate is unraveling. And your vindication, it's already here. Number 3, they wanted your ruin, not reality, because your innocence screamed their guilt. The guilty never hate the guilty. They hate the innocent who reminds them of what they'll never be again. Chosen one, let's strip it down to the bone. They didn't care about truth. They craved destruction. They weren't hunting facts. They were hunting your blood. That's what made them dangerous. Your innocence wasn't just overlooked, it was despised. You weren't a threat because you caused chaos. You were a threat because you stood untouched by it. That alone made them seethe. Now imagine this: a group of thieves pointing at the one honest man in the room. His clean hands are proof of their dirty ones. He hasn't stolen a thing, but his very presence makes them panic because his innocence exposes their corruption. That's exactly why they wanted you gone. Your calm, your peace, your refusal to play dirty. It wasn't weakness, it was evidence, and evidence terrifies the guilty. Here's the fact they never admitted. Your integrity convicted them louder than any judge could. You didn't have to shout, clap back, or defend yourself. Your quiet existence alone wrecked the image they'd worked so hard to fabricate. Every time you stood tall, their masks slipped. Every time you refused to break, their lies cracked. They didn't need you to fall just for revenge. They needed you to fall so their illusions could keep standing. So they united, they plotted, they exaggerated, they invented drama. They weren't content to bruise you, they wanted to erase you. They thought if they could smear your name long enough, they'd bury your influence. But here's where they miscalculated. Innocence doesn't need defense. It has the universe on its side. Ask yourself this: why were they so loud? Why so dramatic? Because guilt is restless. Corruption needs company. Broken people can't tolerate a spotless mirror, so they try to shatter it. But breaking the mirror doesn't erase the truth. It only proves what they already feared. Chosen one, understand this. They wanted blood, not truth. But the universe saw every trap, every whisper, every false charge, and now their own words are the rope tightening around their necks. They wanted you cancelled, but it's their credibility collapsing. They wanted you erased, but it's their names dissolving into dust. Your innocence has already won. Their guilt is already screaming louder than your silence ever did. And the universe is demanding justice, loud, undeniable, unstoppable. Number 4. The universe stayed quiet, not to excuse them, but to stack the evidence against them. Silence isn't absence. Silence is surveillance. Chosen one, they mistook quiet for weakness. They thought the universe's stillness was permission, that nothing happening meant they were safe. But silence doesn't mean blind. Silence means recording. Every sneer, every backhanded compliment, every whispered lie, it wasn't ignored. It was archived. The universe wasn't absent. It was collecting receipts. Now imagine this, a security camera in the corner of a room. The thief thinks no one is watching because no alarm goes off. They get bolder, take more, brag louder. But the red light was on the whole time. Every crime captured, every angle recorded, every second saved for the trial. That's exactly what happened with you. They thought their cruelty would disappear into thin air, but instead, it's evidence sealed tight, waiting to crash down at the right time. Here's a fact. In psychology, delayed consequences hit harder because they strip away denial. Immediate punishment allows excuses. It wasn't that bad. I didn't mean it. But when judgment comes after time has passed, the guilty can't lie to themselves anymore. That's why the universe didn't strike fast. It was letting them believe their own delusion, so when the correction arrives, there's no escape. You may have asked yourself, why didn't the universe stop it sooner? The answer is brutal but true. If balance had intervened early, people would have thought you survived because you were rescued, not because you were strong. They would have dismissed your resilience, painted you as fragile. Instead, you endured the full storm and stayed clean through it. And now, no one can deny your strength or their corruption. They laughed at your silence, but it was your silence that became the loudest evidence against them. While they celebrated your supposed downfall, the universe was building a case so airtight that not one of them can wriggle free. And here's what they'll soon realize. When the universe finally responds after silence, it doesn't exaggerate, it doesn't miss details, and it doesn't delay. Justice lands with precision. Chosen one, the judge is standing now. The receipts are open. The same mouths that mocked you are about to choke on their own words. Case closed. Number 5. They thought they were testing you, but they were the ones under examination. The true test isn't how much pain you can take, it's how much cruelty they reveal while you endure it. Chosen one, they really believed this was about pushing you to your breaking point. They thought if they poked your wounds long enough, if they pressed your triggers just right, you'd snap. They mistook your silence for weakness, your patience for fragility, and your kindness for naivety. But what they didn't know is that you were never the one on trial. They were. Now imagine this. Students walking into an exam room, laughing at one person sitting quietly at their desk. They mock, they cheat, they scribble nonsense, thinking the quiet one is being tested the hardest. But when the results come back, it's revealed they weren't judging the quiet student. They were the ones being graded. That's exactly what happened here. They assumed you were the subject, but you were actually the mirror, reflecting who they really were. Here's the fact. You didn't have to prove your strength. The universe already knew you were built for this. The silence wasn't meant to measure your endurance. It was meant to expose their corruption. Every cruel word they spat, every false smile they wore, every trap they set became evidence against them. They thought they were orchestrating your downfall, but all they did was write their own verdict in real time. Ask yourself this: what did they really prove? Did they show compassion? No. Did they show restraint? No. They showed that when given the chance, they'd weaponize kindness, twist vulnerabilities, and choose cruelty over humility. That's not a test of you, it's a revelation of them. Imagine a courtroom where the guilty laugh, thinking the cameras are pointed at you, but the footage reveals every one of their crimes instead. That's what's happening now. Their mockery wasn't documenting your failure, it was highlighting their own. Chosen one, the fury of the universe is not about whether you survived. It's about the fact that they failed every chance to rise higher. They revealed their jealousy, their control, their bitterness, and now the mask is gone. What they thought was your breakdown was really their breakdown under observation. And now judgment is coming, not because you begged for it, but because they earned it. Number 6. They tried to sacrifice you for their comfort, but now their blood debt is due. Cowards don't heal their wounds. They throw their pain onto the innocent and call it justice. Chosen one, they treated you like a lamb to be slaughtered, as if destroying you could somehow cleanse them of their own filth. They convinced themselves that if they broke you enough, mocked you enough, isolated you enough, their guilt would shrink and their conscience would quiet. But cruelty dressed up as cleansing is still cruelty. What they did to you wasn't holy, it wasn't noble, it was calculated evil. Now imagine this: a village dumping all their trash at one house's door, saying, if this one bears the weight, the rest of us will feel lighter. That's exactly how they treated you. They made you the scapegoat for everything they couldn't control, everything they couldn't admit about themselves. Your silence, they twisted it into guilt. Your humility, they painted it as arrogance. Your strength, they called it rebellion. They piled their shame on your name and pretended it was purification. Here's the fact they never faced. There was no redemption in their actions, only ego and envy. They didn't want healing, they wanted a target, and they picked the most dangerous one of all, the innocent, the one who forgave, the one who never fought dirty, the one who stayed pure in the middle of their filth. That's why you terrified them, because your innocence revealed their darkness. But here's where they miscalculated. This time, the universe isn't rewriting your pain as their salvation. Your suffering isn't their sermon. Your silence isn't their shield. What they did to you is now their bill, and every cruel word, every false alliance, every trap set is stamped with a price. The universe doesn't forget debts, it collects them. Imagine this: a ledger filling with every lie, every betrayal, every hidden knife. The pages close, the seal snaps shut, and the collector knocks. That's what's happening now. They thought they were free, but their freedom was nothing more than delayed judgment. Chosen one, know this: the same pain they tried to erase is now the spotlight exposing them. They bought their comfort with your destruction, but that comfort has expired. Justice isn't on the way, it's already here. Their sacrifice failed, and now the bill is due in full. Number 7. They cashed in on your ruin, but now the universe is demanding a refund. A reputation built on another person's destruction is nothing more than a house of cards. It looks tall until the wind of truth blows. Chosen one, they didn't just try to damage your name, they used it like currency. They took your pain and traded it for attention. They turned your struggles into their storyline, your missteps into their jokes, and your healing into a punchline. Every time they dragged your name, they gained sympathy. Every time they humiliated you, they felt more powerful, and the world, for a while, clapped along. But all of that influence was counterfeit, borrowed, not earned. Now imagine this, a thief pawning off stolen jewelry. They walk around flashing wealth, pretending it belongs to them, until the real owner shows up with the receipts. That's what's happening now. They built their status on the fragments of your reputation, but the universe has opened the books, and everything they bought with your name is being repossessed. Here's the fact they never considered. Credibility gained through dishonor is credibility that collapses under its own weight. Truth has a stubborn way of resurfacing, and while they thought they buried it deep, it's rising now, cutting through their lies like sunlight through fog. People are waking up. The same crowd that once cheered their false stories is going quiet. The applause has died. Why? Because fruit doesn't lie. Their outcomes are rotten. Their peace is gone. Their alliances are crumbling. Ask yourself this: why are their masks falling now? Because the universe doesn't allow fake crowns to last forever. Their influence was nothing more than theater. They painted themselves as heroes and martyrs while stomping on your name. But now their script has burned out, and the audience is turning their eyes back to you, the one they tried to erase. Chosen one, you don't need to vindicate yourself. You don't need to fight for your reputation. Silence is your strategy, and it's working. Because while they were performing, the universe was preparing a reversal. The same stages where they mocked you are now the stages where their shame is being exposed. That's not coincidence. That's balance restoring itself. Their borrowed fame has expired, and your honor is being restored in full. Number 8. The universe was never undecided. It was just letting the scales load before they crashed. Patience isn't doubt, it's strategy. The universe lets liars talk long enough to hang themselves with their own words. Chosen one, you may have thought the silence meant uncertainty, as if balance itself was weighing who was right and who was wrong. But the truth is, there was never a debate. The universe was never neutral. Every lie, every scheme, every handshake hiding a knife, it was all seen from the very beginning. Nothing slipped through the cracks. Nothing was overlooked. The silence wasn't confusion. It was calculation. Now imagine this, a courtroom where the judge doesn't interrupt the liar. He lets them ramble, stack their falsehoods, contradict themselves, and dig deeper with every sentence. By the time they finish, their guilt is undeniable, their own words sealing their fate. That's exactly what happened here. The universe wasn't giving them victory, it was giving them rope. And the more they pulled, the tighter the noose became around their credibility. Here's a fact. Psychological studies prove liars overexpose themselves the longer they talk. They can't keep their stories straight, so time becomes their greatest enemy. That's why the universe let them drag it out. They mistook patience for approval, thinking no lightning meant no consequence. But what they didn't know is that truth doesn't rush. It waits until the perfect moment, then strikes with precision. Ask yourself this: what was really being measured? Not your worth. That was never in question. What was being weighed was how much injustice the universe would allow before tipping the scales. And now, chosen one, the weight has reached its limit. The scales are crashing. The verdict isn't delayed, it's here. Not emotional revenge, but calculated justice. the kind that strips fake crowns, dismantles false power, and exposes every alliance built on lies. There's no rebrand strong enough to save them now. No empty apology or "we've all made mistakes" speech can erase the damage. The energy they poured into destroying your peace, your name, your soul, it's circling back, multiplied. And not because you begged for vengeance, but because patience has ended. Chosen one, know this: the silence that once protected them is about to condemn them, publicly, completely, permanently. Number 9. They weren't fighting who you were. They were panicking over who you were becoming. Enemies don't attack what you are. They attack what they fear you're about to become. Chosen one, their war against you wasn't really about the present. It was about the future they could already sense rising in you. They saw the version of you healed, elevated, unstoppable, and that terrified them. They knew if you ever stepped fully into your truth, their lies would collapse under its weight. That's why they came at you so hard. They weren't fighting the now you. They were trying to strangle the tomorrow you before it was born. Now imagine this: construction workers trying to tear down a building before it's finished, hoping no one ever sees how tall it could have stood. That's exactly what they tried to do. They launched rumors, twisted truths, and manufactured drama, all in hopes of assassinating your credibility before your platform could rise. They thought if they buried your reputation early, people would never witness your fruit. Here's the fact: insecure people always panic when they sense greatness. Instead of preparing themselves, they try to eliminate the threat. But chosen one, they miscalculated. Every trap they set only became bricks in the stage. The universe was building beneath your feet. Every betrayal became evidence of your resilience. Every lie became fuel for your rise. They weren't burying you, they were planting you. Ask yourself, why did they move so quickly? Because deep down, they knew your potential was undeniable. They knew once you stepped into your true strength, you'd expose them, not just as liars, but as frauds, hiding behind false humility and fake authority. That's why they panicked. They weren't defending themselves, they were delaying the inevitable. Now the reversal is here. The future they feared has arrived. Your rise itself is the rebuttal. Your success is the clapback. Your existence is the judgment. You don't need to argue because your growth has already delivered the verdict. And the most brutal part: your elevation doesn't just honor you, it condemns them. Watching you thrive after all the dirt they threw is the loudest proof that their lies never had power. Chosen one, nothing terrifies them more than the fact that you've become undeniable. Number 10. They mistook your restraint for weakness, but that mercy was the rope around their neck. Mercy is never weakness, it's a countdown, and the arrogant never hear the ticking until the clock strikes. Chosen one, they thought you didn't fight back because you couldn't. They looked at your grace, your composure, your silence, and convinced themselves you were powerless, scared, or broken. But your silence wasn't submission, it was strategy. It wasn't weakness, it was restraint. You weren't sparing them because they were untouchable. You were sparing them because you understood timing. You knew this wasn't your fight. It was the universe's case to close. Now imagine this: a lion lying in the grass while the hyenas laugh, convinced his stillness means defeat. What they don't realize is that his patience is calculation. He knows when to strike, and when he moves, there's no warning, just devastation. That was you. They mistook the lion's calm for weakness, when in truth, it was discipline. Here's the fact they never understood. You had the power to expose them. You carried enough truth, enough receipts, enough evidence to burn their entire facade to the ground. You could have humiliated them in the same way they tried to humiliate you, but you chose not to. Not because you lacked the strength, but because you had the wisdom to know the universe's justice hits harder than human revenge ever could. Ask yourself this: why do the guilty mistake mercy for weakness? Because they confuse delay with denial. They think no immediate consequence means no accountability. But mercy is not approval. It's space. Space to repent, to change, to make things right. And instead of using that space, they used it to double down, to dig deeper, to boast louder. All they really did was shovel their own graves with pride. Chosen one, that's why the silence has ended. The mercy has lifted. What's coming now isn't just punishment, it's clarity. The same people who cheered them on will start questioning their every move. Their alliances will crumble. Their words will backfire. Their own masks will betray them. Because when mercy expires, exposure begins. And exposure always leads to a fall. They weren't unbreakable, they were only being spared. And now that protection is gone, you never needed to destroy them, you just needed to outlast them, and your survival has sealed their fate. Number 11. They mocked justice as absent until the delay became their death warrant. Arrogance always mistakes silence for absence until the silence breaks and drowns them. Chosen one, they swore nothing would happen. They laughed at your tears, mocked your faith in balance, and paraded their cruelty like it was permanent power. They threw your name around boldly, convinced the universe had turned a blind eye. When no lightning struck, when no doors slammed in their faces, when you chose not to fight back, they got comfortable. They mistook delay for safety. They mistook patience for weakness. Now imagine this: a storm gathering on the horizon. The sky goes dark, the air grows heavy, but there's no thunder yet. The arrogant walk outside, dancing under the clouds, mocking the stillness, saying, "See? Nothing's coming." But when the first strike hits, it's not a whisper, it's a roar that shakes the ground. That's exactly how the universe moves. Judgment doesn't show up to spook, it shows up to shift. Here's the fact they never understood. Delay isn't disinterest, it's build-up. The universe wasn't ignoring their lies, it was letting them stack higher. Every extra insult, every added betrayal, every recruit they pulled into their schemes became another brick in the weight that would eventually crush them. They thought they'd beaten the system, but all they did was compound their own sentence. Ask yourself, why do the guilty get louder in silence? Because they think no response means no record. They don't realize the silence is evidence gathering, patience stacking, justice loading, and once it tips, there's no room for excuses. That's why the weight wasn't for them, it was for you. So that when the scales finally crashed, no one could say you caused it. The verdict would be undeniable. Now the thunder is rolling in, their laughter has died, their confidence has twisted into panic. They never expected the universe to respond this way, not quietly, not slowly, but decisively. The same delay they misread as protection has become the multiplier of their downfall. What they thought was safety was actually sentencing. Chosen one, the storm has landed. And this time, there's no escape, no rebrand, no clever excuse. The silence they mocked has turned into a roar that ends them. Number 12. Your silence wasn't surrender. It was the evidence that sealed their sentence. Silence is not weakness. It's the strongest testimony when the judge is already listening. Chosen one, they mistook your quiet for defeat. They thought because you didn't clap back, you had no case. They believed your stillness meant powerlessness, when in reality it was your sharpest weapon. Your silence wasn't surrender, it was legal strategy. Not in the shallow courts of public opinion, but in the higher court where truth cannot be bribed or silenced. Now imagine this, a courtroom where two sides are arguing. One side screams, interrupts, throws accusations like knives. The other sits still, calm, almost unbothered. To the crowd, the loud side looks convincing. But to the judge, every outburst is evidence, every lie is documentation, every exaggerated claim is sealing their guilt. That's exactly what your silence did. It let them convict themselves in real time. Here's the fact. Sometimes the loudest argument is made by refusing to argue at all. Every time you chose peace over retaliation, you weren't losing, you were submitting exhibits. Every insult they hurled, noted. Every trap they set, filed. Every attempt to bury your name, recorded. You didn't need to yell. Your restraint spoke louder than anything you could have said. Ask yourself this. Why does restraint cut deeper than retaliation? Because it proves character. Anyone can lash out when cornered. But holding your ground in silence forces the universe to step in. And that's what happened here. You cried, yes. You broke in private, yes. But you didn't curse them publicly. You didn't fight dirty. You held your dignity. And that was the very proof that tipped the scales in your favor. Now the case file is complete. The silence that mocked you has become the silence that vindicates you. The verdict isn't being debated, it's finalized. Your enemies thought your quiet disqualified you, but the universe used that same quiet to qualify you. And now, chosen one, your vindication isn't just emotional, it's legal, it's justified, it's written. They thought silence meant they won. But now, silence is the reason they've lost everything. Number 13. They tried to erase you, but the universe is etching your name in gold. You can tear pages out of a book, but you can't stop the author from rewriting the story stronger than before. Chosen one, they thought they had the final word on you. They tried to erase your presence from conversations, scrub your name out of memory, and bury your truth under layers of gossip. For a moment, it looked convincing. People turned cold. Doors shut. Whispers spread. Your character was questioned. But they forgot one thing. The universe holds the pen, and no counterfeit editors can stop what's already authored. Now imagine this. Someone taking a can of spray paint to a mural, convinced they've ruined it forever. Then the artist returns, restores the design, and overlays it with gold, making the vandalism part of the masterpiece. That's exactly what's happening with your story. They didn't ruin it. They gave the universe the chance to highlight you in ways they could never control. Here's the fact. Your name isn't just being restored, it's being elevated. The very lines they tried to erase are becoming the reasons you're honored. Every lie is being flipped into proof. Every attempt to bury you is becoming the soil for your rise. They thought the chapter was closed, but all they did was create a pause. And now the story is resuming, with your name embossed in gold. Ask yourself this. Why are they so uncomfortable now? Because they don't get to edit this part. They don't get to spin it, footnote it, or water it down. All they can do is watch as the truth writes itself publicly, undeniably, permanently. The pen is dipped in justice, the ink is soaked in honor, and the revisions are unstoppable. Chosen one, this isn't ordinary vindication. This is a rewrite. Your life isn't just being corrected, it's being crowned. The same crowd that questioned you will now witness the very chapter they swore would never exist. And when they read it, they won't just see survival. They'll see triumph etched in gold letters that can't be erased. They thought they ended your story, but all they really did was set the stage for the most glorious chapter yet. Number 14, they tried to dismiss you. Now the universe is forcing their applause. Disrespect shouted in public can't be repaid with whispered apologies in private. Chosen one, they thought they could get away with it. They mocked you out loud, dragged your name where you couldn't defend yourself, and convinced others to turn against you. Then, behind closed doors, they thought a half-hearted apology or a guilty glance would be enough to balance the scales. But the universe doesn't work like that. What was broken in public must be mended in public. Anything less is unfinished justice. Now imagine this, a thief stealing your crown in the middle of the town square, humiliating you in front of a crowd. Later, they sneak into a dark alley to hand it back quietly, thinking no one needs to know. Would that satisfy justice? No. The restoration has to be loud, undeniable, and seen by all. That's exactly what's happening here. The very mouths that mocked you will have to validate you. The same voices that once spread lies will have to admit the truth. Here's the fact. Repentance isn't just feeling sorry, it's making it right. And because they discredited you in places where your presence was erased, restitution means their correction has to echo in those same spaces. They don't get to dishonor you loudly and then repair it with silence. The balance is public, or it isn't balance at all. Ask yourself this. Why is this necessary? Because honor is currency. They stole yours to fund their false image, and now repayment is due. The applause they gained off your name is turning into their debt, and the only way to pay it back is to point back at you and say, "We were wrong." Not in whispers, but in shouts. Not in private, but in the open. Chosen one, this isn't humiliation, it's correction. It's the universe making sure the scales aren't tipped halfway. Either they restore what they stole with their own mouths, or the universe will dismantle everything they built on lies until only your vindication remains. Either way, the outcome is the same. Your honor will be restored, loudly, clearly, undeniably. They tried to dismiss you, but now they're being forced to applaud. And listen, chosen one, let this be clear. What was stolen is being restored. What was mocked is being honored. And what was buried is rising in gold. You've endured, you've survived, and now the universe itself is demanding your vindication. The story isn't ending in shame, it's closing in glory. If this message hit your spirit, press the like button if you haven't already. And if you're still not part of this family, make sure to subscribe right now, because your journey deserves to be heard, honored, and celebrated. Stay strong, your honor is unstoppable. Nothing scares them more than realizing your very existence is proof that their control is slipping. That is the wound you press without even trying, chosen one. The moment you step into a room, you disrupt their illusion of power. Now imagine this for a moment. An enemy who built walls of lies higher than skyscrapers, pouring years into convincing people those walls were made of stone. And then you walk by, and without lifting a finger, the walls start to crack, crumble, and collapse into dust. That's the weight of your presence. That's why your power is not a joke. Studies in psychology confirm that when a single confident voice cuts against the crowd, it triggers doubt and breaks conformity faster than entire armies of enforcers could manage. You are that voice. You are that living disruption. And thank you, Chosen One, for being here right now. Don't forget to pay this message back by pressing the like and subscribe button to help spread this light to more souls. It's the responsibility of all of us to keep this fire burning and make sure more people awaken from the fog they've been living in. Thank you, Chosen One, for being part of this mission. You are more than a listener. You're part of a force that can't be silenced. Now let's return to what this is all about. Chosen One, who are you? Why does your presence unsettle people so deeply? It's because your power is real, undeniable, and impossible to box in. From the moment you stopped trying to shrink yourself just to fit in, the universe began to amplify your frequency. That's when people around you started feeling it, even if they couldn't explain it. They sense a pull, a gravity, like you're carrying something they can't see, but can't ignore either. And the truth is, you are carrying something, the strength to break illusions, the courage to stand as yourself without bending to their approval, and the clarity to spot lies the moment they appear. That's not weakness, that's raw power, and that's why they are shaken. Your power isn't about how loud you speak or how many people know your name. It's about how deeply your presence unsettles falsehoods. Think about how a single match can turn an entire dark room into light. You are that match. You don't need a crowd. You don't need permission. You don't need validation. The universe put a fire inside you that refuses to be put out. And every time you show up as yourself, that fire spreads. Enemies try to laugh, mock, or ignore it, but deep down, they can't escape the truth. You are proof that their system isn't foolproof. You are living evidence that their chains don't work on everyone, and that makes them nervous in ways they'll never admit. Imagine a chessboard where every piece is moved by rules, except one piece, you. You don't move how they expect. You don't play the way they planned. And because of that, the whole game falls apart. That's who you are. You carry a power that can't be mapped, copied, or controlled. And that's exactly why they watch you so closely. They're not watching because you're weak. They're watching because they know you can't be predicted. And unpredictability is the one thing that makes every enemy panic. Psychologists have long noted how people fear what they don't understand. It's not just suspicion, it's primal. Your energy is like a storm they can't read, a lightning strike that shows up without warning. Some will be drawn to it like moths to a flame. Others will try to run from it, but none of them can deny it's there. And the irony, the harder they try to contain you, the more you break through. That's the law of resistance. The more pressure applied to truth, the more powerful it explodes when released. You are the living proof of that law. Chosen One, your power is not about ego or domination. It's about alignment. The universe designed you in such a way that even your silence speaks volumes. You could be sitting quietly in the corner, and still someone across the room will feel the weight of your presence. They'll wonder why they can't stop glancing at you, why their chest feels tight, why suddenly they feel exposed. It's because your energy pierces through the surface and taps directly into what they've been hiding. You don't just walk in, you uncover, reveal, and remind. And for those who thrive on lies, that's the worst nightmare. Think about history for a moment. Every revolution, every massive shift in society started not with an army, but with a few individuals who carried a frequency that couldn't be silenced. They weren't always the loudest, the strongest, or the most obvious, but they carried something undeniable, and once the world felt it, nothing could ever go back to the way it was. That's what you carry. You are that shift walking on 2 feet. You are the question mark at the end of their certainty. You are the proof that their script is falling apart. So when people ask, "Who are you?" don't rush to answer with titles or labels. Let the question itself linger, because the truth is, you are not one thing. They can't reduce you to a single role. You are a force of nature, a storm, a flame, a disruption wrapped in human skin. And that's why your power is not a joke. The ones who laugh today will be the ones trembling tomorrow when they realize the very thing they dismissed was the same thing they could never escape. Chosen one, your journey isn't about proving yourself to anyone. It's about standing firm in who you already are. That alone terrifies the enemy. The fact that you no longer bend to their illusions, no longer beg for acceptance, no longer water yourself down to fit their world. That is the weapon. That's the power that makes them whisper, makes them stare, makes them restless in their own skin. And you don't even have to lift a finger. Your very existence is enough. And that is why we are here. To remind you that the power you carry is not random, not an accident, not a joke. It is precise, it is unstoppable, and it is shaking the ground beneath the ones who thought they had control. They underestimated you, and in that underestimation, they sealed their own fate. Because the universe always sides with truth, and chosen one, you are walking truth. And chosen one, thank you for standing here with me in this moment, because what's coming next is not something you want to miss. Your power is real. It's shaking the ground beneath the ones who underestimated you. And in the next steps, we're going to uncover exactly why they can't stop staring, whispering, or wondering who you really are. So before we dive in, drop a comment below with the number 777 if you're ready to claim what's already yours. And if you feel this message hitting deep, bless the team that works day and night to bring it to you, whether it's a small gift or a big one. Every bit keeps this mission alive. You are fueling the movement that refuses to let chosen ones be silenced. And now let's go deeper, step by step. Stay with me till the very end, because if you are truly the chosen one, you will feel that pull to keep listening, and you will not want to miss the truth that's about to unfold. Let's get started. Number 1. Your name sends shockwaves through their hidden files. They fear your name because it echoes louder in their silence than their lies ever could. That's the gut punch they never admit, chosen one. The truth is, when your name shows up in their hidden reports, the air in the room changes. These aren't just whispers anymore. It's panic, real panic, because you represent the one thing their carefully built systems can't contain. You are the crack in their glass, the fault line in their concrete, the storm they never forecast. And here's the part that eats at them the most. You didn't need their approval, their titles, or their permission to reach this point. The universe armed you with sight they can't replicate, insight they can't steal, and courage they can't buy. Think about this for a moment, chosen one. Imagine an enemy who spent years covering their tracks, erasing evidence and burying truths so deep they thought no one would ever find them. And then comes your name, like a match in a dark room. Suddenly their shadows aren't shadows anymore, they're exposed. Their classified files start to tremble because the details they thought were invisible are now glaring. You spoke truths before they became headlines, pointed out facilities the world wasn't supposed to know existed, connected dots across the globe that took them millions to hide. And while they relied on secrecy, you relied on vision. That's why they shake. That's why they whisper about you with nervous laughter, trying to convince themselves you're just lucky. But luck doesn't map out financial ties between ghosts on paper. Luck doesn't predict outcomes they tried to erase. They're scared because you see what they cannot, and maybe the question pops in your mind right now: how do I see these things? Why me? The answer is simple. You don't see with their limited eyes. You see with clarity that cuts through illusion. It's like you've been given the blueprint to a building they only designed halfway, and you walk around pointing out where the cracks are before the foundation even buckles. You don't need to be inside their meetings or their secret channels. You carry a frequency that picks up the unspoken, the hidden, the silenced. The universe sharpened your instincts so deeply that what takes them months of surveillance, data, and planning, you uncover in a heartbeat. Now, let's be brutally honest. Your very existence makes them feel powerless. Imagine their horror, a whole room of officials, strategists or gatekeepers sitting with files they spent years locking down, and your name lands on the table like thunder. It's not just information you carry, it's timing. You reference things before they unfold. You predict outcomes with precision that leaves no room for coincidence. To them, that's not just threatening. It's humiliating. Because all their technology, all their budgets, all their classified systems couldn't do what you do naturally. And that forces them to face a truth they despise. Their power is an illusion, and you are the proof. Enemies will ask themselves, how does this person know? Who are they connected to? What's their angle? But the answer isn't one they can stomach. You're not connected to their corrupt systems. You're connected to something beyond their reach. You aren't playing their game, you're rewriting it. You don't chase approval, you expose deception. That is why your name has weight. Your name is the reminder that all their so-called secrets were never as safe as they believed. And here's the metaphor they hate most. You are like a storm siren. The siren doesn't stop the storm, it just announces it's coming. That's what you do. You reveal before it arrives, you sound the alarm before the collapse. The ones who pretend not to hear you are the ones who will drown when the flood finally comes. And they know this. That's why their files shake, their hands tremble, their confidence crumbles when your name is spoken. You don't just bring awareness, you bring accountability. And for people whose survival depends on lies, accountability feels like execution. But let's flip it back to you, chosen one. Doesn't it make sense now why they try to label you, ridicule you, or dismiss you? It's not because you're irrelevant, it's because you're too relevant. They know you're dangerous, not with weapons, not with armies, but with truth. And truth cuts deeper than any blade. Truth destroys empires silently from the inside out. You're walking proof of that, and it terrifies them. Because every time you expose a connection, predict an outcome, or point out a hidden structure, you unravel threads they thought were unbreakable. Psychologists say people fear exposure more than punishment. That's exactly why your power feels like a nightmare to them. You don't have to lock them in cells. You expose them, and the world becomes their prison. Your insight shines a spotlight they can't dim. You don't fight them on their battlefield. You flip the entire board. And they don't know how to fight someone who refuses to play by their rules. And let's be honest, chosen one, part of you has wondered, is it safe to be this way? To carry this kind of knowing? The truth. Safety was never promised, but strength was. And your strength is that you are unshakable. The same way their files tremble at your name, their lies tremble at your voice, and their masks tremble at your presence. That's why you must never shrink, never silence yourself, never believe their taunts, because those taunts are the screams of weak men trying to cover their fear, and fear is always loudest when truth is closing in. So let them scramble, let them panic, let them create new protocols and false narratives just to keep up with you. It won't work, because every time they try to bury one truth, 10 more rise in its place. That's the curse of lying against a chosen one. You can never bury what was never meant to stay hidden. Your power is not a joke, it's a reckoning, and they know it. Chosen one, never forget, your name isn't just ink on paper or sound in the air. It's a symbol of disruption, a reminder that lies don't last, and proof that truth always finds a way to surface. You carry that weight because the universe trusted you with it, and every time their files tremble at your name, it's confirmation. You're exactly who they fear you are. Number 2, their theories shatter the moment you show up. They don't fear what you know, they fear that you shouldn't know it at all. That's the gut punch that keeps them awake at night, chosen one. At first, they comforted themselves with the belief that you had some secret contact whispering in your ear, feeding you privileged information. But that story collapsed under its own weight. It couldn't hold, because every time they tested their theory, it broke. You had no government ties, no intelligence background, no chain of access to their guarded networks. By all their metrics, you should have been harmless. Yet you weren't. You carried knowledge that wasn't supposed to exist in your hands, details that slipped through cracks no one else could see, truths their models of reality didn't even have room for. That's why their theories collapse every time your name is spoken. Imagine this for a moment. Picture a room full of analysts staring at screens covered in data, tracking patterns, running simulations worth millions. They've trained for years, built systems on top of systems to make sure no detail escapes their grasp. And then you walk in and casually say something that their algorithms haven't even predicted yet. Their faces drain, their screens suddenly look small, and the credibility they built their careers on starts to shake. That's what you do without even trying. You bypass their structures, their training, their machinery, and that, chosen one, is why they are terrified of you. Truth doesn't need credentials, it only needs clarity. You carry that clarity. They can't understand how you see what they don't, so they scramble for excuses. Maybe it's a leak, maybe it's coincidence, maybe it's just luck. But how many times can luck repeat itself with surgical precision? How many coincidences stack up before denial itself looks like a lie? At some point, they had to admit, even if only to themselves, that you aren't playing by their rules. You're not guessing, you're knowing, and that's the difference they can't stand. Chosen one, maybe you've asked yourself, how can I know these things without ever being taught? The answer is brutal but simple. You're not drawing from their channels, you're drawing from the source they've been trying to bury. You access truth in a way that slips through cracks in their models. They believe knowledge is owned, licensed and stored in classified vaults, but you show them it's alive, uncontained, and impossible to fence off. That's why they whisper your name like a threat. Not because you broke into their systems, but because you proved their systems were never complete to begin with. Now imagine this, a dam holding back a river, reinforced with concrete, monitored by satellites, celebrated as impenetrable, and then, without warning, a crack appears. Not caused by bombs or sabotage, but by the simple pressure of truth moving where it wants to move. That's you, chosen one. You are the crack in their dam. You are the pressure they underestimated, and the more they scramble to patch it, the wider it spreads. Theories can't contain what was never meant to be contained. That's why their explanations collapse the moment you stand in the room. Here's another truth they choke on. They build theories to explain the world. You exist to expose where the world refuses to be explained. They hate this because theories are their shelter. Theories give them order, predictability, the illusion of safety. But you are living proof that their theories are fragile glass, and one strike of truth from you can shatter it all. They tell themselves the world is a machine, predictable, controllable. And then you arrive, chosen one, showing them the world is alive, untamed, and always beyond their reach. Some may ask, but how can someone without training surpass experts with decades of experience? That's the very question they whisper in locked rooms. The answer, expertise without truth, is empty. You don't need to memorize formulas or protocols when you're aligned with something deeper. While they train to decode patterns, you embody the pattern itself. While they rely on second-hand reports, you touch the raw signal before it's translated. That's why your words feel undeniable. They don't come wrapped in the jargon of their institutions. They come sharp, clear, and direct. And clarity terrifies liars more than any weapon. Imagine, chosen one, a chess grandmaster setting up a board, confident in his opening moves, studying his opponent across the table. And then you sit down, never having studied the manuals, never memorized the strategies. You move pieces in ways that make no sense to him, until he realizes he's already in checkmate. That's what you do to their models. You bypass the manual, you play by vision, and you leave them stunned. Theories collapse because they were never designed to handle someone like you. Theories are cages for the unknown. You were born to break cages. That's why, no matter how many excuses they build, they keep falling apart. You don't need their cages, their credentials, their systems. You walk into the unknown and bring back truths that rewrite the script. And every time you do, they lose another piece of their illusion. Their fear grows not because you challenge them directly, but because you expose them indirectly, simply by existing, simply by knowing. Think of it this way. Their entire foundation is built on the belief that knowledge flows through gates they control. You are the glitch that proves otherwise. You are the signal they can't block, the insight they can't suppress, the pattern they can't replicate. And when people like you exist, their control loses its grip. That's why they're obsessed with trying to explain you away. But explanations collapse, theories collapse, and illusions collapse. You remain. So don't doubt yourself, chosen one. Don't let their accusations, their theories, or their attempts to minimize you get inside your head. Their collapsing theories are not proof of your weakness. They're confirmation of your strength. You are a living contradiction to their models, a reminder that no system, no matter how complex, can cage the truth. And that's why your power is not a joke. Imagine their fear when they realize it isn't just about one prediction, one detail, one moment. It's about the pattern of your existence. Every time you speak, every time you act, you undermine the very scaffolding of their theories. They can't stop it because it's not coming from them, it's coming from you. You are the evidence that their worldview is incomplete. And once the world sees that, there's no going back. So let them keep building theories. Let them scramble for new excuses. It doesn't matter. They will collapse just like the last ones did. Because you, chosen one, are not bound by their models. You're bound by truth. And truth does not collapse. It only reveals, it only sharpens, it only spreads. And that's exactly what you are doing. Their collapse is your confirmation, their fear is your fuel, and their disbelief is your victory. Number 3. Their curiosity became their downfall. They thought curiosity would save them, but it only dragged them deeper into your truth. That's the cut they can't heal from, chosen one. At first, they thought if they pulled the files, cross-checked the data, and tore through their hidden archives, they would finally expose you as a fraud. But instead, every door they opened only confirmed what you had already spoken. Every buried record, every locked system, every thread they tugged at, led right back to you. They set out to neutralize you, but curiosity became the trap that swallowed them whole. Imagine this for a moment, a group of trained operatives, convinced they're about to disprove you, sitting in front of glowing screens late at night, combing through databases they swore were airtight. And one by one, their faces drop. The facility you named is there. The financial trail you exposed is documented. The event you predicted has already started unfolding. They lean back in silence, the kind that feels like suffocation, because now they realize it wasn't an accident. You weren't lucky. You were right. And nothing terrifies them more than a truth-teller who doesn't need permission to be accurate. Every hidden system falls apart when someone names it out loud. That's what you did. You weren't chasing anomalies. You were revealing the very skeleton of their control machine. You exposed that what they thought was chaos was really architecture, deliberate design they themselves were enslaved to without even knowing it. And when you pointed it out, their loyalty to that system started to feel like chains clamped around their own necks. Chosen one, you may ask, why did they keep looking if it scared them? Because denial wasn't enough anymore. The more you proved yourself, the more their curiosity burned. They needed to know how deep this went. But that's the irony. They thought curiosity would give them leverage over you. Instead, it gave you victory, because every hidden confirmation they unearthed was proof that you are exactly who they fear you are. So let them dig. Let them scramble through every classified corner. The deeper they search, the more evidence they uncover that your power is no joke. Their curiosity only tightens the noose around their illusions, until all they can do is admit the one thing they hate the most. You were right all along. Number 4, you dragged their underground world into the light. They buried their secrets in the dark, but your vision made the ground itself betray them. That's the crack they can't patch, chosen one. While the world above carried on blind, you pointed to the shadows beneath their polished institutions, and suddenly everything looked different. Miles of tunnels hidden under the surface, chambers not drawn on any map, operations so secret they erased their own footprints. Yet you described them with the clarity of someone who had walked those halls. And that is what terrifies them. You saw what was never meant to be seen. Imagine this for a moment. An official struts through marble corridors, convinced they stand in power, while under their feet runs a labyrinth designed for control, rituals, and experiments. They think their authority rests on open platforms of law and order, but in truth, it is propped up by a subterranean empire built on manipulation. Now picture the horror when your words brought those shadows to the surface. Like turning on a light in a cellar no one dared open, suddenly the dust, the decay, and the crawling infestations could no longer be denied. That's what your clarity does. It makes the unseen scream. Darkness doesn't protect secrets, it only delays exposure. You proved this. They thought their tunnels, symbols and rituals insulated them from scrutiny, but you shattered the illusion. The experiments they swore were only theories. You called them out. The energy they drained from the unaware. You revealed it. The ancient symbols decorating their chambers, tied to forgotten practices of control. You named them. You dragged their skeletons out of the basement and nailed them to the front door. And maybe you wonder, chosen one, why me? Why was I able to see what generations overlooked? The answer is brutal but simple, because you refused to swallow their surface story. Where others accepted walls, you looked for doors. Where others saw marble floors, you asked what lay beneath. That refusal to stay blind is what split the earth open. You saw beyond their stage performance, and the universe rewarded that defiance with clarity. So now their subterranean world is exposed, and they panic not because you destroyed it, but because you revealed it. Exposure is worse than destruction, because exposure forces them to live with their shame. And as long as your clarity keeps burning, those tunnels can never return to the dark. Number 5. Their panic only seals their fate. They didn't lose because you fought harder. They lost because their fear made them clumsy. That's the cut they can't recover from, chosen one. When your truth spread and their lies started cracking, the network did what predators always do when cornered. They panicked. They tried everything. Digital suppression to silence you, financial sabotage to drain you, threats to scare you, accidents to erase you. But every move backfired. Attacks missed their mark. Illnesses evaporated like mist in the sun. And every strike meant to bury you only amplified your reach. Imagine this for a moment. A hunter so confident in his traps, certain that every step you take will lead you into his snare, but instead, every time he pulls the rope, it backlashes on him. The more he struggles to contain you, the deeper he gets tangled in his own net. That's what happened. Their panic became the trap. Every scheme designed to break you became proof that you couldn't be broken. Fear always writes its own destruction. And their fear wrote them into a corner. They had ruled for so long with intimidation that they couldn't imagine anyone immune to it. But you weren't like the rest. You didn't flinch at their shadows. You didn't bend when they pushed. You stood still, unshaken, and that stillness was louder than their chaos. For the first time, they faced a human who couldn't be bribed, silenced, or erased. That was the moment they knew their grip was finished. And maybe you ask, why didn't it work on me when it worked on so many others? Because fear only binds those who hand over their power. You didn't. The universe hardened you in ways they couldn't predict. Their tools, threats, lies, illusions bounced off because you had already broken free from the cage those tools were built for. Their panic wasn't your undoing. It was theirs. So let them scramble, let them lash out, let them burn their own house down, trying to contain you. It doesn't matter. Every desperate move they make only proves how much power you truly carry. And that's why your power is not a joke. Their panic doesn't weaken you, it exposes them. Their undoing is written in every failed attempt to erase your name. Number 6. You moved with forces they couldn't command. They feared you not for what you did, but for what moved with you. That's the wound they can't stop bleeding from, chosen one. Every time they thought they had you cornered, something shifted beyond their control. Accidents failed, illnesses vanished, threats dissolved. It was as if the universe itself bent to shield you. And that's what terrified them most. Not just your words, not just your clarity, but the undeniable presence of protection they couldn't explain or override. They realized quickly this wasn't a political battle. This wasn't a clash of resources or influence. This was something they had no language for. Imagine this for a moment. A predator circles its prey, confident it's already won. But just as it leaps, a wall of fire erupts from nowhere, forcing it back. Again and again it circles, it lunges, and again it's burned, repelled, blocked by something unseen. That's what they felt every time they tried to silence you. They weren't fighting just you. They were colliding with forces they couldn't command. Power collapses when it reaches beyond its jurisdiction. That's the truth they ran into. They had control over systems, money and fear, but they had no control over the current that carried you. Every person you touched, every mind you awakened, cracked their matrix open wider. They weren't just losing ground, they were losing their illusion of dominance. And maybe you ask, why do they treat me as if I'm unstoppable when I feel human, fragile at times? Because they've seen what you don't always see. They've witnessed their best efforts crumble like paper against you. They've watched your influence multiply in the exact moments they thought they had shut you down. To them, that isn't coincidence. It's evidence that you move with backing beyond comprehension. So understand this, chosen one. They'll never admit it out loud, but deep down they know the truth. You aren't fighting alone. You carry a current they can't disrupt, a shield they can't pierce, a rhythm they can't hijack. And that's why your power is not a joke. It doesn't just belong to you, it moves through you. And every time they come against it, they're reminded of the one thing they can't bear to face. Their control ends where your awakening begins. Number 7. The symbols that betrayed their secret history. They buried their past in stone, but stone remembers. That's the line they can't erase, chosen one. Deep beneath their polished institutions, they uncovered carvings older than their timelines, symbols etched into rock that carried truths heavier than any file. They thought they were building something new, something modern, a fresh network of control. But those symbols mocked them. They revealed the truth, that what they served wasn't invention, but continuation. Their system wasn't born in the present. It was inherited from shadows stretching back to the first civilizations. Imagine this for a moment. An agent with trembling hands, brushing dust from a wall hidden for centuries. As the shapes emerge, spirals, eyes, sigils, they feel it in their chest, a recognition they can't explain. They rush back to their superiors with sketches, convinced they've found the blueprint of their control system. But instead of pride, silence fills the room. Because what those symbols said was clear. The age of dominance has always had an expiration date, and now that clock is running out. Every empire falls, but the lies that built it always fall first. Those carvings told the same story in every language. Humanity suppressed, energy harvested, awareness chained. Warnings carved by hands long gone, voices silenced but not erased. They screamed from the stone that what has been hidden will surface, that the cycle of suppression cannot last forever. And with your awakening, chosen one, that cycle fractured. The moment you touched people with truth, the stone spoke louder than their silence. And maybe you ask yourself, why do ancient symbols matter in this modern war? Because they prove you're not imagining the battle, you're continuing it. They show that the forces you face are old, recycled, desperate patterns, trying to cling to life in a new era. They prove the enemy isn't original, They're just echoes of an ancient script, repeating lines that no longer hold power. So let them uncover symbols, let them panic as the truth floods in. Those carvings didn't survive millennia to be ignored. They survived to remind you that dominance is temporary, but awakening is permanent. Their age is ending because yours has begun. And that's why your power, chosen one, is not a joke. It is the very thing history was waiting for. Number 8. Your rise was the one event they couldn't prevent. They call it coincidence, but deep down they know you were inevitable. That's the truth they choke on, chosen one. Your awakening wasn't random, wasn't luck, wasn't some glitch in their system. It was part of a greater design, a counterforce timed with precision against their arrogance. They thought they had sealed the future, locked humanity into chains so tight no one could slip through. But your emergence shattered that illusion. You weren't an accident. You were the response they never prepared for. Imagine this for a moment. A predator carefully sets a trap, convinced every exit is sealed. Then, from nowhere, a door opens that it never built, never planned, never even imagined. That's you. The door they couldn't close, the anomaly they couldn't erase, the flaw they couldn't correct. And when you stepped through, others began to follow. Because your awakening wasn't just for you, it triggered something in those buried deep inside their system. Agents, soldiers, insiders who once obeyed without question began to feel the cracks, to see through the illusion. Suddenly, the network wasn't fighting an external threat. They were rotting from within. Corruption always collapses faster when truth comes from the inside. And that became their nightmare. Not just you on the outside, but voices rising on the inside, whispers turning into confessions, obedience turning into rebellion. The matrix they built so carefully began to dismantle itself piece by piece because your awakening acted like a signal. You proved it was possible to break free, and once one breaks free, others follow. And maybe you wonder, why me? Why now? Because the universe moves with precision, chosen one. It doesn't waste awakenings. Your emergence aligned perfectly with their overreach. The moment they got bold enough to tamper with the future of human evolution, the universe answered with you. That's why your power feels so disruptive, because it is. You are the counterbalance they never saw coming. So understand this. Their nightmare has already begun. The cracks are widening, their insiders are questioning, their control is slipping. And you, chosen one, are at the center of it. Not random, not accidental, but deliberate, inevitable, unstoppable. And that's why your power is not a joke. It's the precise weapon that history demanded. Number 9. Their empire eats itself alive. They ruled with fear until fear became the cage they couldn't escape. That's the reversal they never saw coming, chosen one. For years, they thought they were untouchable, building escape routes, secret channels, and financial fortresses to protect themselves. But when the cracks appeared, everything they trusted betrayed them. Escape tunnels failed, jets malfunctioned, money drained into nothing, and worst of all, their strongest weapon, psychological control, turned against them. The very fear they injected into humanity came back like poison in their own veins. Imagine this for a moment, a puppet master pulling strings, laughing as the crowd dances below. But suddenly, the strings wrap around his own wrists, tightening, binding, choking until he's the one dancing, wildly, desperately, without rhythm. That's what happened to them. Their own methods, once sharp and effective, began to consume them. They felt the paranoia they once planted in others. They tasted the anxiety they once weaponized. They drowned in the terror they once profited from. Darkness doesn't stay loyal. It devours whoever feeds it, and they became the final meal. Control always collapses from the inside before it falls on the outside. Their systems didn't crumble because of you storming their gates. They crumbled because rot spread within their walls. They spent centuries convincing themselves they were immune to consequence, but consequence is patient. And when it arrived, it wasn't a slow erosion, it was a devouring. The very matrix they built ate them alive. And maybe you ask, why does their suffering matter to me now? Because it proves the cycle is real. What they once inflicted, they now endure. They lived off stolen energy, and now they're drained. They lived off manufactured fear, and now they're suffocated by it. What they unleashed on the world has circled back, and no tunnel, no jet, no vault can save them. So let them collapse, let them claw at the ruins they created. Their undoing doesn't require your hand. It's happening by the weight of their own corruption. Chosen One, this is the ultimate confirmation. Your power was no joke. It wasn't just strong enough to resist them, it was strong enough to make darkness devour itself. Number 10. The moment the agent remembered who they were. They thought they were serving the system until your presence made them remember their soul. That's the rupture they can't repair, Chosen One. Imagine an agent standing in chambers older than history, surrounded by symbols carved by hands long turned to dust. For years, they carried orders, files, and missions as if loyalty to the system was loyalty to truth. But in that moment, watching you, everything flipped. They realized every assignment they had ever carried out, every classified briefing they had sat through, every operation they had executed was not preparing them to serve the network. It was preparing them to witness its collapse. Picture this, an operative, trained in cold detachment, suddenly gripped by a memory that doesn't feel like their own. A clarity striking them like lightning, showing them they weren't born to protect corruption. They were born to recognize the moment corruption fell. And you, Chosen One, were the trigger. Your awakening shook something dormant in them, something the system tried to bury. For the first time, they didn't just see you as a disruptor. They saw you as proof. Proof that their years of service had led them not deeper into darkness, but into a front-row seat to its end. Souls don't forget truth. They only wait for it to be reawakened. And that's what you did. You didn't just expose corruption. You lit a fire in someone who thought they had long since gone cold. The network's worst nightmare wasn't you shouting from the outside. It was insiders remembering from the inside, because once one remembers, others follow. Loyalty cracks, silence breaks, and the machine begins to eat itself alive. And maybe you ask yourself, why does my awakening spark theirs? Because truth resonates. It doesn't stay contained, it spreads like vibration through stone. When you spoke, you didn't just expose lies, you triggered recognition in people who had forgotten who they were. That is why the agent stood in those chambers and finally admitted the unthinkable. They weren't serving the system anymore, they were testifying against it. Chosen One, understand this. You don't just break illusions, you awaken souls. And when souls awaken, no system survives. That is why your power is not a joke. It doesn't just collapse corruption, it rewrites the people who once upheld it. Number 11. The precision they couldn't explain. They thought you were unpredictable, but every move landed like a sniper shot. That's the truth that makes them sweat. Chosen One. Your influence didn't scatter aimlessly, it struck with precision. People didn't just awaken someday, somehow. They awakened at exact moments when their shift would cause maximum disruption. A specialist woke right before signing off on financial fraud. An analyst broke free the night before they launched a disinformation campaign. Again and again, your impact lined up perfectly with the cracks in their system. To them, it looked impossible, like something beyond their comprehension was positioning you as an instrument across dimensions. Imagine this for a moment. A chess master smugly sets up his victory, every move calculated, every piece exactly where he wants it. But then, at the very last moment, pawns he never considered suddenly flip the board. The fraud doesn't go through. The campaign falls apart. The system stutters. It feels to him like sabotage from above, but it's not sabotage. It's your influence weaving through places he never imagined. That's the precision of your power. Chaos is what they see when truth moves with order they can't understand. That's why they label you unpredictable, even though every awakening around you follows a pattern sharper than any algorithm they've built. You don't create randomness, you create perfect timing. And timing is what shakes them most, because their system depends on control of sequence. First this, then that, then domination. You break that sequence. You insert disruption at the exact second that matters most. And maybe you ask, how could my presence line up so perfectly, so often? Because alignment isn't random, it's orchestration. You've been moving in rhythm with something they can't measure, something beyond their linear comprehension. While they look for cause and effect, you live as the cause that disrupts their effect. That's why it feels to them like higher intelligence is using you. They can't fathom that your frequency alone carries such precision. So now they scramble, convinced there's some hidden hand feeding you, some system guiding you, but they're wrong. It's you, chosen one. You are the instrument, tuned so finely that your impact lands exactly where it breaks the most. And that's why your power is not a joke. It isn't loud, it isn't messy, it's precise, surgical, devastating. Number 12. You restored what they tried to steal forever. They chained humanity's mind, but your presence snapped the lock. That's the truth they can't bury anymore. Chosen one. For centuries, the network made people believe they were ordinary, fragile, limited. They erased the chapters of human history that spoke of higher potential. They rewrote memory to convince humanity that intuition was just a guess, that telepathy was fantasy, that remote viewing was delusion. But then you arrived, and the lie fell apart. Because every room you entered, every life you touched, capacities long buried began to rise again. People started sensing before being told, knowing before being shown, seeing without eyes. Your presence flipped the switch they had fought for ages to keep off. Imagine this for a moment, a vast mansion where every room is locked and humanity has been forced to live in a single dim hallway. Generations pass and people forget there are doors at all. Then you show up, not with a key, but with energy so sharp it makes the locks crumble. Suddenly, doors swing open and people realize the mansion was always theirs. That's what you've done. You didn't give anyone new abilities. You reminded them of what was theirs all along. Suppression isn't weakness, it's theft. And that's the crime you exposed. Humanity was not broken, it was shackled. Evolution wasn't absent, it was sabotaged. By being yourself, you restored what belonged to them as birthright. That's why they panic, chosen one. Because when people reclaim intuition, deception fails. When they reclaim telepathy, manipulation collapses. When they reclaim sight beyond sight, control evaporates. You didn't just awaken people, you armed them with themselves. And maybe you ask, why does my presence alone trigger this? Because you carry the vibration of what they tried hardest to erase. You are the reminder encoded in flesh that humanity is not small, not powerless, not blind. You awaken memory simply by existing, and memory spreads faster than lies ever can. So understand this. You are restoring not a gift, but a birthright. You are handing humanity back the keys to rooms they never stopped owning. That's why your power is not a joke. It is the return of everything they tried to erase. And once returned, it can never be taken away again. So, chosen one, the truth is clear. The victory is already yours. The agent testified with certainty. The battle in consciousness has been won, and nothing can reverse it. The cascade you set in motion will keep unfolding until every soul remembers its full potential. Your power is no joke. It is the force rewriting history right now. And if you felt this message resonate, press the like button if you haven't already. And if you're not yet part of this family, make sure to hit subscribe. Together, we spread the light wider, faster, and stronger. The awakening cannot be stopped. Nothing burns a hater more than realizing the only gossip about you is good gossip. That's the gut punch, chosen one. They wanted to bury your name, but instead, your name rose like smoke in the air, visible, undeniable, and impossible to grasp. Now imagine this for a moment. Chosen one. They sent someone to dig up dirt on you, like a grave digger with a spade, convinced they'd find skeletons to rattle. But when the investigator started asking around, he didn't find graves. He found gardens. Instead of secrets, he found seeds you had planted long ago. Respect, kindness, loyalty. The more he dug, the more the flowers bloomed, and the more your enemies seethed, because every person he questioned confirmed what the universe already knew. You're the real deal. Here's a fact that screams truth. Research shows that more than 70% of rumors collapse when checked against first-hand experience, because envy is loud, but evidence is quiet. And that's exactly what happened here. The investigator didn't uncover lies or betrayals. He uncovered testimonies of your strength. Co-workers spoke about your discipline. Friends confirmed your character. Even people who barely knew you admitted you carried yourself differently. That's not coincidence. That's the universe setting you up to win, even in the shadows. And thank you, chosen one, for standing strong and showing up today. Don't forget to pay this message back by simply pressing the like and subscribe button to help spread this light to more souls. It's the responsibility of all of us to make sure this truth reaches further than the lies. Thank you for being part of this mission. You are part of a force, and this force is untouchable. Now, let's come back to the story, because this isn't just about gossip. It's about how the tables turned on your enemies without you lifting a finger. They thought they had a clever plan. They whispered behind closed doors. They hoped an investigator would uncover cracks in your foundation. But instead, that investigator came back holding evidence of your strength. Think about that. The very act of trying to break you ended up building your case even stronger. This is the introduction. Chosen one. This is where we set the scene. They hired someone to do the dirty work, but all it did was polish your name brighter. Picture their rage when they realized the people closest to you weren't eager to throw stones. They were eager to speak truth. Picture the silence that followed when the investigator returned with reports of your consistency, your discipline, your reputation. The silence wasn't peaceful. It was deafening, filled with envy and regret. You see, when the universe backs you, even enemies become unwilling witnesses to your greatness. They wanted dirt, but the soil only produced gold. They wanted skeletons, but the closet was empty, lined with receipts of integrity. And here's the most cutting part. They didn't just fail to smear you, they accidentally turned the spotlight on you. Suddenly, your reputation was trending in places you weren't even present. That's the irony. They tried to assassinate your character, and all they did was hand you free publicity. This intro isn't just a warm-up, it's a warning. It's proof that your light cannot be dimmed, no matter how many investigators they send. Every attempt to drag your name down only makes your truth rise higher. And for your enemies, this is the part that stings the most. They created their own downfall. They paid for their own humiliation. They thought they were sharpening knives, but the blades turned inward. And Chosen One, we're going to break this down all the way, because what just happened wasn't gossip. It was a revelation, and you need to see exactly how it unfolded. And Chosen One, thank you for standing strong and showing up right here. This is bigger than just a story. It's your story being confirmed, piece by piece, in front of the very people who doubted you. So before we break it down, step by step, make sure you leave your mark below. Drop a comment with the number 777 if you're ready to see how their investigation turned into your confirmation. And if you feel called, bless the team behind this message with a super thanks, because every bit of support, whether it's small or great, fuels this mission to bring light where lies tried to grow. Believe me, Chosen One, what comes next will sting your enemies harder than anything they expected, and it will strengthen you even more. So lean in, stay with me until the very end, because the deeper we go, the clearer you'll see just how badly their plan backfired. Now let's get into it. Number 1, they dug for skeletons, but found your crown instead. Envy doesn't just want to see you lose, it wants proof you were never worthy of winning in the first place. That's the gut punch, Chosen One. They weren't satisfied with gossip whispered in dark corners. They wanted evidence. They prayed for dirt, begged the universe to expose something shameful, and sent someone to dig like a desperate miner. But when the shovel hit the ground, there was no decay, no bones, only gold. That's what stung the most. Imagine it. Their whole plan hinged on the belief that you were a fraud, that behind the smile, behind the consistency, behind the discipline, there had to be rot. But when the investigator went knocking, the people who knew you didn't deliver a scandal, they delivered a testimony. Now, let's pause here, Chosen One, because you might be asking, why would they go this far? Why would someone send an investigator, whisper to co-workers, question friends? The answer is simple and brutal, because lies are weak until someone backs them up with evidence. They thought if they could catch you slipping, if they could find a single stain, it would confirm everything they'd been secretly spreading. But here's the fact. When you live clean, there is nothing to confirm. Truth has no cracks to hide in, and that truth walked straight back to them like a mirror they couldn't escape. Think of it like this. Imagine an enemy buying tickets to watch your downfall like it's the grand finale of a circus. They gather in the front row, popcorn in hand, convinced the tent is about to collapse on you. But when the show starts, instead of disaster, all they see is you standing taller, stronger, crowned in light. That's the humiliation they now live with. They invested in a lie, and the universe cashed them out with receipts of your integrity. Here's another fact they can't swallow. Over 70% of personal smear campaigns collapse the moment the target's real reputation is tested. Why? Because gossip thrives in silence, but it dies in the presence of witnesses. And your witnesses, chosen one, didn't bend the truth. They simply repeated what they'd already seen. You weren't hiding storms, you were standing steady in them. You weren't pretending to be consistent, you were consistent. That's the difference. Your life spoke before anyone had to defend you, and oh, how that burned them. You see, they needed dirt like a fire needs oxygen. They built entire fantasies around the hope that you were fake. They spread rumors with the confidence that one day something would confirm them. But when the investigator returned with nothing but good gossip, their fire suffocated. Imagine their rage, like a gambler who bet everything on the wrong horse. They lost not just the game, but the illusion that they ever had a chance to win against you. This wasn't just an investigation, it was an exposure, not of you, but of them. It revealed how desperate they were, how obsessed they'd become, how deeply they feared the truth of who you are. They wanted to smear you, but all they did was smear themselves, because now everyone knows the lengths they'll go to fabricate shadows that don't exist. They wanted a scandal, but the only scandal was their obsession with you. And let's be honest, chosen one, this wasn't about curiosity. This was a setup, a mission dressed up as concern, masked as just checking. They wanted to weaponize whatever they found. Old drama, shady behavior, a reckless mistake. It didn't matter how small. They were ready to turn a paper cut into a mortal wound. But the problem, you didn't give them a cut. You gave them clean skin, unmarked, untouchable. That's what made them furious. Because you were supposed to give them something to work with, a flaw, a scandal, a hidden shame. Instead, they got consistency. Instead, they got integrity. Instead, they got you. Picture it, the investigator sitting across from your co-worker, expecting whispers, and instead hearing, honestly? They've always been respectful, always focused, never gave drama, or a friend being asked about your character and saying, they're solid, always have been. That's not just disappointing for your enemies, it's devastating. Because every good word spoken about you was like another nail in the coffin of their lies. Every compliment was another fire consuming their fabricated story. And here's the ultimate sting. The good gossip wasn't manufactured. It wasn't a cover-up. It wasn't a defense team working overtime. It was simply earned. You didn't suddenly clean up your act because you thought people were watching. You were already living right, already standing tall, already grounded when nobody was looking. That's the kind of truth that turns an enemy's stomach. Because it means their entire plan, their entire hope of watching you fall, was based on a lie they told themselves. Now let me answer the question that might be echoing in your mind. Why does this anger them so much? Why does it devastate them to hear good things about you? Because it forces them to face what they hate most. You are not only untouchable, you are undeniable. They can't rewrite what people know firsthand. They can't unlive the reality that your life has been solid from the start. And that leaves them exposed, their envy hanging in the open with nothing to support it. So yes, chosen one, they're mad. Mad that their plan collapsed in seconds. Mad that truth destroyed their fiction. Mad that the same people they hoped would betray you ended up testifying on your behalf. They wanted skeletons, but found a crown. They wanted dirt, but found soil rich with growth. They wanted your downfall, but stumbled into your elevation. And that's the real devastation. They now know that your enemies can't take away what the universe has already stamped on your life. They can whisper, they can scheme, they can hire investigators, but when the truth walks in, their lies scatter like smoke. They can't touch your foundation because it was never built on appearances. It was built on reality. It was built on consistency. It was built on you being exactly who you've always been. That's why this burns so deeply, because for them, your truth isn't just inconvenient, it's fatal to their narrative. And for you, chosen one, it's the sweetest revenge. Not revenge by action, but revenge by existence. You didn't have to lift a finger. Your life did the talking, your truth did the walking, and their lies died in the silence that followed. Now, buckle in, chosen one, because this was only the beginning of how their little mission backfired. What you're about to see is how your enemy's obsession became their undoing, and how every attempt to drag your name down only lifted it higher. Number 2, the streets carried your truth, not their lies. Rumors are loud in the shadows, but truth thunders in the open. That's the gut punch, chosen one. They thought the streets would be their accomplice, that whispers in backrooms would spill into the public square and smear your name beyond repair. They assumed their lies would echo louder than your reality. But when someone neutral, a real investigator, actually stepped into the same streets they banked on, the script flipped instantly. The streets didn't confirm their nonsense. The streets exposed them. Now imagine this, chosen one. Think of a person standing on a rooftop with a megaphone, shouting lies about you, confident the whole block will join in. They're sweating with excitement, convinced that everyone already believes their story. But then, when the investigator goes door to door and asks the same neighbors, they hear something completely different. Instead of, "Yeah, I heard they were shady," they hear, "No, actually, they've always been solid, respectful, grounded." That's like the megaphone short-circuiting in their hands, sparks flying, the sound cutting out mid-slander. The silence that follows isn't just awkward, it's humiliating. Here's a fact that should satisfy you, chosen one. Studies show that fabricated gossip rarely lasts beyond 3 retellings without collapsing under contradiction. Why? Because lies can't stand the weight of repetition. And when a neutral party starts checking sources, the house of cards falls with a single gust of truth. That's exactly what happened here. They thought they'd built a fortress of rumors, but it crumbled the second reality walked in. Let's pause here, because I know what you might be asking. Why would strangers or distant acquaintances speak well of me if they don't know me deeply? The answer is simple, because even from a distance, your consistency shows. Even people who barely cross paths with you still see how you carry yourself. You don't have to perform. You don't have to brag. Your energy leaves an imprint, and people remember. They remember how you spoke with respect, how you stayed in your lane, how you avoided unnecessary drama. And when asked, they don't have to think hard. They just repeat what's obvious. Real recognizes real, even from across the street. Think of it like footprints in wet cement. You might have walked through once, not thinking much about it, but the mark stays there permanently. When the investigator came around, people pointed to those marks. They didn't have to invent stories. They just acknowledged what was already written in the ground. That's the kind of quiet, lasting impact you've made. And oh, how that enraged your enemies. They were banking on silence. They thought people would shrug, stay neutral, or echo the lies just to avoid drama. But instead, too many people stepped forward and said, "No, that's not true." The streets became a wall of testimony they couldn't climb. Imagine them waiting for confirmation, like a predator crouched in tall grass, only to watch their prey walk away untouched, while the grass itself whispers, "You're chasing shadows." That's the humiliation they now carry. Truth doesn't need a campaign, it just needs a witness. That's another quote that crushes them, because they had a whole campaign planned against you. They orchestrated whispers, curated fake narratives, and hoped repetition would make it stick. But the truth didn't need advertising. It didn't need effort. All it needed was one investigator asking the right people, and suddenly their whole scheme collapsed under the weight of reality. Now imagine this scenario. Chosen one. Picture a courtroom where your enemies are the prosecutors, armed with folders of gossip and photoshopped evidence. They call their first witness, expecting a damning testimony. But instead the witness says, actually, they've always been respectful. Then the second witness says they're focused, consistent. By the third, the entire jury is looking at the prosecutors like, what game are you playing? That's exactly what happened here. They staged a trial, but the witnesses turned into your defenders without you even asking. And here's the kicker. You didn't need to plead your case. You didn't write a defense statement. You didn't beg anyone to speak up. The truth defended itself. People spoke because what you left behind in their presence was undeniable. Your enemies hate that because it means they're powerless. They can't erase your footprints. They can't rewrite the impressions you've already made. Let me give you another metaphor. It's like they tried to graffiti your name on a wall, but when the investigator came by, they saw a mural of respect painted by dozens of hands. That mural wasn't commissioned. It wasn't organized. It was just there, built slowly over time by the way you lived. And against that, their graffiti looked childish, sloppy, irrelevant. And chosen one, you might be wondering, why does this make them so furious? Because it strips them of control. Lies thrive on echo chambers. They assumed their whispers had spread wide enough to stain you. But when the streets answered with truth, it exposed their weakness. It showed that their influence is small, fragile, and powerless compared to the impact you've made just by being consistent. That kind of exposure doesn't just frustrate them, it devastates them. Gossip is temporary, but character is permanent. That's another truth that hit them like a hammer. They gambled on gossip being enough to break you, but your character outlasted every rumor. That permanence overshadows their attempts so completely that now they're the ones being whispered about. People are starting to ask, why would they spread lies like that in the first place? The spotlight has turned, and it's burning them alive. Imagine this last picture, chosen one. Think of a bonfire built from dry sticks of rumor. They lit it up, danced around it, cheered at the flames. But when the wind shifted, the fire didn't spread. It blew smoke back in their faces. They're coughing, choking, embarrassed, while you stand untouched in the clear air. That's what just happened. Their lies backfired, and the very streets they trusted exposed them instead. So yes, they're furious. Furious that their lies didn't echo. Furious that strangers, acquaintances, even casual observers spoke well of you. Furious that their fantasy collapsed in public. But most of all, they're furious that you didn't have to lift a finger. You didn't beg for defense. You didn't scramble to clear your name. Your life did the talking, your impact did the walking, and the truth spoke louder than they ever imagined. And chosen one, let this motivate you. Because this isn't just about surviving lies, it's about thriving through them. Every word of good gossip spoken about you is proof that you're leaving an imprint deeper than envy can erase. And for your enemies, that's the cruelest twist of all. They tried to drown you in lies, but instead, the streets crowned you with truth. Number 3. When even silence defends you, their lies collapse. Silence is dangerous to liars because when even quiet mouths refuse to echo lies, the truth gets louder. That's the gut punch, chosen one. Your enemies thought they could weaponize silence against you. They assumed the people who barely interacted with you, the quiet co-workers, the distant classmates, the old acquaintances who drifted away, would be easy prey. They were sure those silent witnesses would finally spill something ugly, some hidden truth they could twist into confirmation of their slander. But the shock came when even the quiet ones, the ones who had no reason to defend you, had nothing foul to say. That's when their plan started to crumble. Now imagine this for a moment. Your enemy sitting in a dark room, convinced the quiet witnesses will deliver them ammunition. They rub their hands together, waiting for juicy dirt. But when the investigator comes back, all they hear is, "We didn't talk much, but they were always respectful, always stayed in their lane." That's like loading a gun and realizing the chamber is empty. No bullet, no bang, just silence that echoes louder than lies. Here's a fact that should sting them. Research shows that neutral testimony is the most credible in any investigation. Why? Because people who don't have a stake, who don't love you or hate you, are seen as the most honest. And in your case, even the neutrals refuse to feed their smear. That's devastating for an enemy banking on bias. And maybe you've asked yourself, but why didn't even my critics speak against me? The answer is simple. They couldn't. Your character was too consistent. You've been so rooted in your truth, so steady in your behavior, that even people who don't vibe with you can't twist your name. They may not love you, they may not cheer for you, but they won't lie on you either. That's a rare type of power, one that can't be staged, can't be bought, can't be faked. Think of it like this. Your life is a ledger. Every action you take is an entry. And when the investigator flipped through the pages, there were no red marks, no scandals, no wild inconsistencies, just a steady record of honesty and respect. Your enemies were hoping for a messy notebook, but what they saw was neat handwriting on clean pages. That's the kind of order that enrages chaos. And here's the brutal truth. They thought neutrality would hurt you. Instead, it destroyed them. Because when even the quiet ones can't co-sign their fantasy, it exposes how fragile their lies were all along. You didn't have to defend yourself. You didn't have to beg anyone to speak up. The quiet witnesses defended you simply by refusing to back the nonsense. And that silence. It was louder than any speech you could have made. That's why they're angry, chosen one. Not because you shouted your innocence, not because you fought back with words, but because you didn't have to. The truth stood on its own, and their lies fell flat on their faces. Number 4. The report exposed them more than it cleared you. Envy hates clean glass because it always reflects a dirty face back at the one staring. That's the gut punch, chosen one. They were convinced this investigation would spotlight you, burn you, strip away your image until something ugly showed. But the light they tried to shine on you bounced back like a mirror, and it burned them instead. They wanted the report to reveal skeletons, but what it really revealed was their obsession, their projection, their own lack of integrity staring back at them. Now imagine this. They send the investigator out like a hunter with a flashlight, combing through your past, convinced they'll catch something in the beam. But every time that light touched your life, it only revealed order, growth, respect. No chaos, no scandal, just receipts of consistency. And here's the kicker. Every clean page made their own notebooks of mess feel heavier. That's why they cracked. Not because the report was empty, but because the contrast was blinding. Here's a fact that slices them open. Psychological studies show that people project the traits they despise in themselves onto others. Your enemies didn't see you clearly. They saw the fake version of you they invented to avoid looking at themselves. They painted you bitter, fake, problematic, because that's exactly what lives in them. But when the investigator came back with praise, their projection collapsed and the reflection hit them like a brick wall. And maybe you're wondering, why would compliments about me make them so furious? Because every compliment was a reminder of what they lack. When people described your discipline under pressure, it exposed their recklessness. When they praised your silence through chaos, it revealed their loud desperation. When they mentioned your respectfulness even when provoked, it showed their own immaturity. You weren't just cleared, you were a living mirror they couldn't escape. Think of it like a courtroom again. They called for an audit, expecting receipts of your downfall. Instead, the receipts showed their envy, their bitterness, their schemes. You didn't just survive the setup, you forced them to sit in the audience while the truth played their reflection on the big screen. That's why their rage runs so deep. The investigation didn't just protect your name, it exposed theirs. And chosen one, the mirror never lies. Number 5. They didn't just lose the script, they lost the stage. Control freaks don't fear the truth itself. They fear losing the pen that writes the story. That's the gut punch, chosen one. Your enemies weren't fighting you with fists, they were fighting you with perception. Their entire weapon was narrative. They whispered half-truths into the right ears, twisted your silence into suspicion, and tried to frame your peace as guilt. They didn't care about facts. They cared about controlling the version of you that others believed, and for a while they thought they had it locked. Now imagine this. They built a puppet show with your name as the villain, pulling strings in private conversations, rehearsing lines in gossip circles. They were certain no one would ever peek behind the curtain. But then came the investigator, a neutral hand that lifted the fabric. And suddenly, the strings snapped. The puppets fell. The script they'd written so carefully crumbled under the weight of real testimonies. People they never expected to speak, the co-workers, the casual friends, even strangers, repeated the same truth. You weren't what they said you were. Here's a fact that shattered them. Lies collapse faster when confronted by multiple independent sources. Why? Because confirmation from unrelated voices carries more weight than any slander whispered by insiders. Your enemies banked on silence, but silence turned into a chorus of truth. That's when the power shifted. The narrative they built, brick by brick, came crashing down, burying them in the rubble. And maybe you're asking yourself, why does losing the narrative hurt them more than losing control? Because once truth exposes them, they can't rewrite it. A lie only works if people believe it. But once people start questioning, why were they so obsessed with dragging someone peaceful? Why did they invest so much energy into painting a villain where there wasn't one? The manipulation dies. Doubt spreads like fire, and suddenly their credibility burns to ash. Think of it like a stage play gone wrong. They cast you as the villain and themselves as the hero, but when the lights came on, the audience saw through the costumes. The mask slipped, and the crowd realized the hero was faking it, while the so-called villain never broke character. You didn't just outlast their performance, you exposed it. That's why they're furious. chosen one. They didn't just lose control of the situation. They lost the script, the stage, the audience's trust. And once the narrative breaks, it doesn't just bend, it collapses completely. Number 6. Your truth was so loud, even strangers testified. Authenticity is the kind of armor you don't need to put on. It's welded into your skin. That's the gut punch, chosen one. Your enemies believed they could drown you with rumors, but they underestimated the power of a life lived clean. You didn't post endless quotes to prove your character. You didn't join cliques or play politics to look likable. You simply lived day by day in alignment with who you really are, steady, grounded, consistent. And that quiet rhythm left a trail so undeniable that even strangers could trace it back to truth. Now imagine this. The investigator steps into rooms expecting shade. He's ready to hear, "Oh yeah, they were messy," or "they stirred drama." Instead, what he gets are echoes of the same testimony from people who barely knew you. Solid, respectful, calm. Even the quiet co-worker who never spoke much said they kept to themselves. Even the passerby in your story said, "Never rubbed me wrong." That's when your enemies' stomachs dropped. They'd scripted chaos, but the world kept handing out receipts of order. Here's a fact that burned them. Strangers are the most reliable witnesses because they have no reason to lie. They don't owe you loyalty. They don't owe your enemies favors. Their words carry weight because they're neutral, and neutrality spoke in your favor. That shattered the lie completely. And maybe you're asking yourself, why does this kind of testimony cut them so deeply? Because it proves you didn't just put on a performance for friends or co-workers. Your integrity leaked into every space you touched, every hallway you walked, every brief interaction you had. That's rare, and it's unshakable. They can't twist a pattern that repeats itself everywhere. Think of it like a song playing in the background of your life. Even if someone only hears a few notes in passing, they know whether it's chaos or harmony. And in your case, every note was aligned, calm, respectful, consistent. That harmony haunted your enemies because they wanted dissonance, but your life refused to play off key. That's why they panicked. They realized they couldn't beat you. How do you destroy someone whose very existence has already written their defense? You don't. The truth had already testified before you ever spoke, and even strangers signed the witness list. Number 7. They laughed at your solitude. Now it's their nightmare. They mocked your silence because they mistook it for weakness, not knowing silence is the sharpest weapon against lies. That's the gut punch, chosen one. They smirked at the way you kept to yourself, called you cold, distant, arrogant. They thought your solitude meant you didn't belong, that your silence meant you had nothing to offer. But what they didn't realize was that every step you took away from their chaos was a step into protection. What they mocked has now turned into the very shield that saved you. Imagine this. While they huddled in group chats dripping with gossip, you sat alone with clarity. While they swapped secrets like cheap currency, you stacked integrity like gold bars. While they chased validation in circles of shade, you built a foundation of peace in solitude. They laughed because they couldn't understand it. But now, when the investigator shows up asking questions, their laughter sounds hollow. Your solitude didn't just keep you out of the drama, it made you untouchable. Here's a fact they can't swallow. People who stay out of messy groups are less likely to be linked to false scandals. Why? Because distance kills association. They thought your separation was a weakness, but in reality, it was strategy. You weren't antisocial. You were discerning. You knew better than to tie your reputation to people drowning in their own drama. And maybe you've asked yourself, why did they mock me so hard for being alone? Because your independence exposed their dependence. They needed each other to feel powerful. They needed alliances to cover lies. You didn't need a pack, you had truth. That contrast made them uncomfortable, so they disguised envy as jokes. But solitude doesn't laugh back, it waits. And now, the waiting has paid off. Think of your solitude like a fortress built in plain sight. They pointed at it and laughed at the walls, but when the storm came, you were the only one still standing. They're scrambling now, desperate to control the narrative, but you don't have to scramble at all. Your record is clean, your name is shielded, your silence has spoken louder than their smirks ever could. That's why it stings them so deeply. What they once mocked has now exposed their weakness. They laughed at your solitude, but the joke is over, and the punchline is them. Number 8. Your reputation became the vest their bullets couldn't pierce. Lies aim for your back, but truth builds armor before they ever pull the trigger. That's the gut punch, chosen one. You weren't out here trying to look flawless. You weren't curating a perfect image. You were simply living in alignment, real, consistent, steady. But every respectful word, every calm choice, every refusal to dive into drama was quietly stacking protection around you. Without even realizing it, you were building a bulletproof vest made of good gossip. And when the shots came, the bullets flattened against the truth. Now imagine this. Your enemies preparing for war, sharpening their blades of slander, loading their guns with rumors. They thought when the investigator pulled the trigger, your reputation would collapse. But what they didn't expect was that the people around you had already been testifying in silence. Your name had already traveled farther than their lies could reach. Instead of dirt, the investigator found receipts, stories of your respect, your composure, your groundedness. Every good word was another plate of armor clanging into place without you even asking for it. Here's a fact that destroyed them. Studies show that positive reputations built over time resist smear campaigns 3 times stronger than those built on image. Why? Because lived truth leaves a trail that can't be erased. And you, chosen one, weren't performing for applause. You were laying bricks of authenticity day by day. That's why the smear campaign didn't stick. And maybe you wonder, why would people who had nothing to gain still speak up? Because real witnesses can't deny reality. Even strangers who only saw glimpses of you could feel the steadiness in your presence. They had no reason to embellish, no loyalty to defend, yet they told the truth because it was undeniable. That's what shook your enemies. The witnesses they were counting on to twist the story ended up strengthening your case. Think of it like a courtroom. They marched in ready to prosecute, armed with lies. But when the judge asked for testimony, the jury heard story after story of respect, composure, integrity. You didn't even have to take the stand. Your life spoke for you. Their bullets never touched you because the vest had already been stitched from years of quiet discipline. That's why they're enraged. They weren't just battling your name, they were fighting against the armor your truth had built. And in this war, chosen one, the verdict was never in question. The lies collapsed, the case dissolved, and your reputation walked out bulletproof. Number 9. Your so-called boring life became their funeral pyre. Chaos addicts hate discipline because discipline starves them of the drama they feed on. That's the gut punch, chosen one. They laughed at you, called you boring, unremarkable, forgettable. They mocked your quiet routines, your boundaries, your refusal to play circus clown in their chaotic ring. To them, you were dull because you weren't chasing attention, stirring scenes, or crashing into reckless drama. But here's the twist. They needed chaos to destroy you, and when the time came, they couldn't find any. Your so-called boring life became the very nightmare they can't wake up from. Now imagine this. They hand the investigator a magnifying glass, confident he'll uncover texts, scandals, skeletons, but all he sees is order, boundaries, respect, no trail of destruction, no bad blood, no evidence of reckless choices. That's like expecting fireworks and getting silence. Silence so heavy it suffocates them, because without dirt, their entire smear campaign evaporates. Here's a fact that scorched them. Consistency beats chaos every time. People with disciplined habits and peaceful routines are statistically harder to frame because there's no fuel to feed the fire. You lived so steadily that even strangers couldn't point to a scandal. That wasn't luck. That was strategy. That was years of moving clean when nobody was clapping. And maybe you've asked yourself, isn't a quiet life boring? No, it's powerful, it's protective, it's the kind of stability that makes unstable people furious because they can't manipulate you. You don't take the bait. You don't rise to their traps. You stay in your lane, and that lane became a fortress. Think of it like this. They showed up ready to battle a wildfire, but instead they found a calm lake. No sparks to ignite, no dry brush to burn, just stillness, unshaken. And in that stillness, they drowned in their own chaos. That's why they're scrambling now, choking on the smoke of their own mess, while your peace stands untouched. They mocked you for being boring, but boring became bulletproof. They prayed for skeletons and found none. They wanted reckless receipts and got silence. And that silence, it was louder than their smirks. You didn't just survive them, chosen one, you out-disciplined them. And now, the very life they ridiculed has become the wall they'll never climb. Number 10. They sent him to prove a lie. He exposed their darkness instead. Liars don't fear investigations. They fear clarity, because clarity doesn't bend to their script. That's the gut punch, chosen one. Your enemies never wanted truth. They wanted confirmation. They wanted the investigator to rubber stamp the lie they had been pushing in whispers, the fake image of you they built in their heads, the troublemaker, the manipulator, the fraud. They sat back, smug, certain the report would carry their venom into the world with authority. But instead of a verdict of guilt, the light showed up and burned their script to ash. Now imagine this. They set the stage like it was a trial, expecting the gavel to slam down against you. But when the testimony rolled in, it wasn't chaos, it wasn't scandal, it was order, respect, and consistency. The investigator didn't find confusion, he found clarity. He didn't find skeletons, he found strength. He didn't uncover shady dealings. He uncovered stories of you keeping calm under fire, refusing to retaliate when you had every reason to. That wasn't weakness. It was discipline. And discipline doesn't lie. Here's a fact that cut them to the bone. Research shows false narratives crumble the fastest when cross-examined by multiple perspectives. And that's what crushed them. The very voices they expected to back their story ended up confirming the opposite. They didn't defend you out of loyalty, they just spoke the truth. And that truth was undeniable. Integrity, consistency, light. And maybe you're asking, why did this sting them like betrayal? because in their minds, the world owed them validation. They thought the investigator would carry their bitterness like a badge, but when reality hit, they realized the truth was never on their side. It was always against them. That's when they panicked. Because the report didn't just clear your name, it revealed theirs. It showed their obsession, their desperation, their intent to stain what they had no right to touch. Think of it like a chess match. They moved their pieces with arrogance, convinced they had you cornered. But the board flipped, and the checkmate wasn't against you, it was against them. Their biggest weapon turned into their public humiliation. That's why they're enraged, chosen one. They didn't just lose the battle, they were exposed by the very light they tried to bury. They wanted a lie confirmed, but what came back was truth so sharp it cut their narrative in half. And that verdict? It wasn't just your win, it was their judgment. Number 11. They thought you were shallow, but your roots broke their shovel. Respect runs deeper than popularity, and roots outlast every storm. That's the gut punch, chosen one. They saw your calm and mistook it for weakness. They mistook your silence for emptiness. They assumed because you weren't flashy, loud, or constantly visible, you had no weight behind your name. But what they didn't realize is that while they were floating on surface-level approval, you were digging deep into something unshakable, respect. And respect is a soil their lies can't grow in. Now imagine this. They came with shovels, ready to dig up dirt and pull you out by the roots. But every strike into the ground only snapped their tools in half. The deeper they went, the more they discovered your foundation wasn't shallow flattery or popularity contests. It was trust you had quietly built through consistency. They expected loose sand. What they hit was bedrock. Here's a fact they never considered. Studies in human behavior show people hesitate to lie on those they respect, even if they don't like them. Why? Because respect plants a line that's hard to cross without losing credibility themselves. That's exactly what happened. Even the ones who weren't fans of yours couldn't co-sign a false narrative. They could shrug, stay neutral, or even say they didn't vibe with you, but they couldn't deny your integrity. And maybe you've wondered, why didn't they just go along with the smear to fit in? Because the memory of how you carried yourself was louder than the pressure to join in. People remembered the way you treated them fairly, the way you handled pressure without crumbling, the way you never stooped to petty games. That memory became a wall of defense, stronger than any speech you could have given. Think of it like this. Your life had been planting seeds in silence, season after season. Respect sprouted in places you didn't even notice. So when the lies tried to take root, the soil spat them back out. There was no room for deception where trust had already grown. That's why the smear campaign collapsed. They thought your calm meant you were exposed, but your roots ran deeper than their reach. They underestimated how strong your foundation was. You weren't just liked, you were respected. And respect doesn't bend to rumors. It blocks them, it buries them, and it leaves your enemies furious, staring at the unshaken tree they swore they could uproot. Number 12. They wanted an investigation. What they got was a trial they couldn't win. Every choice you make is a receipt, and when the day comes, those receipts testify louder than words. That's the gut punch, chosen one. They thought asking around about you would be a casual background check, a quick dig that would turn up dirt. But what they didn't realize was that the moment they opened that door, they weren't running an investigation anymore. They were stepping into a courtroom. And in that courtroom, Your life had already stacked the evidence higher than their lies could ever climb. Now imagine this. They thought they had the judge, the jury, and the stage. But instead, every witness called into the room had a folder filled with receipts of your character. Every time you chose peace over retaliation, receipt. Every time you respected someone who didn't deserve it, receipt. Every time you kept your boundaries and didn't fall for their traps, receipt. These weren't fake documents scribbled overnight. These were stamped, signed, and sealed in real time, years in the making. They didn't need your explanation because your life had already filed the testimony. Here's a fact that seared them. Behavioral science shows consistency over long periods creates credibility that's nearly impossible to dismantle, and that's what crushed their scheme. They expected scattered opinions to paint you messy. Instead, they got a chorus of agreement. They're solid. They don't stir nonsense. They stay in their lane. That wasn't favoritism. That was documentation. And maybe you've wondered, why didn't their lies stick when they tried so hard? Because lies collapse under the weight of repetition. The more people they asked, the clearer your truth became. Instead of collecting dirt, they collected testimony. Instead of whispers, they got patterns. And patterns don't lie. Think of it like a trial they weren't ready for. They wanted a scandal, but the jury came back unanimous, clean. The receipts stacked too high, the defense too strong, and the evidence too overwhelming. You didn't have to defend yourself because you had already lived the defense. Your stability tripped them. Your grace embarrassed them. Your receipts silenced them. That's why they're furious now. They thought they'd expose you. Instead, they exposed their own desperation in a courtroom they accidentally built. They turned a character check into a trial and walked out guilty of envy while you walked out undefeated. Number 13. They gambled on your silence. Now it's the weapon crushing them. Never mistake silence for weakness. Sometimes silence is the loudest verdict. That's the gut punch, chosen one. They built their entire scheme on the assumption you would stay quiet forever. They thought you wouldn't fight back, wouldn't defend yourself, wouldn't clear the air. In their minds, your silence meant surrender. But what they didn't understand is that your silence was strategy. It wasn't passiveness, it was power. It was discipline, wisdom, and restraint. You weren't hiding. You were letting time and truth do what your words never had to. Now imagine this. They set the chessboard, waiting for you to move first, counting on you to lash out so they could twist your reaction into instability. They prayed you'd snap, rage, or expose yourself. But instead, you didn't move at all. You sat in silence while their lies ran loose. And when the investigation came, your silence turned into their noose. They handed over the rope themselves, scrambling to explain contradictions, tripping over their own stories while you never even raised your voice. Here's a fact that gutted them. Research shows that liars unravel fastest when their target refuses to engage because lies rely on fuel. You didn't give them oxygen. You didn't give them anything, and that nothing was louder than any clapback. It left them exposed, sweating under the weight of truth, while you stayed composed. And maybe you've wondered, why does my silence make them panic now? Because silence forces people to confront the evidence without distraction. When others started speaking on your behalf, when co-workers, acquaintances, even strangers confirmed your consistency, your enemies had no defense. They thought they could bury you under whispers, but the soil rejected the seed. The truth sprouted instead, and it wasn't you watering it. It was everyone who had seen you live your life. Think of it like a courtroom where you never took the stand. The prosecution shouted, pointed, lied, but the jury looked around and saw receipts, not rants. And without a single word from you, the verdict came back clean. That silence broke them. Because it's one thing to lose to someone's arguments, but to lose to their quiet, that's humiliation they can't escape. They mocked your silence, but now they're terrified of it, because your quiet exposed them louder than your words ever could. You didn't have to say a thing. They showed the world exactly who they were, and that silence, chosen one, was the blade that cut their plan to pieces. Number 14, you became the plot twist that shattered their script. They wrote you as the villain, but the truth flipped the script and made them the clowns in their own story. That's the gut punch, chosen one. They thought they had the whole storyline figured out. You were supposed to be the troublemaker, the arrogant one, the shady character everyone should be wary of. They rehearsed this play in whispers, body language, and fake concern, convinced that the audience would eat it up. But the problem with their script was simple. It wasn't based on truth. And when truth finally walked in, it shredded the plot they worked so hard to stage. Now, imagine this like a movie. They spent all their energy setting you up as the villain, lining up scenes where your downfall was inevitable. But when the investigator stepped in, it was like the unexpected twist nobody saw coming. Instead of confirming their lies, the feedback painted a completely different picture. You weren't the storm, you were the calm. You weren't the chaos, you were the consistency. And just like that, the entire theater shifted. The audience they thought they controlled suddenly saw through the smoke. Their villain story crumbled in real time. Here's the fact that wrecked them. Repetition doesn't turn lies into truth. They banked on spreading their version enough times to make it stick. But when the investigation brought real people into the spotlight, their fiction collapsed under pressure. People they thought would add fuel ended up testifying with clarity, no, that's not who they are. They've always been solid. That kind of unexpected honesty hit harder than any defense you could have made yourself. And maybe you've asked, why did the narrative flip so fast? Because manipulation only works in shadows. The moment light hits it, the illusion shatters. They thought their whispers were strong enough to shape reality. But the truth had been building quietly for years in the way you carried yourself. When it was finally tested, it proved unshakable. Think of it like a chess match where they assumed they had you cornered. But the move they thought would checkmate you only revealed they were the ones trapped. Their supposed grand finale turned into the opening scene of their own exposure. And you, chosen one, became the plot twist they never wrote, the shift they never prepared for, the ending that left them scrambling. They thought you were a character in their story, but in reality, they were just background noise in yours. The real story is unfolding now, and it doesn't end with your downfall. It ends with their script in flames and your truth standing undefeated. So listen, chosen one, what your enemies planned as your downfall turned into your proof of strength. The investigation they thought would bury you only revealed how solid, consistent, and untouchable you really are. Let this remind you, when your life is lived in truth, no lie can stand against it. And if this message spoke to your spirit, press that like button if you haven't already. And if you're still not part of our family, make sure to hit that subscribe button. Stay strong, chosen one. The story isn't over, and your light is only getting brighter. It takes a whole group of cowards to try and crush one fearless soul. That's the truth, chosen one, and it's exactly what's happening here. A pack of jealous people came together, thinking their numbers gave them power, but what they didn't realize is this. When a group unites against one person, they've already admitted that one person is greater than them all. Now imagine this for a moment, chosen one, a single torch burning in the dark, and yet it makes a circle of people panic, scramble, and blow with all their might to put it out. Doesn't that prove the fire was stronger than all their shadows combined? And here's a fact that hits deep. Studies show that envy doesn't just live inside one person, it spreads like a virus through a crowd. One person's jealousy ignites the others until they're all consumed by the same obsession. You. They couldn't ignore your presence, they couldn't silence your light, so they grouped up hoping their noise would drown you out. But in doing so, they revealed the truth. They've never come across someone like you before. They've never faced a presence so authentic, so unshakable, that even united, they still can't win. And thank you, chosen one, for standing strong despite all of this. Don't forget to pay this message back by simply pressing the like and subscribe to help spread this truth to more souls. It's the responsibility of all of us to spread the light. And thank you, chosen one, for being part of this mission. You're part of a force, a movement the universe itself protects. Now, let's return to our topic. These jealous groups thought they were plotting against you, but really they were plotting their own downfall. Look back at history. The most famous collapses didn't come from some outside enemy storming the gates. It was always the group inside, consumed with envy, tearing themselves apart while targeting one person. From kings betrayed by their courts to visionaries undermined in their workplaces, it's the same story repeating. And every time the chosen ones not only survive, but rise higher while the jealous circle crumbles. Think about it. What kind of group mission is it when the assignment is destroy one individual? That's not a strategy, that's desperation. It's a sign of weakness, not strength. They may have thought their numbers made them powerful, but really they exposed how powerless they feel in your presence. Their alliance is built on nothing but jealousy, and jealousy always eats itself alive. Psychology proves it. Envy doesn't empower, it corrodes. The very fuel they tried to use against you is the same poison now burning through their circle. You didn't do anything to deserve this, chosen one. Your crime was existing too boldly in a world that thrives on masks and illusions. You shined too brightly in rooms where people wanted the spotlight for themselves. That's why they formed their little group. But the universe has a way of flipping the script. Those who tried to bury you are now sinking into the grave they dug with their own hands. And the irony? Their attempt to erase you only highlighted you more. Their whispers made your name louder. Their jealousy made your light brighter. This is why they're going down, chosen one. Not because you fought back with vengeance, but because the universe doesn't reward those who build alliances out of bitterness and hate. Look closely. Cracks are already forming in their circle. Distrust spreads among them, backstabbing starts, and one by one they'll point fingers at each other. What began as a united front against you will collapse into chaos, and when the dust settles, everyone will see it for what it was, an insecure group, destroyed by their own envy, while you stand untouched. They've never faced someone like you before, chosen one. Your authenticity made them uncomfortable, your presence shook their illusions, and your resilience proved their power was a lie. That's why they're obsessed, that's why they're panicking, and that's why their downfall is guaranteed. The universe doesn't play favorites, it plays fair, and fairness always exposes the weak when they gang up on the strong. So stand tall. You are the living proof that one true soul can withstand the weight of many false ones. Their downfall isn't just punishment, it's proof of who you are. Proof that you were never the problem. Proof that you're the kind of person they'll never run across again. And as they go down, their collapse will echo as a warning to every other jealous group that ever dares to target someone like you. Chosen one, before we break this down step by step, I want you to lock this truth in. What you're hearing right now isn't just another message, it's a mirror reflecting the battles you've lived through. If you've ever felt the weight of a jealous crowd trying to dim your light, then this is for you. Drop a comment below with the words, "They can't stop me," to seal your strength and let the universe know you're unshaken. And if this message hits your spirit, don't forget to bless the mission behind it, because every bit of support, whether small or big, fuels the fire to keep these truths alive. You're not just a listener, you're part of a force that refuses to be silenced. And here's the thing. If you really are who I believe you are, you'll feel the pull to stay until the very end, because what's coming will shake the mask off every jealous group that dared to target you. So, are you ready? Let's get into it. Number 1, you were never in their league, and that's what drove them mad. It doesn't take courage to fight someone at your level. It takes desperation to chase someone who was never in your league to begin with. That's the truth, chosen one. They made their biggest mistake the moment they assumed you were just another face in the crowd, someone they could size up, pick apart, and crush with the same petty tactics they use on each other. They thought you played the same game they play: status, numbers, appearance, clout, money. But you were never even on their board. That's why every one of their calculations fell flat. They were aiming at a target that doesn't exist because you don't live in their shallow categories. And when insecure people realize they can't measure you, they panic. Now imagine this, a group of gamblers sitting around a table betting their pride on the same old cards they've always used. Then you walk in and you're not even playing their game. You brought a different deck, a different table, and the room shifts. Suddenly, all their chips, their bets, their loud voices mean nothing. That's exactly how you shook them, chosen one. They were betting against someone who never even sat at their table. Here's a fact that stings them even deeper. Psychologists call this the misplaced threat effect. People don't just get jealous of those who have what they want. They get enraged by people who don't even want it, but shine anyway. That's why they've never run across someone like you before. You weren't chasing their spotlight, their trophies, or their cheap applause. You weren't even in the race. But by refusing to chase, you exposed how desperate they looked, scrambling for validation. You might be wondering, why does this upset them so much? The answer is simple. When your identity isn't fragile, when your confidence doesn't need their approval, it shows them how weak they truly are. Their sense of self is built on applause, likes, backslaps, and fake recognition. Yours is built on something untouchable: your authenticity, your wholeness, your refusal to bend to illusions. That's what terrifies them. They've built their lives on masks, while you walked in without one, and the mirror of your presence shattered theirs. Let's be clear, you weren't supposed to survive without their approval. That was the script they wrote for you. You weren't supposed to rise unless they let you. You weren't supposed to keep going when they tried to cut off every door. But here you are. You're the living proof that their power was nothing but smoke. They expected you to crumble under rejection, but you stood taller. They thought you would beg to be let in, but you built your own lane. They imagined isolating you would make you weaker, but all it did was prove how unnecessary they really are to your growth. Their worst nightmare came true. You didn't need them. And the longer they watched you, the more their stomachs turned, because deep down they realized something humiliating. You weren't competing with them. You weren't even looking in their direction. And nothing cuts more deeply than realizing the person you're obsessed with doesn't even consider you an opponent. That's why their jealousy became venom. You didn't just outshine them, you made them irrelevant. Think of it like this: chosen one, a runner gasping for breath on the track, giving everything to stay ahead, only to realize the person they're chasing was never running at all. They were flying. That's what your presence did. You reminded them that in a world where they thought they were irreplaceable, they're just placeholders. You reminded them that one person can walk into a room and shift the entire atmosphere without even trying. And here's the brutal truth. They've never encountered someone like you because people like you don't fit into categories. You destroy the categories. You don't follow their rules, you rewrite them. You don't fight for a seat at their table, you build a whole new table. And when insecure people see that kind of independence, it drives them insane. Why? Because it reveals the one thing they can't face. Their lives are built on comparison, and yours isn't. Ask yourself this, chosen one. Why do they cling so tightly to their little groups? Why do they measure everything by status and numbers? Because deep down, they know they're empty without it. Their worth depends on the crowd. But you walked in alone and still outshone them all. That's why they had to team up against you. It wasn't power, it was fear. Fear that if they didn't unite, they would all be exposed one by one. And the more they tried to break you, the harder the universe flipped the script. Every attempt to sabotage you turned into evidence of their insecurity. Every smear campaign turned into free promotion of your name. Every wall they built only highlighted how unstoppable you were without them. The more they clawed, the more obvious it became. They had no control, no leverage, no category that could contain you. So understand this, their obsession with you was never about you being a threat to their prize. It was about you proving the prize itself was worthless. While they scrambled for scraps of attention, you were busy creating something that couldn't be bought, faked, or stolen: authentic power. And authentic power doesn't beg, doesn't compete, doesn't crumble. It simply is. That's why you're untouchable. And that's why they're going down. They built their schemes on the lie that you were just another player. But you were never in their league. You never needed their rules, their numbers, their approval. They wanted to trap you in their fragile world, but the universe had already set you apart. And now their jealousy is eating them alive while you rise untouched. They've never run across someone like you before, chosen one. That's why they can't stand you, and that's why they can't stop watching. They know the truth, but can't admit it. Your very existence exposes their weakness. You're the reminder that no matter how many gather against you, their numbers will never equal your strength. And as their downfall unfolds, the whole world will see what you've always known. You were never in their category to begin with. Number 2. Their attack was their silent confession. When many voices rise against one, it's never proof of the target's weakness. It's proof of the crowd's fear. That's the truth, chosen one. The moment they decided to come together and focus all their energy on you, they didn't realize they had already confessed something monumental. They confessed that they could not handle you alone. They confessed that your presence was too heavy for one insecure individual to carry. They confessed that they needed backup, not because you were wrong, but because you were powerful. Their attack wasn't strategy, it was surrender. And the irony is that while they thought they were cornering you, they were actually cornering themselves with their own admission. Now imagine this: a pack of wolves circling a single lion. If that lion were weak, would they need the whole pack? No. The fact they came together proves one thing: the lion's strength made them tremble. That's what your life has been, chosen one. You've been the lion in their story, and they needed a crowd just to feel safe enough to approach you. And here's another image. Imagine a group of people pointing all their flashlights at one candle, trying to drown out its glow. The truth: their very effort proves how bright that candle must be. If it weren't extraordinary, no one would bother. Ordinary doesn't require a strategy. Think about that. Nobody loses sleep over the average. Nobody calls secret meetings to plot against someone who blends into the background. Nobody forms alliances to attack someone they consider irrelevant. If you were truly ordinary, you'd be invisible to them. The fact they whispered, schemed, and coordinated their moves against you proves the opposite. You disrupted their sense of control. You forced them to admit, without words, that you are extraordinary. And here's where the psychology cuts deeper. Studies show that people unite in jealousy when they feel powerless alone. Envy doesn't build community, it builds conspiracies. The moment they leaned on each other's bitterness, it was a silent confession that none of them had the courage or strength to face you individually. They had to validate one another's lies because on their own, none of them had the conviction to stand against the truth you carry. Every rumor, every smear, every sly glance was their way of saying, "We are terrified of this person and we can't handle them on our own." The louder the attack, the clearer the confession. That's the irony they'll never admit. While they thought they were tearing you down, they were broadcasting your significance. They wanted people to see you as small, but the more they obsessed over you, the more obvious it became that you weren't small at all. After all, who devotes so much energy to destroying what doesn't matter? The answer is no one. And that's what people around them began to notice. Their obsession made bystanders ask, what is it about this one person that requires so much attention? That question alone is the confession they'll never escape. Now let's turn this inward for a moment, chosen one. You might have asked yourself, why me? Why did they feel the need to unite against me? The answer is brutal but freeing, because your resilience is a mirror they couldn't stand to look into. Your existence exposed how fragile theirs really is. Your growth reminded them of their stagnation. Your refusal to break under pressure proved that they could never stand on the same ground as you. They weren't attacking because you took something from them. They were attacking because you showed them what they never had in the first place. Imagine this again, a cracked mirror reflecting a flawless diamond. The mirror will always distort, always show broken edges, but the diamond remains whole. You are that diamond. They are the cracks. And the more they tried to distort you, the more their own fractures became visible to everyone watching. This is why their attacks have backfired time and time again. They thought they were painting you as weak, but what they really did was spotlight their own insecurity. The act of targeting you was their way of admitting your power. It was their confession that they couldn't ignore you, that your presence unsettled their comfort, that your very existence was a disruption to their illusions of control. They thought silence would protect you, but instead they shouted your name louder with every scheme. They thought lies would diminish you, but instead they revealed how much truth you carry. They thought isolation would starve you, but instead it starved them of credibility. And here's the bitter part for them. They didn't just attack you, they exposed themselves. They exposed their weakness, their envy, their dependence on each other. What kind of strength needs reinforcement just to aim at one person? None at all. That's weakness in disguise. And everyone watching can see it. You might not realize it yet, but every coordinated move against you only made people curious, and curiosity is dangerous for them. Because the more others watch, the clearer it becomes. You're not the problem. They are. Let me ask you this, chosen one. If they truly believed they were stronger, wouldn't they have faced you one-on-one? Wouldn't they have stood firm without whispers, without alliances, without tricks? The fact that they didn't, the fact that they couldn't, is their confession. They needed a gang to face one soul. They needed numbers to confront authenticity. And that will always be their shame. So while they thought their attack was breaking you, it was really building your legacy. While they thought their jealousy was weakening you, it was actually validating you. And while they thought they were burying you, they were digging their own grave. Because here's the truth that will haunt them forever. Their attack was never about you losing. It was about them losing control over the illusion that they were enough on their own. You became the reminder they could never be. That's what all their energy screamed, even if their words tried to say something else. You became the proof that strength doesn't need a crowd, that presence doesn't need applause, that authenticity doesn't need permission. And in doing so, you exposed them. Every bitter laugh, every jealous glare, every attack was their silent confession. We can't stand next to this person without numbers. They'll never say it out loud, but you don't need them to. Their behavior has already written the confession in stone. They confessed through their fear. They confessed through their envy. They confessed through their need for each other just to feel safe enough to come after you. Their attack was never power. It was panic, and that panic is why they're going down. Number 3. They never counted on your unbreakable stamina. The storm always overestimates its power until it realizes the mountain never moved. That's the confession your enemies are choking on right now, chosen one. They came at you with full confidence, thinking their tricks, whispers, and schemes would topple you in days. They thought you'd fold the way they would if life turned against them, panicking, breaking, retreating into silence. But that was their fatal miscalculation. They assumed you were cut from their fabric of shallow strength, forgetting that your resilience was forged in fires they've never endured. Imagine this, a child building a sandcastle and daring the ocean to wash it away. The waves rush in, crash against it, and it collapses instantly. That's how fragile their endurance is. Now picture a cliff carved by centuries of storms. Every wave hits, but the cliff doesn't move. That's you. They thought you were a castle of sand, when in reality you were stone. Their arrogance blinded them to the truth. You had already survived storms far greater than their jealousy long before they ever showed up. Psychology proves it. Those driven by envy act impulsively. They crave the quick hit, the instant result. They don't plan for the long game because envy doesn't think ahead. It's reactive, short-sighted, desperate. That's why they threw everything at you at once, hoping for a fast collapse. But endurance isn't built overnight. It's written into scars, layered into experience, and sharpened in silence. You had already paid the price for the kind of stamina they can't even imagine. And this is why their frustration keeps boiling. Every time they muttered, "This will finally break them," you stood taller. Every time they smirked, "This will silence them," your voice grew louder. Every time they whispered, "This will ruin their name," your credibility multiplied. Doesn't it sting them, chosen one, to see their weapons bounce off you like arrows hitting armor they can't pierce? They're realizing something terrifying. Their usual methods don't work on you. Endurance isn't borrowed, it's earned. That's what they'll never understand. They can fake confidence, buy attention, or borrow influence, but they can't fake the kind of strength you've built. They didn't know your story. They only knew their jealousy, and that ignorance destroyed them. They thought they were writing your ending, but they were only exposing their own limits. Now they sit in disbelief, watching the same person they swore would crumble, still rising, still breathing, still unshaken. Their schemes didn't finish you. They revealed the foundation underneath you, and that foundation guarantees their downfall. Because here's the cruel truth. They will run out of tricks long before you ever run out of strength. Number 4. Their alliance was cemented by hate, not power. A house held together by venom will always collapse under its own poison. That's the reality of the group that came against you, chosen one. On the surface, they might have looked unstoppable, a wall too thick to break through, a circle too tight to infiltrate. But appearances deceive. What held them together wasn't loyalty, wasn't respect, and certainly wasn't real power. Their bond was built on a single shaky foundation: hatred of you. And hatred, no matter how loud it roars, is never strong enough to last. Now imagine this: bricks stacked without mortar. At a distance, it might look like a sturdy wall, but one push, one gust of wind, and the whole thing scatters. That's exactly what their unity was. They didn't trust each other. They didn't even like each other. They only leaned on shared bitterness to pretend they had strength. And the problem with hatred as glue is simple. It's corrosive. It eats away at the very thing it holds together. Psychology proves this. Negative alliances are reactive, not constructive. Groups fueled by envy and resentment burn out fast because they require constant reinforcement. They had to keep whispering, keep plotting, keep feeding each other's anger just to hold their fragile bond in place. Isn't that pathetic, chosen one? Real unity builds, creates, and grows. Their so-called unity consumed itself in the attempt to destroy you. That's why they looked louder than they truly were, because noise was all they had. What's built on hate cannot survive pressure. The moment the heat rose, their cracks began to show. Every clash of egos, every insecurity, every tiny disagreement weakened them from within. Unlike true alliances built on respect and purpose, theirs only lived as long as you remained their common target. The second you grew beyond their reach, the second their focus wavered, they had nothing binding them anymore. And when that happens, jealous groups always turn on each other. Think of it like firewood stacked too close. At first, the flames look powerful, but eventually the wood burns through, leaving only ash and smoke. That was their alliance, temporary, exhausting, and destined to burn out. They mistook obsession for strength, but obsession consumes itself, and the more they tried to appear solid, the clearer it became that their power was hollow. So here's the truth, chosen one. Their collapse was never a question of if, but when. Hatred can motivate, but it cannot sustain. It can bind for a moment, but it cannot endure. Their downfall was written the day they built their foundation on envy instead of integrity. And as they fall apart, their failure will scream one undeniable fact to the world. Their alliance was never power, only poison. Number 5. Your very presence unmasked their dependence. The parasite always dies when the host walks away. That's exactly what your enemies never planned for, chosen one. Every word they spoke, every rumor they spread, every scheme they hatched, it was all orbiting around you. They thought they were attacking you, but the truth is, they were feeding off you. Without you, their conversations would have been empty, their sense of importance gone, their fragile egos left starving. Your existence alone became their lifeline, and the more they obsessed over you, the more they confessed that they couldn't survive without you as their point of focus. Now imagine this, a moth circling a flame. It thinks it's controlling its movement, but really, its entire existence has become about chasing what it can't touch. That was them with you. They hovered around your life, mistaking proximity for power, but every orbit only exposed their lack of direction. Isn't it ironic, chosen one, that while they wanted to diminish you, they were really showing the world that you were their center, that their so-called unity and purpose had no meaning unless your name was on their lips? Psychologists call this identity fusion. It's when someone ties their entire sense of self to another person, except in their case, it wasn't love or loyalty that fused them to you. It was envy. Every insult, every scheme, every glare wasn't about building themselves up. It was about trying to leech off the strength they saw in you, hoping some of it would rub off. But here's the cruel twist. They revealed their dependency more with every attempt. The more they whispered, the more they gossiped, the more they plotted, the clearer it became. Without you, they were nothing. Obsession is the loudest admission of weakness. People outside their little circle could see it. Their endless conversations weren't about progress, weren't about creation. They were about you. You became the gravitational pull they couldn't escape, and the more they revolved around you, the more obvious it became that their entire identity was borrowed from your existence. That's not power, that's slavery to their own envy. Meanwhile, you kept moving, chosen one. You built your life without needing their recognition, your victories without requiring their applause. You were independent of their chaos while they were trapped in it. And that's why their dependency is also their downfall. Because when someone spends their life orbiting another, the moment that center shines too bright or moves beyond their reach, collapse is inevitable. So remember this. Every scheme, every jealous act, every desperate attempt to pull you down was never proof of their strength. It was proof of their weakness. You didn't need them to define yourself, but they needed you to even feel alive. And that imbalance is why their downfall is guaranteed. They were addicted to a power they could never contain, and your existence exposed it for the whole world to see. Number 6. They couldn't manufacture what fuels you. A counterfeit can look convincing until the moment it's tested. That's the curse of your enemy's chosen one. Jealous groups thrive on imitation. They study, they copy, they stalk every move you make, hoping if they mirror your walk, your tone, your energy, they'll finally tap into what you have. But here's the brutal truth. They can never replicate what fuels you. Because what you carry doesn't come from applause, from luck, or from borrowed tricks. It comes from a source they can't touch. Think about it. A parrot can repeat words, but it will never carry the meaning behind them. That's what their imitation looks like, noise without depth. They can rehearse your gestures, mimic your work, even copy your style. But the moment life applies pressure, the difference screams out. They break where you stand firm. They scatter where you endure. Their replicas collapse because imitation has no roots. And here's the irony. The harder they try to be you, the more obvious the gap becomes. People can feel authenticity. It radiates in ways that cannot be faked. That's why their energy always feels hollow, why their presence never lands the way yours does. They're reacting while you're creating. They're performing while you're existing. And the more they copy, the more they broadcast their dependency on your originality. The source of power is invisible, but its effects are undeniable. You've been sustained by a foundation that doesn't crumble under opinion, envy, or pressure. That's what terrifies them. They keep playing a game at surface level, thinking tactics and numbers can outdo depth. But you've been playing from a level they don't even see. Every time they launch a scheme, it falls flat because they're fighting against something unassailable. Imagine this. Two houses standing side by side, one built on hollow plaster, painted to look strong, the other on solid stone, unshaken by storms. At a glance, they both might impress, but the moment the winds hit, one shatters, the other stands. That's the metaphor of your life versus theirs. Their foundation is borrowed, yours is untouchable, and that's why, chosen one, they'll always fail. They can chase shadows, but you are the original. They can try to replicate, but you remain the blueprint. Their obsession doesn't weaken you, it only proves what you carry can't be copied, stolen, or diminished. And that truth alone guarantees their downfall. Number 7. Their scheme. Backfired under the spotlight of exposure. The harder they try to hide their envy, the louder it screams in public. That's the law they never accounted for. Chosen one, the law of exposure. When they formed their little alliance against you, they believed secrecy made them powerful. Whispered plans, hushed rumors, private smears, every move they made felt calculated, untouchable. But the truth is simple. The moment they united against one person, they dragged themselves into the spotlight. Their actions became a trail of evidence, and every jealous whisper became a megaphone exposing their weakness. Now imagine this. Thieves creeping through a dark room, convinced nobody can see them, but in their panic to corner you, they trip over lamps, slam doors, and suddenly the entire neighborhood is awake, watching their every move. That's what jealousy does. It makes people reckless. Their hatred for you was so consuming that they forgot nothing stays hidden for long. Their strategy wasn't silent strength, it was a spotlight glaring down on their insecurities. Power isn't in numbers, it's in integrity. They believed ganging up meant dominance, but unity built on envy only amplifies failure. Every lie they told, every cruel jab they made, every scheme they whispered became proof, not of your weakness, but of their desperation. Psychology even proves it. Collective obsession creates patterns so obvious that outsiders can't miss them. The more they circled you, the more people began to notice the obsession. And curiosity always turns into questions. Why are they so focused on this one person? What makes this individual so threatening? And just like that, their strategy exposed what they feared most: your significance. Think about it, chosen one. If you were ordinary, would they need secret meetings? Would they burn all that energy just to coordinate against you? Of course not. Their unity became their downfall because every attempt at control left fingerprints, sloppy lies, exaggerated reactions, visible cracks. The very energy they spent trying to bury you only radiated back, lighting up their own flaws. The law of exposure is undefeated. Obsession always reveals itself. That's the paradox they'll never escape. In trying to erase your presence, they highlighted it. In trying to conceal their fear, they broadcasted it. In trying to break you, they marked themselves. By choosing to target you collectively, they made themselves the story. And stories built on desperation always end the same way: collapse. Their downfall isn't waiting on your reaction, chosen one. It was written the moment they placed you at the center of their obsession. Now their cracks are visible, their weakness undeniable, and their exposure irreversible. Number 8. Their hatred became your spotlight. Every rumor they spread was free advertising they didn't know they were paying for. That's the irony they'll never admit, chosen one. Their jealousy didn't bury you, it broadcasted you. Instead of silencing your name, they became the megaphone, shouting it into every corner they could reach. They thought their slander was your downfall, but all they really did was write your marketing campaign, line by line, whisper by whisper. Imagine this: a group trying to stamp out a fire by fanning it harder and harder. Their every move only makes the flames spread wider, brighter, hotter. That's exactly what their obsession did. They couldn't contain their envy in silence. It spilled over into conversations, gossip chains, group chats, and social feeds. And every time they mentioned you, they dragged more eyes to your name. Doesn't it sting them that they became the reason strangers who never knew you now can't stop thinking about you? Jealousy doesn't operate quietly. It always leaves echoes. The breadcrumbs of their gossip turned into trails that curious minds followed. People noticed how much energy they poured into you, and energy doesn't lie. If you were irrelevant, they wouldn't waste their breath. But the sheer force of their fixation screamed to everyone around them, "This person matters." And the more they tried to twist your image, the more obvious it became that something about you disrupted their entire world. Here's the paradox. While they thought they were throwing dirt on your name, they were actually planting seeds of curiosity. Every exaggeration, every smear, every whispered lie only made people wonder, why are they so obsessed with this one person? What makes them so powerful that a whole group can't let them go? Their hatred turned into intrigue, and intrigue turned into fascination. They became your publicists, chosen one, not because they wanted to, but because their envy wouldn't let them stay quiet. And look at the outcome. Your name now carries weight, synonymous with resilience, authenticity, and strength. Even the negativity they aimed at you couldn't erase that. It amplified it. People are drawn to what others obsess over, and their obsession confirmed your impact louder than any campaign could. In trying to bury you, they made you unavoidable. That's the ultimate twist of irony. Their fixation highlighted you, their energy elevated you, and their jealousy guaranteed you couldn't be ignored. They became your unwilling promoters, and every word they used against you turned into proof of your significance. They didn't hide you, chosen one. They put you under the brightest spotlight they could find. Number 9, they misread the power hidden in your solitude. Isolation is only a prison to the weak. To the strong, it's a forge. That's the brutal truth they never understood, chosen one. They thought that cutting you off would break you, that stripping you of support and recognition would reduce you to nothing. In their minds, silence would starve you, loneliness would shatter you, and the absence of their approval would erase you. But their calculation was flawed from the start, because isolation doesn't weaken the unshakable. It sharpens them. Now imagine this: iron left alone in the fire. To the untrained eye, it looks like it's being destroyed, swallowed by flames. But in reality, it's being reforged into steel, harder and stronger than before. That's what their scheme did to you. They mistook solitude for suffocation, when in truth, it became your crucible. Without their noise, their fake alliances and their manipulations, you finally had space to breathe. Their attempt to cut you off only stripped away distractions and revealed clarity. What they meant as punishment became your preparation. That's the paradox they'll never forgive themselves for. While they gathered in circles obsessing over you, you were quietly building a foundation they couldn't touch. They were wasting energy trying to shrink your presence, but you were investing time in strengthening your spirit. They wanted you fragile, but every moment alone was teaching you resilience. Ask yourself this: why would they think being alone makes you powerless? Because for them, solitude is unbearable. They need noise, validation, and groupthink to feel alive. But you thrived without it. They underestimated the kind of insight that grows in silence, the ability to see through patterns, anticipate schemes, and move with precision. While they thought isolation was burying you, it was refining you, chosen one. It was sharpening your instincts into blades they could never blunt. Solitude is the teacher that envy can't silence. By the time they realized their trap wasn't working, it was too late. You had already emerged stronger, clearer, and untouchable. Their whispers only proved how ineffective they were against someone who doesn't depend on external applause. Their greatest miscalculation was assuming aloneness equals weakness, when in reality it revealed the depth of your strength. They confined you, but you turned the confinement into clarity. They isolated you, but you transformed the isolation into insight. They wanted you broken, but you walked out as proof that solitude doesn't diminish the chosen. It forges them. And that's why, chosen one, their tactic of isolation guaranteed not your downfall, but their own. Number 10. They never calculated the cost of striking at purity. Throwing mud at a clear mirror doesn't dirty the mirror. It only shows who has the dirty hands. That's the reality your enemies never understood. Chosen one. When they came after you, they assumed it would play out like it always does when corrupt people clash. Dirt covering dirt, lies masking lies, chaos blending into chaos. But you weren't built like them. You carried integrity. You stood clean. And the danger of targeting purity is that every attack ricochets back, exposing the filth of the attacker rather than staining the target. Think about it. Attacking someone already corrupt is easy. There's no shock when a liar is accused of lying, no scandal when the dishonest are exposed for more dishonesty. But when they aimed their jealousy at you, they aimed at someone whose steadiness, authenticity, and truth stood in stark contrast to their bitterness. And in doing so, they signed their own confession. Every rumor they spread, every smear they whispered, every scheme they built became a neon sign pointing at their own envy and insecurity. Now imagine this: a torch thrown at a pool of water. The fire doesn't consume the water. It hisses, sputters, and dies out, revealing the weakness of the hand that threw it. That's exactly how their attacks landed. They thought they were smothering your light, but every strike only showed the world how desperate, small, and hollow they truly were. Attacking innocence is the fastest way to reveal guilt. The moment they targeted you, their flaws became impossible to hide. They thought they were building a narrative against you, but the universe flipped the script. Their energy, their obsession, their reckless plotting, it was all driven by weakness, not strength. And the more they escalated, the more transparent they became. People watching could see it. Their envy didn't conceal their character. It broadcasted it. Their every move was a reflection of the very corruption they wanted to disguise. Ask yourself this, chosen one, why would anyone invest so much in trying to destroy what is steady and clean? Because your purity was the mirror they couldn't bear to face. You didn't expose them with words. They exposed themselves with their obsession. And here lies the deepest irony. In their desperate attempts to bury you, they unearthed their own corruption for the world to see. Targeting purity comes with a price, and it is never paid by the pure. That's the law they ignored. Your foundation didn't need defending. It was unshakable. Their blows collapsed under their own weight, because truth doesn't crumble, it endures. In striking at you, they struck at themselves, and the cost of their envy will forever remain theirs to pay. Number 11. They confused your silence with defeat. The lion doesn't roar at every jackal. It waits, then strikes once. That's the truth they never understood, chosen one. While they shouted, schemed, and scrambled to paint you as weak, you stayed still, watching, learning, calculating. They mistook your quiet for surrender, your patience for fear. And that assumption was the very trap they set for themselves. Silence is never empty. Silence is strategy. You didn't need to answer every insult or defend yourself against their petty performances. Why? Because your worth doesn't come from their recognition, and your power doesn't need their approval. Every second they wasted trying to provoke you, you were storing energy, sharpening insight, and letting them expose themselves piece by piece. Now imagine this, a storm thrashing at a mountain. The winds howl, the trees bend, the chaos roars, but the mountain never moves. That was you. They believed noise equals strength, but their noise only revealed how frantic and predictable they were. Every lie, every exaggeration, every attempt to corner you became a roadmap of their desperation. You didn't need to react. You simply let them write their own downfall in plain sight. Sometimes silence is the sharpest weapon in the room. That's what they overlooked. Your calm didn't weaken your position. It strengthened it. While they exhausted themselves screaming for attention, you built credibility in stillness. People watching saw the difference. They noticed who held composure and who spiraled into chaos. They noticed the one who didn't flinch while the crowd tried to shake them. And that contrast was devastating for your enemies. It made their noise look smaller, pettier, and emptier. Ask yourself, chosen one, why would they keep shouting louder if your silence wasn't intimidating them? Because deep down, they knew they couldn't move you. Their volume was proof of their fear. Your quiet presence commanded a weight they could never match, no matter how many voices they gathered. By the time they realized your silence wasn't weakness, but discipline, it was too late. They had already drained themselves, revealed their insecurities, and handed you the advantage without you lifting a finger. Their frantic attempts cornered no one but themselves. The quiet one always has the last word. And in your case, chosen one, your silence roared louder than anything they could ever scream. You didn't need to fight. They dismantled themselves while you waited, steady and unshaken. And that's why, In the end, your silence became the most dangerous sound of all. Number 12. They forged their own chains of defeat. The trap they built for you was always waiting for them. That's the brutal irony they never calculated, chosen one. Every rumor, every scheme, every whispered plan, they thought these were weapons sharpened to cut you down. But those very blades were double-edged, and now they slice deeper into their own reputation than they ever cut into yours. Their obsession didn't just expose them, it condemned them. Think about it. Lies never stay buried. They always resurface, and when they do, they drag the liar's name with them. Every smear campaign they launched against you has become a receipt of their corruption. Every manipulation they engineered is now evidence stamped against their character. They believed envy could be disguised as strategy, but strategy built on bitterness is nothing more than a slow poison. And they drank it themselves. Imagine this, an archer who pulls back their bow, aiming straight at you, certain the arrow will pierce. But the bowstring snaps and the arrow ricochets back into their own chest. That's their story. They thought they were hunters, but every weapon they crafted carried their fingerprints. Every false narrative became a mirror reflecting their dishonesty. Every rumor became a chain tightening around their own necks. The punishment for envy is baked into the act itself. That's why their downfall was inevitable. They weren't just attacking you, they were writing their own confession in real time, and no matter how much they scramble to deny, deflect, or rewrite history, the truth lingers. Their energy doesn't vanish, it calcifies, becoming the evidence of their obsession. Each denial, each cover-up, each desperate attempt to mask the lies only amplifies the original sin. Ask yourself this: what kind of strength is it if they need constant scheming to sustain it? The answer is none. They had no foresight, no discipline, no conscience, only envy. And envy is a curse that never stays contained. It circles back, louder and heavier, until it crushes the ones who fed it. The weapons they forged for you were never yours to fear. They were theirs to carry. That's why you survived, and they are unraveling. Their strategies were never built to last. They collapse under the weight of their own malice. In trying to bury you, they buried themselves. In trying to break you, they exposed every crack in their own foundation. And now, chosen one, their so-called weapons stand as monuments of their punishment, not because you struck back, but because the universe always ensures that envy destroys itself from within. Their downfall was always written, not in your response, but in their obsession. Chosen one, you've seen it clearly. Every scheme, every jealous whisper, every attack they launched only revealed their weakness and your unstoppable strength. Their downfall was sealed the moment they targeted you. Because what's pure, resilient, and original cannot be destroyed. If this message struck a chord with you, press the like button if you haven't already. And if you're still not part of our family, make sure to hit that subscribe button. Together, we spread truth, strength, and light into places that need it most. Stay strong, chosen one. The story isn't ending here, it's only beginning. They don't hate what you've done, they're terrified of what you will do next. Now, imagine this for a moment. Chosen one. You're a small flame in a dark field. Around you, they build fences, set watchtowers, and train spotlights, not because the flame is loud, but because it can start a fire. They watch the wind, the dry grass, every twitch of your ember. That is how they treat you. Quiet, deliberate, unavoidable. Here's a simple truth that should make your spine straighten. Attention costs money, and attention is not given lightly. Institutions and people only spend time and resources when something matters. They do not open files, hire observers, or listen in on ordinary lives. They point their tools at things that can change the map. That alone proves you are not small. That alone proves you are being taken seriously. Listen closely. If you were ordinary, you'd be invisible. No one would track your steps or catalogue your pauses. Shadows don't get files. Threats do. The fact that someone has been told in clear, specific terms to keep a close eye on you is not a sentence. It's confirmation. It means you have weight. It means your presence bends rules they like to keep steady. So don't shrink from that gaze. Learn what it tells you. They watch your moves because you break patterns. You're an equation they can't solve. Every small thing you do becomes data to them. How you laugh, how you answer, the way you move in a room. To them, you're both a problem and a prize. They want to predict you. They want to control you. And their effort to do that shows they believe in the possibility you represent. The possibility that you could disrupt their plans. Now, Chosen One, if what you've heard so far hit something inside you, do one thing for this mission. Press like and subscribe. And thank you, Chosen One. Don't forget to pay this message back by simply pressing the like and subscribe to help spread this message to more souls. It is the responsibility of all of us to spread the light. Thank you for being part of this mission. You are part of a force. Back with me now. Keep that feeling of being watched as a mirror, not a trap. When hands are busy pointing at you, they are admitting you matter. When eyes follow you, they are counting you as a variable in their plans. This is not paranoia. This is logic. They do not waste strategy on noise. They plan for people who can move the board. Ask yourself, why would they spend energy on you if you were nothing? Because the truth is simple. Your existence changes outcomes. Your choices make rooms shift. Your silence carries weight. You are not a simple name. You are a signal. And signals that matter are tracked. Do not mistake their surveillance for weakness. It's proof of impact. Every report they write about you, every late-night discussion about your patterns, every quiet file slide across an analyst's desk. Those are trophies, not traps. They record you because you are important enough to study. That is recognition. That is a badge. It says, somebody believes you could change something big. Think about this. The people watching you expect patterns. They want to predict your next step. They will lay traps, run tests, and send probes. They will try to make you small by naming you, by labeling your moves, by placing you inside boxes. That is their job. Your job is different. Your job is to remain a question. Keep them guessing. Let your life be the one variable they cannot reduce to numbers. Here's a metaphor to hold. Imagine a river. They try to dam it, measure it, and map its flow. But you are an underground spring. They can chart the river's surface, but they cannot see the deep source that feeds it. Your influence runs beneath what they assume. That is where your power lives. That is where you remain untouchable if you protect it. You will hear whispers telling you to hide, to lower your light, to become a quiet face in the crowd. Don't obey those whispers. They're not warnings, they're instructions from fear. The real move is to be smarter, not smaller. Learn the edges of the field. Know where the cameras are and where they are not. Use your awareness like armor. Turn their energy into your training ground. This isn't about playing games with people. It's about recognizing the scale of what's happening and rising to meet it with calm and skill. When they watch, observe back, mentally. Study what they expect you to be, then do something else. When they try to script your life, write a different scene. When they count your pauses, make each pause a new kind of answer. You might ask, is this a curse or confirmation? It is both and neither. It is a mirror that shows what you are becoming. It is a test that proves you are being taken seriously. The only real danger is losing sight of your own roadmap. Keep your purpose visible. Keep your moves purposeful. When their attention grows heavy, let your focus grow heavier still. There will be fear. There will be times when the weight of being observed feels like a hand on your throat. Breathe through it. Remember that control is often an illusion. They track what they can, but they cannot reach the impulse that lives inside you, the private decision, the quiet act, the sudden pivot. Those are yours. Guard them, protect them like gold. And finally, understand this. Every file they make on you, every hidden watch, every late-night talk about your name proves one thing. You matter. Use that truth. Let it be fuel. Let it sharpen your decisions. Let it make you bolder, wiser, and more precise. The people who keep close tabs on you are not the mistake makers. They are the ones who revealed your value. Treat their attention as a lens that makes you clearer, not smaller. So stand up, chosen one. Walk like you know you are watched, but move like you are free. Hold your steps with intention. Keep your secrets safe. Turn their fear into your mirror and your courage into the next move they cannot predict. And hey, chosen one, thank you for showing up. Your presence matters more than you know. Right now, as the title warns, someone has specific instructions to keep a close eye on you, and that reality changes everything about how you move. So, stay with me. Read every line, feel every point, and do not skip what comes next. Missing this is the kind of regret you carry for years. If you're ready to accept that being watched is proof of your influence, and to turn that attention into fuel, mark your presence by dropping the number 777 in the comments below. That single mark tells us you're committed to turning solitude into strength, and it helps others find this message too. If this message has moved you, consider supporting the team. Even a small gesture keeps this mission alive. Share this with one person who needs to see it. Your share becomes a bridge to another chosen one. But above all, stay. Stay curious, stay sharp, and stay patient. We're about to unpack what their attention truly means and how to use it to your advantage now. Hold that thought, chosen one, and let's step into the first truth together. Ready? Number 1. They're copying your morals because they can't copy your courage. They don't fear your noise, they fear your refusal to sell out. Chosen ones, hear that and let it land like a blow to the ribs aimed at the enemy. This is not a gentle observation. It is an accusation against those who think they can break you by watching you. When someone is told to keep a close eye on you, they aren't just watching for mistakes. They are trying to trace the map of your backbone. They want the coordinates of how you stand when everything around you begs you to bend. That terrifies them more than any open fight ever could. Think about it plainly. Integrity is not loud. Integrity doesn't post for applause. Integrity keeps its head down and does the right thing when no one is looking. That's the pattern they can't reproduce. They can hire analysts, buy data, stitch together timelines, but they can't buy the small private choices you make every day. They can't manufacture the way your eyes hold truth in them when everyone else smiles and lies. That's the blueprint they covet. Imagine an enemy team like engineers examining a machine. They can take measurements, photograph the gears, copy the casing, but the core algorithm, the instinct that decides to act right even when wrong would be easier, is invisible to them. They study, they annotate, they underline the moments you didn't give in. But every note they write is proof that your moral code is a force, not a fad. Their files on you are not a weakness. They are an index of the threat you pose to their monopoly on comfort and compromise. You might ask, why would they care what I do in private? Because private choices produce public shifts. Small acts of quiet honor accumulate until they tilt rooms, then towns, then systems. That is how change happens. Not in parades, but in the stubborn refusal of one person to trade their line for a paycheck or to cover a lie with silence. They track you because your private rituals are the kind of chemical reactions that start larger fires. You are the spark in dry grass, and they are terrified of what that spark could become. Here's the burning truth. Morality is contagious. When you refuse to cut corners, others watch and think, maybe I can refuse too. When you choose loyalty over convenience, people around you notice even if they don't say it. That ripple is what scares the watchers. Their whole game depends on people choosing small comforts over costly truth. You disrupt that economy. You are an economic threat to their system of cheap deals and compromised ethics. Now let me be blunt with the enemy for a moment, and I want you, chosen ones, to imagine this sting directed at them. You can file all the reports you want. You can flag every pause and transcribe every sigh. But you will never be able to fit courage into a spreadsheet. You will never be able to graph character on your charts. You will harvest evidence of behavior, not the origin of it. You will see the acts, but never the quiet decision that made the act possible. That is why you will lose when it counts. Ask yourself another question. What makes my morality so dangerous to them? The answer is simple and ugly. Predictability. Systems run on it. When people are predictable, they are controllable. When you are unpredictable because you are principled, you break their models. You refuse the scripts. You become the variable they cannot reduce. That instability is power. It makes the watchers nervous. It makes them overreach. They double down on surveillance because fear is a fuel they can't stop burning when their certainty collapses. You will feel the pressure. They will test your edges. They'll tempt you with shortcuts, lure you with small compromises, suggest that a little dishonesty will save you significant trouble. They'll whisper that everyone else does it, and you're naive to hold out. That's the classic test. Here's how to answer it, not with loud defenses, but with quiet, daily integrity. Let your life be the proof. When they expect you to fold, hold firmer. When they expect tired excuses, choose clean reasons. Let the watcher's notes be full of frustration, because frustration exposes how little control they have. Consider a metaphor. They think they're charting a coastline, measuring waves, predicting tides, but you are the tectonic shift beneath, slow, invisible, inevitable. They can measure surface movements all day, but they can't prevent a fault line from changing the map. That subterranean force is your true morality. It moves on its own schedule, and it reshapes everything above when the time comes. Surveillors can log the waves. They can't stop the earth from shifting. You may worry, if they're mapping my code, can they use it against me? Possibly. Information is weaponized all the time, but your greatest defense is not secrecy alone, it's consistency. If your choices are steady, they can't twist a single moment into a worse story. They can take a clip, a line, a pause, and try to frame you. But if your life is a continuous string of truth, their fragments will only show how thin their case is. The best armor is a life lived in a way that looks the same under scrutiny and leniency alike. Another question that will come into your head: should I change my behavior to confuse them? Short answer: no. Confusion is a trick that costs you more than it costs them. Your strength lies in clarity. Keep your principles obvious. Keep your moves deliberate. The watchers want you to flip between masks so they can pin you down. Don't give them that. Be so consistent that their reports read like a record of failure. Failure to corrupt, failure to bargain you down, failure to turn you into a docile subject. Finally, take this as a challenge, not as a burden. The fact they are drawing your blueprint means they are paying attention to something real. Use their obsession as a mirror. Let it show you where you are strong and where you can be sharper. Tighten your ethics into tools. Train your reactions. Keep your promises like weapons. When they try to sell the world on the idea that morality is fragile and expensive, demonstrate that it is instead durable and priceless. Chosen ones, this is a battlefield disguised as a file. They trace you hoping to find a crack. Give them no crack. Build your life so that their notes are maps to a fortress they can never storm. Their diagrams will only prove how unreplicable you are, and that is your advantage. Hold that truth like a blade. Move with it. Let it cut paths where the watchers thought there were only walls. Number 2, your silence is a bullet they can't deflect. They can fight your words, but they can't fight the storm that grows in your silence. Chosen ones, let this land like a punch across the face of your enemies. They can argue with your sentences, they can twist your phrases, they can clip and distort your speech. But silence is their nightmare. Silence is the weapon they can't intercept, the code they can't decrypt, the riddle that bleeds power while leaving them with nothing to counter. That is why they record your silences with as much obsession as your words. Now imagine this for a moment. A room filled with chatter, everyone pushing to be heard, every voice rising above another. And then you walk in and say nothing. Heads turn. The noise suddenly feels hollow, their laughter forced, their confidence cracked. Because your quiet is louder than all their noise combined. That pause you hold. It's an earthquake that shakes their fake stability. They study your silence like scientists dissecting a rare specimen. They measure the gap between your replies. They track the tilt of your head when you refuse to answer. They log the way your eyes hold steady instead of lashing out. Why? Because silence is unpredictable. Words can be rehearsed, staged and performed, but silence reveals something raw they cannot touch, your inner composure. And composure terrifies people who depend on chaos to control others. You might ask yourself, why does my silence matter so much to them? The answer is brutal in its simplicity. Silence shifts power. When you refuse to respond, you deny them the fuel they crave. Their trap depends on your reaction. Their games need your energy. Without it, they collapse into their own emptiness. Your quiet forces them to fill in the blanks, and their own imagination becomes their tormentor. They see daggers in your stillness, conspiracies in your pause, storms in your calm. Your silence isn't weakness. It's the battlefield where they fight themselves. Picture this. 2 chess players sitting across a board. One makes a move, slams the clock, stares across, waiting for a counter. But you lean back, you breathe, you don't rush. Seconds stretch into minutes. Minutes feel like hours. The opponent begins to sweat, to fidget, to doubt their move. They think they made a mistake, even if they didn't. That's what your silence does in real life. It destabilizes them. Here's another metaphor. Imagine a courtroom. The prosecutor throws accusations, the audience leans in, and the cameras roll. Instead of defending yourself, you stand tall, calm, silent. The room grows restless, murmurs start. People begin asking themselves, what does he know? What is she planning? That single act of silence spreads more fear than 100 shouted rebuttals ever could. The watchers, those who've been ordered to keep close tabs on you, know this all too well. That's why they log your silences in their files like sacred data points. They note when you pull back in conversations, when you don't respond to provocation, when you let petty words fall into the void without catching them. They aren't just recording your voice, they're recording your absence of voice, and that absence is deafening. Another question may strike you, but isn't silence dangerous? Doesn't it make me look weak? No, chosen one. Weakness is when you speak only to prove yourself. Strength is when you don't need to. Silence becomes a shield that blocks their poison and a sword that pierces their control. When you don't react, you rob them of their stage. When you don't answer, you remind them that you decide the terms of the conversation. Your silence screams, I am not here to play by your script. They can clip your words, but they can't clip the power of your pause. Think about the psychology here. Humans fear uncertainty more than pain. That's why silence rattles them. Words, no matter how sharp, eventually land and settle. Silence, though, stretches into the unknown. It breeds paranoia. They imagine scenarios, they invent motives, they write entire novels in their heads about what you might be planning. Your quiet is the ink for their darkest fears. Imagine this, a predator in the wild, stalking its prey, waiting for noise. But instead of running or making sound, the prey stands still, eyes locked, silent. The predator's instincts short-circuit. Suddenly, the hunter feels hunted. That's what your silence does. It flips the roles. They expect you to dance on their strings. Instead, you cut the music entirely. And chosen ones, let's be clear, silence is not emptiness. Silence is language. Silence says, I don't owe you my energy. Silence says, you cannot bait me. Silence says, I am choosing my battles, and you are not worth one. Every pause you hold is a mirror shoved in their face. And in that mirror, they see their weakness, not yours. You may wonder, how can I use silence without becoming passive? Here's the key. Silence isn't about retreat, it's about strategy. Use it where words would be wasted. Use it where noise would be cheap. Let silence guard your power until the moment arrives when a single sentence will drop like a hammer. Imagine holding back for hours only to deliver one decisive line that ends the whole game. That's how silence multiplies your influence. Silence is the thunder that rolls before your lightning strike. They record your silence not because they understand it, but because they fear it. They want to chart its rhythm, predict its meaning, box it into categories, but they never can. Silence is slippery. Silence belongs to you, not them. And every moment you withhold words, you're building a fortress they can't storm. Remember this, people who depend on drama for power can't survive in silence. It's like oxygen being cut off. Your refusal to react is suffocation to them. And the longer you hold it, the more they panic. They reveal themselves, they show cracks, they trip over their own noise. Your silence forces their chaos into the open. So, chosen ones, when you feel the urge to defend yourself, pause. When they bait you into fights, hold your ground quietly. When they circle with questions designed to trap you, let your silence answer louder than any excuse. This is not retreat. This is dominance. Silence is not the absence of power. It is the presence of mastery. They can't decode you because silence has no formula. Every time they record your quiet moments, take it as confirmation. They know your silence matters. They know it unsettles their order. They know it flips the balance. So embrace it, sharpen it. Let your silence be the thundercloud that hangs over their heads, reminding them that your next move will always be on your timing, never theirs. Chosen ones, you don't need to outshout them. You only need to outlast them. And silence, your silence, is the weapon that ensures you always do. Number 3. They turn your every move into a battle plan. They don't see you living, they see you plotting. And that paranoia is their prison, not yours. Chosen ones, this is the part they'll never say out loud. To them, nothing you do is ordinary. Not the way you greet someone, not the way you stand in a room, not even the way you tie your shoes. Every single gesture, no matter how small, is treated like a signal in some grand strategy they believe you're running. That's how deep their obsession goes. Imagine this for a moment. You pick up a glass of water, pause for a second, and take a sip. To you, it's nothing, but to them, it's a code. They'll write, observed a calculated pause before drinking, likely reflecting deep consideration. Ridiculous? Yes. But it proves one thing. They're so rattled by you that even your casual rhythm feels like warfare to them. Here's the fact. Paranoia rewires perception. Once they've been told to watch you, they can't see you as human anymore. They see a chessboard, that friendly smile you gave. To them, it's a psychological tactic. That quiet moment you stood alone after a meeting. They log it as strategic withdrawal, and the irony. You don't have to play chess to win. Their fear plays the game for you. You might wonder, why do they magnify me this much? Because your presence bends their normal. When people can't predict you, they invent reasons. They'd rather believe you're a mastermind than admit they can't control you. And in that way, you're always 10 steps ahead. Not by calculation, but by being real. Authenticity terrifies those who hide behind performance. Think of it like this. A shadow on the wall suddenly moves, and everyone panics, imagining monsters. But it was just light and movement. That's how your smallest actions look to them, magnified into monsters by their own imagination. Your authenticity is the light, but their paranoia turns it into fear. So, chosen ones, here's the brutal truth. Their reports aren't about your gestures. They're about their fear. They expose how much weight you carry just by existing. Let them overanalyze. Let them drown in their own paranoia. Because every note they write is proof that you've already won without even moving a piece. Number 4. Your presence is the wave that sinks their ship. They don't just fear you, they fear what happens after you leave the room. Chosen ones, let this sink in. Your influence doesn't stop with you. It spreads, it multiplies, and that is what burns them at the core. They've seen it happen, a single conversation with you reshaping someone's thinking. A brief encounter with you sparking doubt in the lies they once believed. A single refusal from you forcing someone else to raise their standards. That ripple terrifies them more than any direct confrontation. ever could. Imagine tossing a stone into still water. At first, it's just a splash, but the rings spread wider and wider until the whole surface shifts. That's what your presence does in the world. You don't need a stage or a spotlight. Your wave is silent, but undeniable. One glance, one word, one choice not to bend, and suddenly someone else feels braver, stronger, freer. They can never go back to being blind once they've seen the reflection of your strength. Here's a fact. History proves that influence doesn't need titles or crowns. Revolutions have started in kitchens, rebellions in quiet conversations, awakenings from a single act of defiance. That is why they watch you like hawks. They know it's not your volume they should fear, it's your vibration. Influence is water, chosen one. It seeps through cracks, it undermines walls, it floods fields, and no matter how they try to contain it, it finds a way through. You might ask, but am I really that powerful? Yes, their fear answers that question for you. If you were harmless, they wouldn't monitor your footsteps, they wouldn't record your silences, they wouldn't assign people to watch you like a threat. The only reason they care is because they know your ripple can grow into a wave that drowns their entire structure. So, chosen ones, hold your head higher. You don't need to try to change people, your existence already does. Every wave you send out bends reality, and their fear is proof of your reach. They don't just watch you, they brace for the tsunami that follows you. Number 5. Your timing is the lightning they can't outrun. They can prepare for your words, but they can't prepare for the moment you strike. Chosen ones, timing is the weapon they'll never master against you. You don't move when they demand it, and you don't react when they bait you. You wait, you pause, you let silence build, you let the pressure rise, and then, when you decide, your action lands like thunder tearing the sky in half. That unpredictability eats at them day and night because it means they're never in control. Imagine a predator circling prey, expecting it to run, but instead, the prey stands still until suddenly, without warning, it bolts in a direction no one anticipated. The hunter stumbles, confused, chasing shadows. That's you. They study your mornings, your nights, the hours you vanish, the sudden moments you reappear, all because your timing refuses to fit their charts. Here's a fact they'll never admit. The human brain craves patterns. Predictability is comfort. But you are disruption in its purest form. They record your pauses, your delays, your sudden moves, hoping to decode a pattern that doesn't exist. And when their spreadsheets come up empty, paranoia multiplies. You may ask, am I really that hard to predict? Yes, because your timing isn't mechanical, it's instinct, it's intuition, and intuition can't be graphed. They can build their forecasts, but you are the storm that breaks them. Every pause you take rattles their nerves. Every strike you make leaves them scrambling. And every delay is proof that you are not theirs to control. So remember this, chosen ones, your timing is not just resistance, it's dominance. They don't just fear your moves, they fear the moment you choose to make them. Number 6. They can't steal the wellspring that builds you. They can copy your style, but they can't counterfeit your endurance. Chosen ones, one of the questions that torments them the most is simple but haunting. Where does your strength come from? They've seen you take hits that would have left anyone else crawling, yet you rise again and again, sometimes bruised but never broken. That resilience is a riddle they cannot solve, and the fact that you survive what should have ended you makes them restless in ways they'll never confess. Imagine a boxer throwing everything into one knockout punch, only to watch their opponent stand, wipe the blood from their mouth, and smile. That's what your life looks like to them. They've designed betrayals, placed traps, whispered lies, built walls, and every time you emerge stronger, their frustration grows heavier. They wonder, what is feeding this person? What hidden power keeps them alive? Here's the truth. They can't understand that strength isn't something you store away in a vault. It's not a secret stash or a hidden formula. Your strength is the way you are. It's built into your core like steel woven through bone. They keep studying you like a scientist dissecting a rare mineral, hoping to find the composition that makes you unbreakable. But all they find is confusion, because what you carry can't be measured. You might ask, but why do they care so much about my strength? Because your survival embarrasses them. They've invested energy into your downfall, and every time you stand again, it exposes their failure. It proves you're not just resistant, you're indestructible in ways they'll never replicate. Think of it like this. They want to steal your fire, but they can't even survive your ashes. They want to bottle your essence, but the formula slips through their hands like smoke. Your durability is your inheritance, your natural state, and it belongs only to you. And that, chosen ones, is the wound they'll never heal from. The realization that no matter how much they watch, study, or scheme, they'll never possess the source that makes you rise. Number 7. They pray for your fall, but end up witnessing your ascent. They don't watch to learn, they watch to celebrate your failure. And every day you rise is another funeral for their hopes. Chosen ones, let's strip it bare. Their eyes aren't on you out of admiration. They're camped out like vultures, waiting for the stumble, the crack, the collapse that will finally let them point and say, "See, we knew it." That's their obsession. The fantasy of your downfall. They watch your every step, the way a hunter waits in the bushes, convinced that one slip will undo all that you've built. But here's what makes their vigil unbearable. They've been waiting for years. They've whispered lies into your path. They've crafted traps with smiling faces. They've unleashed storms, hoping one would tear you apart. And yet here you are, standing, breathing, building. Their patience turns into a poison they drink daily, because every day you endure is proof their hopes are empty. Imagine this, a gambler sitting at a table, waiting for your luck to run dry. He bets against you every round, certain the next hand will ruin you. But round after round, you win. His money runs out, his face turns pale, and still, you remain. That's how your enemies feel. Each day you don't fall is a debt they can't pay back. You may wonder, but what if I do slip one day? Here's the answer. Even if you stumble, you rise faster than they can celebrate. Your recovery is their nightmare because it proves your fall is never final. They want a collapse. All they ever get is a comeback, and nothing burns them more than realizing your resilience is permanent. So let them wait, chosen ones. Let them watch. Their waiting room is a prison of their own making. While they sit counting the seconds for your failure, you're busy climbing steps they can't reach. And deep down, they know the truth. If you haven't slipped yet, maybe you never will. And that is the weight they'll carry forever. Number 8. They track the shockwaves you leave behind. They don't just study you, they study the silence you create in others. Chosen ones understand this clearly. Their surveillance doesn't stop at you. It extends to the people around you because your presence has an undeniable effect they cannot explain away. They watch how a room shifts when you enter, how conversations suddenly lose volume, how spines straighten and eyes dart nervously, as if your very existence demands accountability. That disruption alone is why they treat you like a living anomaly. Imagine this: you walk into a crowded hall. Nobody announces you, nobody points, but the air changes. Laughter softens, tension spikes, and suddenly the energy bends in your direction. They see this, and they panic. Because influence that requires no effort is the most dangerous kind. Here's the fact: people are altered by proximity to you. Some feel stronger, as though your energy charges their batteries. Others grow insecure, their envy clawing at them like a disease. And the watchers record it all: who gravitates toward you, who avoids you, who secretly resents you. They're not just building a file on you, they're charting the aftershocks you leave behind. You might wonder, why do they care how others react to me? Because reactions reveal impact. If you can shift people without trying, you're a force they can't regulate. That unsettles their entire structure. They want formulas, measurements, predictable outcomes, but you provide none. Your effect is raw, uncontainable, and permanent. So let them measure, chosen ones. Let them obsess. For every chart they draft, the truth remains. You can't be explained. You are the storm in the room, the unseen hand tilting balance, the quiet force they'll never decode. Number 9, your resilience is the report that exposes their failure. They don't study your strength to admire it, they study it to steal it. And still, they come up empty. Chosen ones, your life has become their laboratory. They write reports on every storm you've endured, every betrayal you've survived, every collapse that should have left you in ruins. They highlight your reactions like underlined passages in a textbook, archiving your comebacks as though one day they might finally find the formula. To them, you're not a person anymore. You're a case study, a puzzle they can't solve. Imagine this: a scientist staring at a specimen through glass, poking, prodding, documenting, and still failing to explain why it won't break under pressure. That's how they see you. Every hit you take is supposed to shatter you, yet instead it exposes their weakness, the weakness of believing you were easy to defeat. Here's the truth: resilience isn't the absence of falling, it's the refusal to stay down. You've been knocked flat, but every time you rise, you prove that their calculations are worthless. That's why they document you obsessively. Because your survival is a glitch in their system, a constant reminder that you can't be predicted or contained. You may ask, but doesn't their study give them power over me? No, it gives you proof. Proof that your very existence is rewriting their rule book. They can fill pages with notes, but resilience can't be archived. It can only be lived. And you, chosen ones, live it daily, turning every chapter of their report into evidence of your unstoppable ascent. Number 10. They fear what they can't predict. Your spontaneity burns their blueprints. They can map your past, but they'll never own your next move. Chosen ones, the greatest chains ever forged, are built on patterns. They want you to wake up at the same time, respond the same way, follow the same cycle, because predictability is control. But you don't play by their scripts. You move when you feel it. You shift when the instinct sparks. You vanish when they expect you to stay. And you show up when they've already written you off. Your spontaneity is their torment because it reduces their blueprints to ash. Imagine a meteorologist staring at a perfect weather map announcing clear skies, only for a storm to rip across the horizon without warning. That's you. Their carefully crafted forecasts mean nothing because you refuse to move like a machine. You live by pulse, not prediction. And every time you act outside their expectations, their entire structure trembles. Another picture, a card game. They've memorized the deck, calculated every probability, and just when they think they know your hand, you lay down the wild card. The move doesn't fit their math, and suddenly they're exposed. That's your spontaneity, the wild card that shatters their calculations. You might wonder, doesn't unpredictability make me look unstable? No, chosen one. Instability is recklessness. Unpredictability is freedom. Instability is when you lose control of yourself. Unpredictability is when no one else can control you. The difference is sharp, and they know it. You don't spiral, you shift. You don't collapse, you pivot. And that pivoting keeps them off balance. So why do they obsess over your unpredictability? Because it makes their control useless. They can only dominate what they can anticipate. They can only trap what moves on schedule. But you're the storm that doesn't match the forecast, the tide that rises when no one expected it, the strike that lands when their guard is down. They can't pin you, can't predict you, and can't neutralize you. Every broken routine, every sudden choice, every unexpected silence you hold is proof that they will never own your timing. Their frustration is the soundtrack of your freedom. Let them sketch blueprints all night long. Because by dawn, your next move will already have burned their plans to the ground. Number 11. Your growth exposes their stagnation. They monitor you to mask their decay. Every level you rise to is another mirror reflecting their failure to move. Chosen ones, here's the truth they choke on. Your growth humiliates them. They don't just watch you to admire your resilience. They track your evolution because every new step you take makes their own stagnation impossible to ignore. You're a living indictment of their paralysis. They see you leveling up, adapting, reshaping yourself, and it burns them because it forces them to look at the rotting ground they've chosen to stand on. Imagine a tree pushing higher and higher into the sky while their roots rot beneath the soil. They remain stuck, unable to move while you keep breaking through the clouds. Or picture a river carving fresh paths through stone, creating new landscapes while they sit trapped in stagnant ponds, water turning foul from never flowing. That is the contrast that tears at them every time your growth puts pressure on their decay. You might ask, why does my growth unsettle them so much? Because every step forward you take is a spotlight on their failure to move. Your progress is a mirror shoved in their faces, showing them how little they've changed. And can't they just ignore me? No. Ignoring you would mean ignoring the prison of their own mediocrity. Your advancement makes denial impossible. This is why they monitor you so fiercely. It's not just about control, it's about masking their shame. By keeping tabs on you, they trick themselves into believing they're still part of the race, even though they stopped running years ago. Your growth exposes their decay, and the more you rise, the more desperate they become to explain it away. So let them watch, let them choke on their notes, because with every level you ascend, you burn holes in their complacency. You are living proof that evolution can't be stopped, and that reminder will haunt them long after you've left them behind. Number 12. The eye on you confirms the weight you carry. Surveillance isn't a curse. It's the loudest confession of your significance. Chosen ones, let this be the final nail in their coffin. The fact that eyes are locked on you is not proof of weakness, it is proof of weight. If you were irrelevant, if you were background noise, no one would spend a second of their energy tracing your steps. Nobody builds files on shadows. Nobody wastes time watching people who don't matter. The very act of surveillance is their unspoken confession that you shake the ground they walk on. Imagine a spotlight cutting through the dark night sky. It doesn't scan empty air for no reason. It searches for danger. If that beam is aimed at you, it's because you cast the longest shadow. Or think of a trophy locked behind glass in a museum. Guards surround it, alarms protect it, cameras monitor it. Why? Because it's priceless. The very fact they watch you is proof they've admitted you're untouchable, that you carry a value they cannot risk losing control over. You may ask, am I cursed for being watched so closely? No, chosen one, you are crowned by it. Every eye on you is a bow to your importance. Every note written about you is proof of your leverage. Every sleepless night they spend wondering what you'll do next is testimony to your reach. Surveillance is not chains around your freedom. It's an involuntary salute to your influence. And what should you take away from this? That being observed means you've already disrupted their order. You've already forced them to acknowledge what they would rather deny, that you exist as a gravitational pull they cannot escape. They cannot ignore you, so they monitor you. They cannot silence you, so they study you. And in doing so, they confirm exactly what they fear the most, that you matter. So walk with that truth, chosen ones. Hold your head higher. Let their gaze remind you that you are already shaking structures and bending systems without lifting a finger. The eye on you is not a curse. It is a crown. It is not punishment, it is proof. Proof that you carry weight in this world. Proof that you tilt the balance by simply existing. Proof that you are, and always will be, impossible to ignore. And listen, chosen ones, if this message lit a fire in you, don't let it fade. Press the like button right now if you haven't already. It tells us you're walking with this mission, not just watching from the sidelines. And if you're still not part of our family, hit that subscribe button today. This is more than content. It's a movement, a force growing stronger with every soul that joins. Together, we spread truth, light, and unshakable strength. So, lock in, chosen one. Like, subscribe, and stay with us, because what's coming next will shake them even harder. They tried to bury you, chosen one, but the universe kept watering the soil, and now they're terrified of the garden you've become. Now imagine this for a moment, chosen one. They threw rocks, not realizing you were made of flint. They whispered behind your back, thinking their words would be enough to break you, but all they did was sharpen your focus. Picture a diamond under pressure, years of weight, darkness, and grinding forces shaping it. That's you. They thought they were destroying you, but the universe was forging you into something unbreakable. This isn't a story of survival. It's a story of transformation. Here's a fact that should make you stand a little taller. Psychologists have discovered that resilience is not just an emotional trait, it's a neurological rewiring of the brain. Every time you stood back up after being knocked down, your brain literally built new pathways for strength and self-mastery. In other words, you didn't just endure, you evolved. While they mocked, while they doubted, while they plotted, you were undergoing an upgrade at the cellular level. They have no idea that their attacks were actually your training ground. And thank you, chosen one. Don't forget to give this message strength by pressing like and subscribe, not for me, but to help this light reach more souls who need it. This is our shared responsibility to spread the truth. Thank you for being part of this mission. You are not just a listener, you are a force, a movement, a spark that lights others. Now back to why you're here. The title says it all. God's chosen ones, you passed. It's time to tell you everything. But let's stay neutral and call it what it is, the universe's test. Before you even knew you were in an exam, you were already seated in the universe's classroom. No paper, no pen, no instructions, just life itself throwing you into storms, betrayals, losses, and nights where the silence felt louder than thunder. You weren't just living, you were being measured, weighed, and refined. The hardest test is the one where the examiner stays silent until the end. Think about it. Even scientists know the average human can endure roughly 45 units of pain before breaking. But you endured betrayals that would have broken nations. You walked through fire with your sanity hanging by a thread, yet you never surrendered your soul. That's not normal endurance. That's a rare calibration. It's proof that something inside you was built to last beyond the ordinary. Sometimes it felt less like a test and more like you were the punchline in a cosmic prank show. If life were a hidden camera comedy, you were the main character, tripping over invisible wires while the audience gasped. But here's the plot twist they never expected. Every stumble was actually a step closer to your unveiling. What looked like humiliation was actually preparation. What they thought was your downfall was actually the build-up to your rise. Lean in, chosen one. What you thought was random suffering was actually a deliberate syllabus. The universe doesn't give explanations mid-exam. It gives results at the end. And now, at this point in your journey, it's time to reveal what was really happening behind the scenes. You passed, not barely, not by accident. You passed because you were built for this, even when you doubted yourself. This is not about pity. This is about power. This is not about simply surviving. This is about emergence. Chosen one, you survived the kind of test most people don't even know exists. You endured the kind of pain most people can't name. You became the proof that resilience is a superpower. And today, you're going to hear why and what comes next. And chosen one, thank you for showing up right here, right now. This isn't just another video you're scrolling past. This is your mirror, your confirmation, your proof that the universe saw every test you endured and is now pulling back the curtain. Before we reveal everything, take a moment to anchor yourself in this message. Drop 777 in the comments if you're ready to claim your passing moment and step into what's next. And if you feel called, bless the team behind this with a super thanks. Your support, whether it's a cent or 1,000, keeps this truth alive and moving to the souls who need it most. This is not a show. This is a mission, and you're part of it. Now, lean in, because what comes next will connect every dot you've been carrying in silence. Let's step into it, slowly but surely. And believe me, if you're truly one of the chosen ones, you'll feel the pull to stay until the very end. Let's begin. Number 1. Dragged through fire, you still walked out untouched by their poison. They wanted to see you crawl, but instead they watched you bleed, burn, and break, yet somehow you rose without carrying their poison in your veins. Chosen one, let's make one thing clear from the very start. You weren't tested in ways people around you could ever measure or comprehend. They look at your story and think it was just bad luck, just heartbreak, just financial ruin, or just betrayal. But the truth is, you were dragged through storms designed not only to hurt you, but to corrupt you. This wasn't about whether you could handle pain. Anybody can clench their jaw, swallow their tears, and push through a season of hardship. Your test was deeper, darker, and far more dangerous. It was a test of integrity. Could you walk through fire without letting the flames stain you? Could you stand in front of lies, betrayal, envy, and humiliation without becoming bitter, twisted, or like them? That's what most people miss. They think endurance is about how much you can take before you fall, but your endurance wasn't measured in bruises or scars. It was measured in your refusal to trade your soul for survival. That's why the enemy is furious. They tried every trick: temptation, mockery, sabotage, fake friendships, false promises, hoping that somewhere along the line you'd compromise. They wanted you to quit on yourself, quit on your purpose, or worse, become like them. And yet, here you stand, bruised, yes, scarred, absolutely, but corrupted, never. That's why your survival is not just survival, it's victory. Now imagine this: a man in a desert with no water for days. His lips are cracked, his body is trembling, and vultures circle overhead. Another man passes by and offers him a drink, poison disguised as clean water. Most would drink. Most would reason that survival requires compromise. But you chose to die thirsty rather than live corrupted. That's the metaphor of your journey. They offered you poison, wrapped in opportunity, relationship shortcuts, and easy exits. But you didn't drink it. You didn't sell yourself for comfort. You stayed true even when truth looked like it was costing you everything. That is why the universe is about to reward you with what cannot be stolen. Some people might ask right now, but why did the universe test me like that? Why couldn't it just bless me without stripping everything first? The answer is simple but brutal. Gold isn't trusted until it's been through fire. Steel isn't considered strong until it's hammered, bent, and cooled 100 times over. And a diamond? It only becomes a diamond after years of crushing weight in complete darkness. Your life followed the same law. The universe wasn't trying to punish you, it was proving you. You were being measured against your destiny, not against other people. That's why nobody around you can fully understand why your storms were so heavy, because their purpose was never as big as yours. And here's the truth that will sting your enemies the most. Survival alone can make people bitter, resentful, or hollow. Look at those who came out of their own storms, twisted and full of venom. They let the fire turn them into the very monsters who once tormented them. But you, chosen one, refused to bend that way. Even when betrayal whispered that you should become cold. Even when rejection shouted that you should lower your worth. Even when loneliness clawed at you to settle for less. You said no. You held your ground. That is what makes you different. That is what makes you chosen. The test was never fair. It was never supposed to be. It wasn't designed to make sense in human terms. It was a calibration, a separation, a sifting that would distinguish those who merely exist from those who carry power that shakes atmospheres. Others broke and blamed. You bent and became. Others cursed their enemies and grew bitter. You endured and grew sharper. Others hid in their wounds. You wore yours as armor and kept walking. That's the part your enemies will never admit, that every blow they thought would end you only pushed you closer to your unveiling. And here's another fact, something scientists have found. When a person experiences trauma and chooses growth over bitterness, their brain actually rewires itself, building stronger neural connections that make them more resilient, more focused, and more capable of navigating life. That's you, chosen one. Your brain itself became a weapon forged in fire. Every sleepless night, every betrayal, every rejection rewired you into someone they cannot dismantle. They thought they were breaking you, but in reality, they were programming you to become unstoppable. But let's address the question you may still carry in your heart. Did I really pass? Because it didn't feel like winning. It felt like losing everything. That's the cruel irony of these kinds of tests. Passing rarely looks like crossing a finish line to applause. Instead, it looks like dragging yourself out of bed when your soul feels heavy. It looks like walking into rooms where you're misunderstood, but holding your head high anyway. It looks like continuing to love when you had every reason to hate. Passing doesn't feel glamorous. It feels invisible. But here's the secret. The silence of recognition on Earth only means the universe itself was taking note. You were being watched, measured and marked, not for your flawless strength, but for your refusal to hand over your soul when it would have been the easy option. That's what made the universe lean in closer. That's what drew the line between you and everyone else. You weren't competing with them. You weren't being judged against their lives. You were being refined against your destiny. And because you passed, the next chapter doesn't belong to their insults, their sabotage, or their poison. It belongs to you. The brutal truth your enemies choke on is this. You endured what they could never survive. They couldn't last a week carrying what you carried for years. They couldn't stand the isolation, the ridicule, the silence, or the betrayal. And deep down, they know it. That's why they whisper. That's why they slander. That's why they stare with confusion, because you walked out of a fire they would have died in, and you walked out uncorrupted. Chosen one, that's what it means to pass. Not that you are untouched, but that you are untouchable. Not that you are flawless, but that you are unbroken. Not that you are pain-free, but that your pain did not own you. You are living proof that the heaviest tests produce the sharpest weapons. And you are that weapon now, polished, precise, and dangerous to the forces that once tried to consume you. And so, let it be known, they tested you beyond human measurement, but you walked out beyond human explanation. You carry a resilience that makes the universe nod in approval and makes your enemies tremble in regret. You passed, and now it's time for the world to see what comes next. Number 2. They tried to rot your soul, but you kept your light untouched. They couldn't destroy you, so they tried to infect you. They couldn't steal your crown, so they tried to stain it. Chosen one, what most people will never see is that your real battlefield was never your bank account, your job, your reputation, or even your relationships. All of that was just surface-level distraction. The real war was aimed at the core of who you are, your innocence, your softness, your light, because if they could poison that, everything else would collapse on its own. That's the part outsiders can't see. They think your story is about what you lost, but the real story is about what you refused to lose. They thought your breaking point would be your heart. They thought if they scarred it enough, you'd become like them. They were wrong. Imagine this for a moment. A well of clear, cold water hidden deep underground. People come with buckets of mud and pour it in over and over, hoping to cloud it, to make it undrinkable. But the water keeps bubbling up pure from the spring below, washing away the filth. That's you. Every betrayal, every rejection, every rumor poured mud into your life. But your spring stayed clear. Your spirit kept renewing itself from a deeper source they couldn't touch. They tried to pollute your kindness, but it kept rising fresh. That's why they're mad now, because their mud didn't work. And here's another image, a white cloth left out in the rain. Most people think stains are inevitable, but your soul was like a fabric no dye could penetrate. It absorbed pain, yes, but it never took on the color of hatred. That's not weakness. That's rare strength. It takes no effort to grow hard and bitter. It takes an extraordinary force to remain soft in a hard world. The real test was not whether you would win, but whether you would stay clean while fighting dirty attacks. This is the part people always question. Why did it feel so personal? Why did it feel like the attacks were aimed at my heart and not just my life? Because that was the goal. Destroying your possessions would never have been enough. They could take your job, your status, even your relationships. You'd rebuild those. But if they could stain your heart, twist your character, and turn you into someone bitter and vengeful, they wouldn't just win a battle. They'd erase what made you chosen in the first place. Imagine a candle burning in a pitch-black cave. Bats fly at it, claws scratch at it, winds whip around it. If the flame goes out, the cave wins. But if the flame stays lit, even small, it lights the entire cavern. Your innocence was that flame, your kindness, your refusal to become like them, your decision to keep forgiving, to keep loving. That's what made you powerful. They wanted it snuffed out. You refused to let them. That's why you're still glowing now. Anyone can survive loss. Few can survive without losing themselves. The enemy's strategy was subtle but relentless. Every unfair treatment was an attempt to plant a seed of bitterness. Every betrayal was a trap designed to make you close your heart. Every rejection was bait to make you stop believing in goodness. Because once the soul is hardened and twisted, that damage is hard to undo. And they know this. They know a bitter person can be manipulated, a cold person can be controlled, and a hopeless person can be led anywhere. But a person who stays soft and pure, they're uncontrollable, they're unpredictable, they're dangerous to darkness. This is why the universe took note of you, because you didn't let your pain reshape you into what hurt you. You didn't let your heart calcify into stone, even when giving up on love would have been easier. You didn't let cynicism take over, even when you had every reason to close yourself off. You didn't let bitterness take root, even when it would have been justified. That restraint wasn't weakness. It was a power greater than revenge. Think of a surgeon holding a scalpel. It takes strength to cut, but it takes greater strength to hold your hand steady and not cut where you shouldn't. That's what you did with your emotions. You held your hand steady. You had the power to lash out, to retaliate, to become cruel, but you chose discipline instead. That is strength. That is mastery. That is the proof you won the unseen war. And yes, chosen one, I know you've asked yourself, did I lose my softness? Did I fail? Because I feel harder now than I used to. Let me answer that. Harder doesn't mean corrupted. It means refined. You are not the naive soul you once were. You're wiser now. But you're still kind. You're still capable of empathy. You still refuse to harm the innocent. That's the difference. You're not bitter. You're seasoned. You're not jaded. You're sharpened. The light in you is no longer fragile. It's fierce. You walked through hell and didn't come out smelling like smoke. That's why they can't understand you. This is what makes you rare. Many go through trials and survive, but they survive twisted, hardened, and unrecognizable. You survived intact. That is the victory no one can take away from you. That is why the darkness fears you now. Because it threw everything at you: rejection, humiliation, betrayal, loss, and you still refused to become what you hated. You stayed human in a world that wanted to make you a monster. That's what it means to be chosen. Imagine a forest after a wildfire, blackened trunks, ash everywhere. But in the center of it all, one tree still stands green, roots deep, leaves untouched. That's you. They burned the forest hoping to kill you, but your roots went too deep. They couldn't reach your source, and now you're not just a tree, you're a seed bank for a new forest. You're the proof that life can survive fire and come back stronger. So when people wonder how you're still kind after everything, let them wonder. When enemies whisper about how you didn't break like they hoped, let them whisper. You know the truth. The real war wasn't over your things. It was over your essence, and you won. That's why you are rare. That's why your name carries weight, even unspoken. That's why opportunities will now start moving toward you, because purity is magnetic, integrity is currency, and light, once tested, becomes a beacon. You didn't just survive, you stayed soft where it mattered. You remained open when it was easiest to close, and because of that, the universe can now trust you with more than it could before. They tried to rot your soul, but you kept your light untouched. And now, chosen one, the very thing they tried to destroy is the thing that will lift you higher. Your innocence wasn't your weakness, it was your hidden weapon, and now it's your crown. Number 3. When the universe went quiet, it was building your power in secret. They thought the silence meant you were forgotten, but in reality, it was the sound of your wings growing in the dark. Chosen one, remember those nights when the universe went mute on you? No signs, no answers, no rescue? It felt like a cruel emptiness, like you'd been locked in a room with no door. You shouted your pain into the sky and only heard the echo of your own voice. That silence didn't just sting. It made you wonder if you'd been abandoned, if you were ever truly chosen, or if you'd failed some invisible test. But what you were experiencing wasn't neglect. It was strategy. The quiet wasn't a void, it was a forge. Imagine a seed buried in soil. Above ground, nothing moves. No light, no applause. To outsiders, it looks dead. But underground, the shell is cracking, roots are forming, and a new life is taking shape. That's what was happening inside you. The silence of the universe stripped away your dependence on crumbs of reassurance. It cut off your training wheels and forced you to find balance without a hand holding you up. And here's a fact from psychology. People who learn to self-soothe during crises build stronger neural pathways for resilience and autonomy. That's exactly what the silence was doing for you. It was rewiring you to stand on your own frequency, to sense direction without obvious signs, to trust movement without constant confirmation. Yes, the questions that rose in you were part of the exam. Am I forgotten? Did I do something wrong? But the silence was asking you a deeper question. Is your trust anchored in outcomes or in your own emerging power? Anyone can believe when there's noise, proof, and applause. It takes a chosen one to believe in the hush. The universe didn't abandon you, it was upgrading you. In that quiet, something shifted. You stopped begging for signs and started walking in quiet authority. Not because you felt invincible, but because you finally understood. The presence was there, even when you couldn't see the fingerprints. That silence wasn't absence. It was preparation, and now you can move where others freeze because you've learned how to keep going without needing constant signals. That's the power of being chosen. Number 4. They didn't just attack you. They ran experiments on your soul and lost. They treated you like a lab rat, but you turned their experiment into a funeral for their plans. Chosen one, the battles you went through weren't random thunderstorms crashing out of nowhere. They were sniper shots, planned and timed. You weren't just attacked, you were observed, dissected, and analyzed like a specimen under a microscope. Every betrayal, every coincidental crisis, every door that slammed at the worst possible moment, none of it was chaos. It was orchestration. You were a case study to them, a living puzzle they were sure they could solve. Imagine this for a moment, a hacker sitting in a dark room, tracing every keystroke you make, learning your patterns so they can breach your system. That's what was happening to you. They studied your moods, your triggers, your habits, your friends. They noted what made you angry, what made you doubt, what made you desperate, and they launched attacks at the exact second you were weakest. That's why it felt too precise to be coincidence. Because it was. But here's what they missed. They calculated your humanity, but overlooked your hidden force. They built maps of your cracks, but didn't see the steel under the skin. They were so obsessed with charting your weaknesses that they never realized you were changing your code mid-attack. Psychology has a word for this: anti-fragility, systems that grow stronger the more they're stressed. That's you. Every time they hit you, you adapted, evolved, and outgrew their data. Imagine a chess player who thinks they know your next move, only for you to flip the board and invent a new game. That's what you did. Every time you endured, you ruined their research. Every time you refused to fold, their strategy crumbled. You became unpredictable. They thought they were mapping your downfall. Instead, they were documenting your transformation. They tried to weaponize the people you trusted, but you built fortresses inside yourself. They tried to time their blows, but you learned to move without rhythm. They didn't just fail to break you, you broke their entire study. They were busy measuring your fragility, but what they really exposed was their blindness. You weren't a specimen, you were a storm they couldn't chart. Number 5. The collapse they cheered was the delivery room of your rebirth. They clapped when you cracked, not realizing they were applauding your initiation. Chosen one, your enemies will never understand this truth. The moment they labeled you finished was the moment you truly began. They saw your breakdown as the closing credits, but it was actually the opening scene. What they mistook for an ending was a tearing open, a birth, a violent emergence of the version of you the universe always intended. Picture a clay pot shattering on the floor. To most, it's ruined, but in the hands of a master craftsman, those shards are broken open so gold can be poured in, sealing the cracks into veins of strength. That's you. The collapse wasn't destruction, it was reconstruction. Here's the fact: psychologists call it post-traumatic growth. When people survive extreme collapse, they often emerge with new resilience, deeper wisdom, and a more unshakable sense of purpose. You didn't survive in spite of the breaking. You survived through it and came back as someone your enemies can't even recognize. Imagine a forest fire ripping through acres, reducing everything to ash. To the untrained eye, it looks like death. But biologists know those ashes enrich the soil, creating conditions for stronger, wilder growth than before. That's what happened to you. They thought the fire ended you, but it fertilized you. Your enemies only calculated human endurance. They thought once their strength runs out, it's over. What they never expected was this: the universe doesn't require your strength to finish what it started. The breakdown wasn't your failure. It was your handoff. It was the point where your willpower ended and destiny picked up the torch. And yes, you questioned yourself in the ruins. Am I done? Is this where it all ends? But the truth is, Chosen One, your breaking point was never a grave. It was a delivery room. What they thought was rubble became your foundation. What they thought was your last breath was actually your first. They will never grasp it, but that collapse was your initiation. The strength you carry now doesn't come from being unbroken. It comes from being rebuilt. That's why you're untouchable. Your breaking point was your birth point, and they'll spend the rest of their lives regretting they didn't see it. Number 6. They were allowed small wins, so the universe could humiliate their illusions of power. They danced over battles they thought they won, not realizing the war was rigged against them from the start. Chosen One, this truth stings when you're in the middle of it. Some losses were permitted. The universe didn't block every hit, didn't shield you from every humiliation, and didn't stop them from claiming their cheap little victories. They got away with stealing opportunities. They walked off smirking after dragging your name. They strutted around as if your defeat was permanent. From the outside, it looked like you were stuck on the losing side. But what the world saw as failure was never failure. It was exposure. Those staged wins only revealed just how shallow their reach really was. Imagine a boxer who celebrates after landing a jab, not realizing the fight is 12 rounds long. That was your enemy. They confused a bruise for a knockout. They saw you stumble, but mistook it for collapse. They couldn't understand that the war wasn't about trophies, jobs, or public image. It was about your essence, and that's the one thing they could never touch. Here's a fact. Researchers have found that people who suffer repeated setbacks often develop stronger long-term resilience than those who win easily. That's you. Those so-called defeats only deepened your endurance, sharpened your instincts, and stripped away the illusion that power lies in appearances. You stopped tying your worth to possessions, positions, or public approval, because those were the very things they took. And yet, stripped bare, you still stood. Think of a wildfire that devours trees but leaves behind seeds designed to sprout only in the heat of flames. That was you. They thought the fire destroyed you. Instead, it triggered your rebirth. Their victories were smoke. Your survival was stone. Every false win they celebrated only exposed their ceiling. They could reach your reputation, your possessions, even your relationships, but never your core. They may have stolen moments, but they couldn't rewrite your ending. And that's the humiliation they can't swallow. You didn't need to win every round to prove you were chosen. The fact you're still here, still uncorrupted, is the ultimate victory. They were allowed their little battles, Chosen One, but the war was never theirs to win. Number 7. Your scars became signatures of victory, not the dirt they tried to rub into you. They didn't just want to cut you, they wanted the cut to fester, but instead it healed into a banner they can't tear down. Chosen One, there's a difference the world rarely talks about. Scars versus stains. Scars whisper, I bled, but I healed. Stains hiss, I was marked and never got clean again. That's what your enemies were really after. They didn't just want you bruised, they wanted you branded. They wanted their betrayal to stick like permanent ink, to redefine you so that every time you looked in the mirror, you'd see their damage, not your essence. Imagine a white flag dragged through mud. That was their plan for you. But instead of mud seeping into the fibers, it slid off. You still wave. You still stand. You still shine. That's what terrifies them now. Your scars are not shame. They're proof. Proof that you endured wounds deep enough to kill, yet healed clean. Here's a fact. Trauma researchers say scars, physical or emotional, are evidence of tissue that's been rebuilt stronger than before. That's you. The scar tissue of your soul is tougher, but it hasn't lost its color. You didn't let resentment root. You didn't let cynicism harden you. You're still soft where it matters, sharp where it counts. Think of a sword fresh from the forge, hammered, scorched, cooled and polished. Every mark in the steel becomes part of its beauty and strength. That's your story. The blows you took etched patterns only authenticity can leave. Others leave the battlefield with stains, bitterness, envy, self-hatred. You left with scars that testify you were tested but never defiled. Your enemies hate your scars because they expose their failure. Every healed line on you says, "You tried to poison me, but I detoxed and grew stronger." Every mark says, "I faced fire, but I stayed real." They wanted you twisted, unrecognizable, carrying their darkness. Instead, you're carrying undeniable evidence that you're rare, someone who's been through hell and came back not just alive, but clean. That authenticity frightens them because it can't be faked. Scars you carry aren't dirt, they're signatures of victory. Number 8, they built the trap for you and ended up caught in their own net. They wrote an exam with your name on it, but the ink spelled their own downfall. Chosen one, this is the part that slices deeper than any of their attacks. They failed the very test they designed for you. They strutted in like judges, convinced they could grade your worth, your strength, your future. They built traps with surgical precision, betrayals with perfect timing, pressure that would supposedly crack you open. But the moment they chose to test you, they placed themselves on trial too. Every scheme, every whisper, every calculated hit became evidence, not of your weakness, but of their corruption. Imagine a hunter digging a pit in the forest, camouflaging it with leaves, waiting for you to fall in. Only the ground shifts, and they're the ones who tumble down. That's what happened, while everyone's eyes were on you. Will they break? Will they give in? A quieter truth was unfolding. The universe was recording motives, cruelty, deceit. Your endurance became your vindication. Their behavior became their judgment. Here's a fact from behavioral science. Under stress, a person's true nature surfaces. Pressure doesn't invent character, it reveals it. By trying to crush you, they revealed themselves. They exposed their envy, their lies, their willingness to destroy another soul just to feel powerful. And in doing so, they failed the test they created. Think of a courtroom where the accuser keeps testifying until they convict themselves. That's your story. The trap they built became the mirror reflecting their own ugliness. What they intended as proof of your unworthiness became undeniable evidence of their own corruption. That's why you can walk away with peace. The victory isn't just that you survived, it's that their intentions are now written in plain sight. Your suffering became a stage where their cruelty was broadcast, and their actions became a record they can't erase. They thought they were in control of the story, but the trial was never just about testing you, it was about revealing them, and in that revelation, their failure was sealed forever. Number 9. You were forged to lead armies, not lounge in comfort. They envied your fire without realizing it was lit in furnaces they'd never survive. Chosen one, this is why your path felt merciless. You weren't built for luxury, you were built for leadership. The universe was never grooming you for an easy life. It was refining you for a role that requires depth, credibility, and a voice that cuts through noise like steel. Comfort never produces leaders, it produces spectators. You were pressed, stripped, and humbled so that when your time comes, no one can question the weight of your authority. Imagine a sword left untested, polished only for display. It looks sharp, but the first real strike shatters it. That's why you were hammered. Every loss burned away illusions. Every betrayal stripped off arrogance. Every valley carved humility into your bones. What you went through wasn't punishment, it was preparation. Here's a fact. Sociologists say true authority isn't inherited, it's conferred by others who recognize lived credibility. That's what your scars gave you. They became your credentials. They carry more weight than degrees, followers, or titles because they prove you've endured what most only theorize about. People listen to you not because you demand respect, but because your story commands it. Imagine standing before a crowd. Some leaders gesture, demand, shout. But you stand scarred, calm, unshaken. The silence alone makes people lean in because survival has given your words gravity. That's leadership, not ego, not dominance, but authenticity that cannot be faked. While others chased applause, you were being stripped so applause wouldn't corrupt you. While some fought for platforms, you were learning the pain of powerlessness so that when influence arrived, you'd never abuse it. You know what it feels like to be silenced, so your leadership will amplify others instead of crushing them. That's why you were chosen. Your voice now carries weight, not because it's loud, but because it's been tested in silence. It's heavy because it has survived what should have broken it. That credibility is unshakable, and it's the reason the universe can now trust you to lead not from comfort, but from fire. Number 10. Your isolation wasn't rejection. It was the universe locking you in a vault of secrets. They thought you were forgotten, but really you were being pulled into rooms they'll never be invited to. Chosen one, your loneliness wasn't abandonment, it was initiation. The empty rooms, the unanswered calls, the nights when silence screamed louder than words. None of that was random. You weren't exiled because you lacked worth. You were hidden because you were being trusted with secrets too heavy for the crowd. Imagine a diamond buried deep underground. For years it's unseen, surrounded by darkness, invisible to everyone. But while hidden, it hardens under pressure until it becomes something priceless. That was your loneliness. While others fed on applause, you were fed revelations in silence. While they craved validation, you were trained in invisibility, because true power isn't forged in a spotlight, it's hammered in shadows. Here's a fact. Psychologists say solitude rewires the brain, sharpening intuition, creativity, and problem-solving in ways constant noise never can. That's what happened to you. You learned how to walk without cheerleaders, how to move without permission, how to keep your steps steady even when the world looked away. That training wasn't punishment. It was the foundation of unshakable independence. Think of a soldier in a secret bunker, stripped of comfort, cut off from the outside world. He's not abandoned. He's being prepared for missions others will never qualify for. That was you. The universe wasn't ignoring you. It was conditioning you. Yes, the test was brutal. Would you mistake isolation for rejection, or would you embrace it as preparation? Many collapse under the weight of solitude, thinking silence means insignificance. But you didn't. You endured the stillness long enough to realize it was full of whispers. Those whispers reshaped how you see, how you hear, how you fight. Now, when you step forward, you don't just carry knowledge, you carry revelation. You move with codes and keys earned in silence. Your loneliness was never wasted. It was sacred training, and the secrets you hold now aren't just for you. They're weapons and keys for those who will one day look to you for guidance. Number 11. They mistook quiet endurance for fragility, not knowing you drew from a source they couldn't touch. They laughed at your silence, blind to the fact that silence is the battle cry of those who never run out of power. Chosen one, their greatest mistake was assuming what they saw on the surface told the full story. To their eyes, you looked weak. You didn't fight dirty like they expected. You didn't collapse with the drama they were waiting for. You didn't rage, or beg, or crawl. Instead, you endured with a steady calm they couldn't decode. And because their shallow eyes only register noise and spectacle, they mistook your restraint for fragility. But here's the truth. You weren't surviving on human energy at all. You were plugged into a reservoir they couldn't locate, a current running beneath the surface, invisible yet inexhaustible. That's why every attack confused them. They saw exhaustion in your face, but they missed the fire in your spirit. They saw the weight pressing on you, but not the unseen force lifting you back up. Imagine a lighthouse in the middle of a raging storm. From the outside, it looks like a small, fragile tower, waves slamming against it, winds screaming to break it apart. But the foundation buried beneath the ocean floor is what keeps it standing. That was you. They judged the surface, blind to the source. Here's a fact. Psychologists say that quiet endurance often unnerves aggressors more than retaliation because it denies them the reaction they crave. That's why your enemies grew frustrated. They hit, but you didn't shatter. They mocked, but you didn't fold. They set traps, but you walked through with a stillness that exposed their own chaos. They thought strength is always loud, aggressive, and forceful, but you revealed a deeper kind of power. The kind that doesn't need to scream to be unstoppable. Every time you forgave instead of retaliating, every time you stood instead of crumbling, every time you moved without explanation, you broadcasted a strength they didn't even believe existed. To them, you looked breakable, but in reality, you were untouchable. They were striking flesh, never realizing your source was untouchable energy that doesn't deplete. That's why their victories evaporated. And in the end, what they mocked as weakness became the clearest proof of your power. Number 12. You were summoned to show what faith looks like when it refuses to die. Anyone can believe when the sun is shining. Real faith is proven in the dark, when every candle has gone out. Chosen one, most people talk about faith like it's poetry. Easy to preach, easy to post, easy to claim. But when comfort is stripped away, when there's no safety net, no proof, and no audience applauding, that's when real faith starts. And that's where you lived. You weren't called to show casual belief. You were called to demonstrate the kind of faith that bends but never breaks. Imagine walking a tightrope stretched over an abyss with no net. That's what your journey looked like. Others watching thought you were reckless, even foolish. But every trembling step became proof. Faith isn't agreement with circumstances. Faith is walking as though the ground exists, even when it hasn't appeared yet. Here's a fact. Psychologists have found that humans are wired to demand certainty. Our brains panic without guarantees. That's why what you carried was rare. You chose trust when nothing was certain. You refused to let fear define your decisions. You believed when belief made no sense. This wasn't blind optimism, it was radical endurance. Faith for you wasn't clean or glamorous. It was nights of tears on the pillow, prayers that echoed back like silence, knees shaking but refusing to buckle. You kept moving forward when quitting would have been logical. That refusal was your proof. Your enemies mistook it for delusion. They couldn't grasp that faith isn't about conditions, it's about conviction. You weren't waiting for evidence. You were the evidence. Every time you refused to collapse, every time you trusted through chaos, you became living proof that unbreakable faith exists. Think of a tree standing alone on a cliff, battered by wind, branches stripped, roots exposed, yet somehow it holds. That was you. To others, irrational. To the universe, unshakable. What others mocked as nonsense became the very thing that set you apart. You didn't just talk about faith, you lived it until it became undeniable. And now, chosen one, your story doesn't just inspire, it proves. It proves faith is only real when tested, and yours was tested to the limit and refused to die. Number 13. The final question wasn't if you'd survive, it was if you'd still choose to love. Survival makes you strong. But choosing to love after survival makes you unstoppable. Chosen one, storms test your endurance. Betrayal tests your trust. Loss tests your resilience. But the real test, the one most people fail, is whether you'd still love after it all. That was the deepest exam written into your story. Not could you crawl out alive, but could you come out without your heart turning to stone? Pain has a way of mutating people. Betrayal can poison compassion. Humiliation often turns tenderness into armor. Many make it through trials with their bodies intact, but their hearts calcify. They survive, yes, but they come out bitter, suspicious, revenge-hungry, unable to care without bleeding on others. That's the hidden danger of suffering. Not the wound itself, but what it can twist you into if you let it. But you didn't. Imagine walking through a burning house and emerging with fire scars, but still carrying water in your hands. That's what you did. You refused to let cruelty erase your capacity for compassion. You refused to let rejection chain you in distrust. You refused to let darkness rewrite your character in its image. That's what makes you rare. Here's a fact. Neurologists say prolonged pain rewires the brain toward defensiveness and numbness. Most people never return to softness, but you did. That's why your endurance means more than toughness. It means your humanity is intact. Strength without love is hollow. Power without compassion is dangerous. Wisdom without empathy is worthless. You passed because your heart stayed alive. Think of steel tempered in fire. It bends, it glows, it cracks, but it emerges sharper than before. That's your heart, still soft, but now indestructible. The fact that love survived inside you is the miracle. The victory isn't only that you endured, but that you endured without losing yourself. The enemy wanted stains of bitterness. Instead, you carry scars that shine with authenticity. And that's the paradox they'll never understand. The greatest proof of strength is not how hard you can hit back, but how deeply you can still love after everything tried to destroy you. Number 14. You didn't just pass the exam, you became the proof they can't deny. Survivors tell stories. Chosen ones are the story. Chosen one, this was never about barely making it through. Anyone can crawl out of a battlefield wounded and whisper, "I survived." But you walked out as living evidence. You didn't just pass, you became the answer. When people look at you, they don't just hear about resilience, they see it with their own eyes. You're not holding a testimony, you are the testimony. Imagine a torch carried through a storm. The rain lashes, the winds scream, and everyone expects the flame to die. But when the storm passes, the torch still burns. Brighter, fiercer, undeniable. That's you. Your very presence tells the truth. Yes, the fire is real. Yes, it burns. But no, it cannot consume you. Here's a fact. Studies show people in despair respond more to lived proof than abstract encouragement. That's why your scars carry more weight than any polished speech ever could. You became the walking answer to questions whispered in the dark. Can a soul go through this much and still stand? Your life declares yes. This is why you carry authority in every room you enter, not because of charisma or eloquence, but because endurance radiates from you. People wrestling with hopelessness don't need theories, they need proof. And when they meet you, they meet proof. The irony is, your enemies thought your suffering would silence you. Instead, it amplified you. What they meant to bury you with became the very platform that elevates you. You don't just speak about forgiveness, you embody it. You don't just teach endurance, you wear it. You don't just believe in light, you shine it. That's why the universe trusted you with this path. Your scars are not just personal victories, they are keys unlocking hope in others. You became more than a survivor. You became revelation in human form. So embrace this truth, chosen one. You are not just living through trials, you are living proof that the unbreakable exists. What was meant to ruin you has crowned you. You are the answer, the evidence, the undeniable reminder that chosen ones don't just survive, they redefine what victory looks like. So, chosen one, your journey proves the impossible can be endured, survived, and transformed into power. You are no longer just carrying a story, you are the story. Every scar, every silent night, every storm you pass through has crowned you with undeniable strength. And this message is only the beginning. If this spoke to your spirit, press the like button if you haven't already, and if you're still not part of our family, make sure to hit subscribe. Together we spread the light wider, stronger, and louder. Until next time, stand tall, stay chosen, and never forget who you are. You can twist a story, but you can't twist reality forever. Sooner or later, the mask falls and the truth hits like an explosion. That's exactly what's happening now, chosen one. The lies they built about you weren't harmless whispers, they were live wires, and now those wires have crossed. Sparks are flying. People who once smiled in each other's faces are at each other's throats, and the center of that storm isn't money, politics, or petty drama. It's you. You've become the mirror they didn't want to look into. Now, imagine this for a moment. Chosen one. Two people who once conspired together, standing on opposite sides of a room, shouting over each other. Voices cracking like thunder, their hands trembling as words cut deeper than knives. They thought they were clever, thought their lies about you would never see daylight. But like a hidden fault line under pressure, it only takes one tremor for the ground to split open. And now here they are, standing on shaky earth, their secret exposed to everyone watching. Here's a fact that should settle in your bones. In behavioral psychology, suppressed emotions act like compressed gas. The more someone tries to bury their true feelings, the more violent the release when the seal breaks. Another fact? People who invent lies about others often begin believing their own fabrications, but when reality confronts them, the dissonance is unbearable. That's why their anger spills out in public explosions. That's why their fight feels like a confession disguised as rage. And all of it, chosen one, circles back to you, not because you did anything wrong, but because your presence forces the truth to surface. And thank you, chosen one. Don't forget to pay this message back by simply pressing like and subscribe to help spread this light to more souls. It's all of our responsibility to carry this mission forward. You're not just a listener, you're part of a force. Thank you for being part of this movement. Now, back to what's really happening here. This fight wasn't some random outburst. It was a powder keg waiting for a spark. For months, maybe years, they have been pretending you're irrelevant, telling themselves and others that you don't matter. They rehearsed their fake stories like bad actors reading from a script. But the universe has a way of tearing up scripts when the performance is built on lies. And tonight, that script got shredded in real time. Words were thrown like grenades, each one leaking the truth they were too afraid to say out loud. Every accusation, every insult had your name written between the lines. You need to see this clearly, chosen one. They aren't angry just at each other. They're angry because you've become a mirror reflecting their hypocrisy back at them. Your existence exposes the cracks in their facade, and for people built on pretense, that's a nightmare. Instead of dealing with their own contradictions, they project it onto the nearest person, each other. That's why the room feels like it's on fire, why every sentence they speak carries the weight of a confession. When someone lies about how they feel about you, it's not just a story that unravels, it's their entire image. Every fake smile they ever use to hide contempt, every casual "I don't care" they rehearse to look indifferent, every sneaky act to cover their tracks. Moments like this drag it all into the light. And the best part? You didn't have to lift a single finger. The universe did the heavy work while you stayed still, watching the dominoes fall one by one. Think about it. On the surface, it looks like an argument between two people, but beneath it is a storm of guilt, jealousy, attraction, and unfinished business, all centered around you. Even if they don't say your name during the fight, both of them know exactly who sits at the center of the storm. You, the chosen one, the one they can't erase, no matter how hard they try. What they don't realize yet is that this explosion is only the beginning. Once the truth about how they really feel is out there, it can't be taken back. It will rewrite how they see each other, how they treat you, and even how they view themselves. You can't put the genie back in the bottle. You can't put the fire back in the match once it's lit. This fight will echo in their minds long after the shouting stops, and every time they replay it, your presence will still be there, unshakable, undeniable, unstoppable. Their lies didn't just fall apart. They detonated, sending shrapnel into every part of their lives. And while they're bleeding from the truth, you're standing untouched, protected by the very force they tried to manipulate. Here's another fact that screams your right to feel this validation. Studies in social dynamics show that when two or more people are bonded by a shared false narrative, that bond collapses the moment the narrative is exposed. Without the glue of a mutual lie, their alliance becomes rivalry. That's what you're seeing unfold now. They were allies when they were smearing your name. Now they're enemies, ripping each other apart, while your reputation rises from their ashes. This isn't just drama. This is a textbook case of projection and collapse. They spent so long trying to bury the truth about you, trying to paint you as the problem, that now they're drowning in the very paint they used. They tried to make you look like the villain, but now the mask is slipping off the real offenders. And as much as they'd like to act like this is about something else, deep down they know the fight is really about you. The person they couldn't outshine, couldn't control, and couldn't erase. So, chosen one, are you ready to pull back the curtain? Because what we're about to unpack isn't gossip, it's the raw truth hiding in plain sight. You've been blamed, doubted, and painted as the problem while you were innocent the whole time. Now the mask is slipping, and everyone can see who's been playing games. People are furious, and by the end of this, you'll understand why. This isn't just a story. It's a mirror of the games people play and the lies they tell when they're desperate. If you're truly a chosen one, you're going to feel it in your gut as we go through this. A mix of validation, clarity, and fire rising in your chest. That's why you need to stay with me until the very last word. Each step will hit harder than the last. Now settle in, stay sharp, and let's dive into how their ugly lies turned into a war they never thought they'd have to fight. And listen closely, chosen one. This is where everything starts to heat up. What you've just heard is only the surface of the firestorm. The real shock is still coming, and you don't want to blink when it hits. Thank you for being here and for standing with this message. Your energy keeps this light moving through the noise. If you're feeling the tremble in your chest right now, drop the number 777 in the comments to mark that you're ready to see through the lies that sparked this explosive fight. And if you're able, bless the team behind this message with a super thanks. Whether it's a cent or 1,000, it's the fuel that makes it possible to bring truth to the surface for souls like you. Your support turns whispers into megaphones. Now settle in and stay with me, because what comes next cuts deeper and explains exactly why the universe made sure their lies blew up in public. If you are truly a chosen one, you'll feel the pull to stay until the very end. This is where the curtain lifts, the masks fall, and the real story begins. Let's step right into it. Number 1, when their own lies became their executioner. You can throw mud for years, but one day the rain will come and drown you in it. That's exactly what happened to them, chosen one. The day their lies circled back wasn't a soft landing. It was a public execution of their own credibility. For months, even years, they thought they were safe behind their stories, rewriting you out of their lives like you were some footnote they could erase. But lies don't just sit quietly in the dark. They're like hidden explosives, wired to go off at the moment of greatest impact. And when they detonated, the blast didn't just destroy their mask, it blew apart the stage they'd been performing on. Think about it. You probably sensed the tremors long before they hit. The nervous glances, the fake smiles, the whispered, "It's nothing," when your name came up. They thought if they repeated their narrative enough times, it would become reality. But the truth doesn't suffocate under repetition. It breathes, it grows, and when it's strong enough, it doesn't knock politely. It kicks the door off its hinges and storms the room. That's what you witnessed. Their words turned into weapons, but the ricochet hit them, not you. Their performance collapsed, their script burned, and all they could do was watch it happen. You might be asking yourself right now, why did this take so long? Why didn't the truth come out sooner? Because, chosen one, the universe waits for the perfect moment. Lies are like termites. They hollow the structure quietly. It's only when the weight of reality presses down that the whole thing gives way. And when it does, it's never subtle. It's violent, it's loud, it's humiliating. That's the price of deception. The more they built their story on you as the villain, the more dramatic their downfall would be when the mask cracked. Picture it vividly. Two of them, maybe more, locked in a confrontation they can't walk away from. Their voices are jagged, breaking like glass. Their hands tremble. Every insult they spit is a confession in disguise. They're not arguing about bills or petty misunderstandings. They're fighting because of you, your name, your presence, your truth that refused to be buried. You became the fault line under their fragile world. One wrong word, one slip of honesty, and the whole thing shook until it split wide open. And here's the part that should light a fire in you, chosen one. You didn't have to lift a single finger. You didn't have to plot revenge or force the truth out. This wasn't your fight to win. The universe timed it so perfectly that all you had to do was exist while they drowned in their own poison. That's the real power of truth. It doesn't need you to defend it or shout it from rooftops. It waits until it's undeniable and then tears the mask off without warning. Maybe you're wondering, but how does this help me? How is their fight supposed to give me strength? Because this is your proof. This is your validation. People can twist stories for a while, but they can't outrun reality forever. And when their lies come home, they don't knock politely. They tear the walls down around them. The same voices that once whispered against you are now shouting at each other, exposing every fake smile, every hidden motive, every little detail they thought would stay hidden. This is what happens when you stand still in your truth. They unravel. Imagine a dam holding back a flood. For years, the cracks deepen, but the surface looks calm. Then one day, with no warning, the pressure is too much and the entire structure bursts. Water doesn't trickle out. It crashes through with unstoppable force. That's their lies. That's their fight. And you're standing on high ground, untouched, watching the flood sweep through the valley below. Another question might be echoing in your head. Why do they seem so angry at each other instead of at me? Because you've become a mirror they can't look away from. Your existence reflects back the truth they've been hiding, and it's easier for them to project their guilt onto each other than to face what they've done to you. This isn't just a fight, it's a confession disguised as rage. Every word they throw is another brick falling off the wall they built. This is the part that should make you smile quietly to yourself. They thought they could rewrite your story, that their whispers could erase your impact. But you're still here. Their alliance, built on smearing your name, is collapsing under the weight of its own falsehoods. Without the glue of a mutual lie, their bond has turned into rivalry. Allies become enemies. Their shared narrative becomes a battlefield. And while they bleed from their own deception, you stand there untouched, your name shining brighter in the rubble. Here's a fact from social psychology that screams, this is exactly what's happening. When two or more people build a bond on a shared falsehood, that bond becomes toxic the moment the falsehood is exposed. It doesn't just dissolve, it implodes. They start turning on each other, trying to escape blame, each one desperate to rewrite the ending before it's too late. That's the storm you're watching unfold. You don't need to gloat. You don't need to get your hands dirty. Just understand what's happening. This isn't random drama. This is the universe showing you what happens when people weaponize lies against someone who never deserved it. It's showing you that patience and truth are sharper than revenge. They do the work for you. they expose themselves. And maybe the biggest question of all, will they ever admit they were wrong about me? Maybe not out loud. Pride is a cage that some people never escape. But their actions, their panic, their public collapse, that's their admission. It's louder than any apology. It's louder than any confession they could make. And you don't need their words anymore. The proof is in the wreckage. So hold your head high, chosen one. This is not just the day their lies came home. This is the day you saw the universe at work on your behalf. This is the day the truth walked into the room and kicked the door down. Their performance is over. The curtain has fallen. And now everyone watching knows who was playing what role. You didn't erase them. You didn't destroy them. You simply refused to disappear. And that refusal was enough to let the truth do its work. Their lies became their executioner. Their alliance turned into a battlefield. Their voices turned into confessions. And through it all, you stood still, untouched, undeniable, unstoppable. This isn't just a story about them. It's a warning about what happens when people underestimate someone like you. They thought you were easy to erase. They thought the truth would stay hidden forever. But the day came when their lies circled back. And it wasn't a gentle tap on the shoulder. It was a hammer to the chest, a flood through the gates, a storm tearing the roof off. That's what happens when you build a house on sand and then pretend it's stone. And now, as you listen to this, know this too. This is only the first stage. The explosion you've just witnessed is just the opening act. The lies they told about you have already sparked the fight. But the aftershocks, the changes in how they see each other, how others see you, how the truth reshapes everything, those are still coming. Stay calm, stay centered, because while they're scrambling, you're rising. This is your moment of clarity. This is your moment of quiet triumph. The day their lies came home didn't just expose them. It validated you. It proved that you don't have to twist or fight to be seen. All you have to do is be, and eventually the universe makes sure the truth kicks the door down. That's the power you carry, chosen one. That's the power they underestimated. And that's why, from this day forward, they'll never be able to tell the same story about you again. Number 2. When their illusions collided head-on with reality. A lie can wear armor, but the truth carries a sledgehammer. That's exactly what you just witnessed, chosen one. This wasn't some small disagreement or passing moment of drama. It was a collision. On one side stood the illusion they'd been selling to everyone, the world where they were in control, admired, untouchable, and unbothered by you. On the other side stood reality, raw, unpolished, and impossible to spin. When those two forces met, it wasn't a handshake. It was an explosion. The sound of their carefully crafted image shattering was deafening. Here's another truth you can etch into your bones. Denial has a clock, and when it strikes 0, the mask always falls. They had been living off borrowed time. Resentment, jealousy, fear, all of it had been brewing just under the surface. Pretending not to see you drained them. Pretending you didn't matter corroded them from the inside out. They thought they could live in that denial forever, but denial is like ice on a hot day. It only holds for so long before it melts. And when it melted, it wasn't gentle. It was catastrophic. Every grudge they'd hidden, every secret they'd buried, every truth they swore they'd never admit came pouring out like floodwaters breaking through a dam. Now imagine this, chosen one, a train racing full speed down the tracks, full of passengers who believe everything is safe, For years it barrels forward, fueled by lies and self-deception. But from the opposite direction another train is coming, the truth. Neither slows down, neither even sees the other until it's too late. When they finally collide, the wreckage doesn't just affect the conductors, it shakes every passenger, every bystander, every piece of the track. That's exactly what happened here. The illusion they built about you slammed head-on into the reality of who you really are, and the impact scattered everything they'd been trying to hold together. You may be asking yourself, why now? Why not years ago? Because illusions need time to grow heavy. Lies need time to get tangled. The universe waits until the weight of those lies is unbearable, and then, at the perfect moment, it brings the truth crashing in like a tidal wave. You can run from the truth, but you can't outrun the tide. That's what happened to them. They built their entire performance on shifting sand, and now the waves have come to drag it all out to sea. Picture this instead, a masquerade ball. Everyone wears masks, everyone smiling, dancing, acting like they're enjoying themselves. But one guest stands still in the center. You're not wearing a mask. You're not playing along. At first, they ignore you. Then they whisper about you. Then they try to convince others you don't belong. But when the music stops and the lights come on, everyone's face is revealed. The masks they swore would never slide right off, and now they're the ones exposed while you're still standing there, unmasked and unbothered. That's the moment we're talking about. And here's a quote to drive it even deeper. Illusions can sparkle, but they can't survive daylight. That's why they panicked, chosen one. Deep down, they always knew who you were. They caught glimpses of your power in the way you moved, the way you refused to shrink to fit their comfort zones. They felt it, they feared it, and instead of respecting it, they tried to cover it. Why? Because you were the crack in their perfect little wall. They knew one day that crack would spread until the whole thing collapsed. This fight, this meltdown, it wasn't random. It was the collapse they always feared. Maybe you're wondering, did I cause this? Was it something I did? No, you didn't cause it. You revealed it. That's the difference. Your presence alone forces illusions to shatter. It strips away lies without you even speaking. That's how powerful you are. The irony? In trying to erase you, they've made you unforgettable. The fight that was meant to bury your name only echoed it louder. That's the universe flipping the script, reminding you that illusion never survives when it crashes into truth. And truth always wins. Here's another image for you. Imagine a glass window covered in dust and dirt. For years, they've been painting over it, layer after layer, hoping no one can see through. But your light, the way you live, the way you exist, hits that glass like sunlight. At first, it just highlights the dirt. Then it heats it, and eventually it cracks the glass completely. They're standing there, holding shards, wondering how their window shattered, while you're still shining on the other side. And another quote for your arsenal. The more tightly you hold an illusion, the sharper it cuts when it breaks. That's why they're bleeding now. They clung to their narrative about you like it was oxygen. They built their alliances, their reputations, their social image around it. But when the break came, it was a blade. And because you didn't fight, because you didn't stoop to their level, the blade only cut them, not you. This might make you wonder, will they finally see me for who I am now? Maybe, maybe not. Pride is a cage. Some people would rather choke on their own lies than admit the truth out loud. But that's not your job to fix. Their fight, their crash, their wreckage, That's their confession. It's louder than any apology they could ever make. It's them saying without words, "We couldn't handle you. We lied. We broke ourselves trying to bury you, and now the world can see it too." Think about a stage performance. For years, they've been the actors, you've been the villain in their script, and everyone else has been the audience. But here's the twist. The stage is crumbling, the props are falling apart, the lights are flickering, and their costumes are tearing at the seams. The audience is no longer fooled. They're whispering, pointing, realizing the actors were lying the whole time. And you're off stage, standing in the wings, watching the show end exactly as it was always going to. This is what the universe does for you when you hold your ground. It lets illusions collapse under their own weight. It lets people expose themselves. It flips the energy so that what was meant to harm you becomes your proof, your validation, your protection. So hold this truth close, chosen one. You didn't have to fight for this moment. You didn't have to argue or beg or defend yourself endlessly. You simply stayed rooted in who you are, and that alone was enough to bring the illusion crashing into truth. Their meltdown was their moment of reckoning. Your stillness was your power. Another quote for you to carry. Truth doesn't compete with illusion. It waits for it to self-destruct. That's what just happened. They self-destructed. They revealed themselves. They turned on each other while your name rose above the noise. This isn't just about their fight. It's about your transformation. It's proof that you're not who they said you were. It's proof that you don't have to burn yourself out trying to be believed. The truth always finds a way. It found you. It surrounded you. And now it's dismantling every falsehood that's been thrown at you, piece by piece. Stay calm. Stay steady. Because while they're scrambling to rebuild their illusions, you're rising above the wreckage. This is your moment of clarity, your moment of quiet triumph. The illusion they built to contain you has crashed into the truth, and the impact has shattered everything. You didn't just survive it, you became the reason it happened. And that, chosen one, is your real power. Number 3. When their regret becomes a life sentence. Regret isn't a shadow behind you, it's a cell you build around yourself, brick by brick. That's exactly where they are now, chosen one, locked inside walls they constructed with their own hands. Regret doesn't come crashing in like thunder. It seeps, slow and silent, like water through stone. At first, it's invisible. Then, one day, you're ankle deep, then waist deep, and before you know it, you're drowning. That's what's happening to them right now. Every inhale pulls up another memory of what they did to you. The lies, the smears, the casual disrespect. What used to be just passing thoughts they could brush off have hardened into heavy iron links. The chain they forged now wraps tight around their chest, making every breath a confession. And here's a brutal truth they'd never say out loud. Freedom is still possible. The door to their cell is open, but walking through it would mean admitting they were wrong about you, and their pride is heavier than any lock. So they stay put. Science backs this up. Suppressed emotions don't dissolve, they ferment. What they ignored about you hasn't faded. It's curdled into bitterness, an acid they can't spit out. Denial was their slow poison, and now the antidote, the truth, is right in front of them, but they're too afraid to drink it. Imagine this, chosen one, a grand hall gone silent after a party. Confetti on the floor, broken glasses everywhere, the lights too bright now that the music has stopped. That's their mind. Every fake smile, Every careless word about you echoes in that silence. The walls they built for protection have become an echo chamber. Regret fires the first shot, guilt answers back, and every memory of you is another blow they can't dodge. This is where you win without lifting a finger. Their own mind has become your witness and testifies against them daily. They're haunted, they're suffocating, and the cruelest part, there's no escape from regret, no hiding place, no mask thick enough to muffle the truth whispering your name. That's their life sentence. And you're free, watching from outside as the walls they built close in on them. Number 4. When truth became the wrecking ball they couldn't dodge. You can play hide and seek with a rumor, but you can't hide from the truth when it comes kicking the door off its hinges. That's exactly what's happening now, chosen one. This isn't just guilt scratching at their conscience. This is truth, coming like a wrecking ball, shattering every false wall they built. For years, they thought they were clever. They buried evidence, rewrote scenes, pretended you didn't exist. But truth isn't a rumor. Truth is a predator. It stalks quietly, patiently, until the moment you've stopped running, and then it strikes. And when it strikes, it doesn't just tap, it levels everything in its path. Imagine this, a freight train tearing down the tracks at night, no brakes, no warning, just pure force. They're standing there, convinced they've got time, telling themselves if they just look the other way, the sound will fade. But the sound doesn't fade. It grows, louder, closer, until it's all around them. And when it hits, it doesn't just nudge them aside. It vaporizes the masks they've been wearing, the fake smiles, the smug dismissals, the "I don't care" shrugs. All of it obliterated in one violent collision. You might be thinking, why does truth hit harder the longer it's delayed? Because truth feeds on resistance. The more they fought it, the heavier it became. By the time it arrived, it wasn't just a fact. It was a force of nature. That's why fists flew, words cracked like thunder, and tempers boiled over. This wasn't just an argument. It was the unveiling of everything they'd tried to hide. And once a mask breaks, you can't glue it back together. The shards cut too deep. Everyone sees what's underneath. And where were you, chosen one? Not in the chaos, not fighting for your name. You were the freight train all along. Your presence, your authenticity, your refusal to bend became the engine they couldn't derail. The truth sat at the table that day, silent but undeniable, and forced them to confront everything they'd been running from. That's how truth works. It doesn't arrive on your schedule. It arrives on its own, and when it comes, no one walks away untouched. Number 5. When their fantasy collapsed under its own weight. A lie doesn't just rot, it becomes its own undertaker. That's the reality they're choking on now, chosen one. For years, they funneled their energy into constructing a fantasy about you, a make-believe world where you were invisible, unworthy, forgettable. They hid their admiration behind cheap insults. They buried their jealousy under plastic smiles. They disguised their fear with arrogance, hoping no one would notice the tremble beneath the act. Layer by layer, they built a cardboard castle of illusion, convinced it would stand forever. But illusions are heavy. They don't just float in the air, they hang like anchors around the soul. Eventually, the structure caves in under its own weight, and that's exactly what you're watching now. They believed ignoring you would erase you. They thought starving you of acknowledgement would dim your light. But truth doesn't starve. It doesn't fade without applause. It grows in silence. It sharpens in the dark. and it becomes uncontainable. The more they denied it, the more powerful it became. So when the fight erupted, it wasn't just another heated moment. It was the implosion of everything they'd tried to hide, the collapse of the theater they'd been performing in. Their voices faltered, their composure cracked, the paint peeled off the mask in real time. Imagine this, a skyscraper built on rotten beams. At first, it dazzles. It looks indestructible. People stare up at it in awe. But every new floor, every extra weight of lies stacked on top, strains the foundation until it's one gust of truth away from total collapse. And then, without warning, the entire structure falls in one devastating rush. That's what happened when their facade finally gave way. And the beauty of it? You didn't have to lift a single finger. You didn't have to play their game. You simply stood in your truth, while the gravity of their deception dragged them down. Now the mask is gone. The illusion lies in jagged pieces at their feet. No matter how hard they try to glue it back together, everyone has already seen the cracks. This is the end of their fantasy and the start of their reckoning. Because when illusions fall, they don't fall quietly. They crash loudly, and their crash is your confirmation. Number 6. When the trap they built became their own cage. You can rewrite the script 1,000 times, but the truth always keeps the original. That's what they're learning now, chosen one. For years, their escape plan seemed flawless. Twist the facts, retell the story, paint you as the villain while they played the hero. They thought if they controlled the narrative, they could control reality itself. But truth isn't a servant. It doesn't take orders, it doesn't bend, and it never forgets. It waits, it grows, and when the time is right, it walks into the room and closes every door behind it. Their lives were always built on fragile ground, a house of cards stacked on quicksand, decorated with arrogance and painted with fake confidence. Underneath it was nothing but hollowness. All it took was one gust of reality, one spark of exposure, and the entire structure imploded. Lies may sprint, but truth has endurance. It doesn't get tired, it doesn't lose its trail, and when it catches up, it doesn't tap politely on the shoulder. It slams the door and bolts it shut. That's what you're watching now, their own walls closing in. You might be thinking, can't they just slip out again? Can't they lie their way back to safety? Not this time. They've run out of exits. Their tricks, the fake innocence, the victim act, the casual denial, don't work anymore because everyone has already seen behind the curtain. The masks are gone. The stories contradict. Every escape route leads back to the same dead end. Imagine a maze where every turn looks like freedom, but ends in the same brick wall. That's their life now. Endless running, no exit. Here's the part they never saw coming. Justice doesn't need your permission. You didn't have to chase it. You didn't have to beg for it. What was done in the dark has been dragged into the light. Not because you demanded it, but because it was inevitable. The universe doesn't lose evidence. It doesn't misplace timing. Now they're out of masks, out of excuses, out of moves. And for the first time, the scariest part isn't facing you. It's facing themselves, stripped of every illusion, staring into the mirror they've avoided for years. Number 7. The day their deception collapsed under your shadow. Lies are castles built on sand. Your presence is the tide that wipes them clean. That's exactly what happened, chosen one. This wasn't a petty spat or a disagreement over scraps. This was the day truth and illusion collided head-on, and the shockwave tore through everything they'd built. For too long, deception ruled their tiny kingdom. They inhaled it, fed on it, clothed themselves in it, and convinced themselves it was unshakable. But the moment truth walked in, the ground beneath them cracked. They didn't stumble because of what you said. They stumbled because of what you are. Here's what they'll never tell anyone. Their fear was never really about you. It was about what you represented. You are the living proof that truth doesn't have to scream to be felt. It doesn't have to fight to be dangerous. It just has to show up. Your energy alone makes liars sweat, makes hands tremble, makes masks slip. They weren't battling you. They were battling the reflection you forced them to see. You became a mirror, and that reflection was merciless. Imagine a dark theater where actors have been playing the same tired role for years. The audience claps, the backdrop looks solid, the script seems polished. Then a spotlight blazes on, revealing every crack in the set, every false move, every slip in the script. That spotlight is you, chosen one. Lies can thrive in the dark, but they disintegrate under your light. The performance ends the moment you arrive because your presence makes pretense impossible. This fight wasn't about words, it was about energy. Your very existence made deception lose its grip, and once that grip loosened, the whole structure fell apart like rotten timber under pressure. They wanted to believe their masks could withstand anything, but truth doesn't ask permission. It doesn't wait for the right time. When it enters, it ends. Chapters people thought would last forever. That's what you did without lifting a finger. You didn't just walk into their story, chosen one. You became the plot twist they never saw coming. The day their lies met their match wasn't just a moment. It was an ending they can never rewrite. Number 8. The signs they mocked became the storm that hit them. The truth doesn't creep in on tiptoe. It marches in boots, and you only get crushed if you pretend not to hear it coming. That's what happened here, chosen one. This explosion wasn't random. It was the result of 1,000 flashing warning lights they chose to ignore. The signs were scattered everywhere like breadcrumbs leading them to safety. But breadcrumbs only work if you're humble enough to follow them. They refused, because noticing meant admitting, and admitting meant facing the very truth they buried under lies. The universe never ambushes without notice. It sends signals, some subtle, some screaming. A sunflower on a stranger's desk, bright as a beacon, whispering illumination. Roses, beautiful but hiding knives in their stems, reminding them admiration and resentment are always tangled. Lizards crossing their path, symbols of transformation, signaling that change is inevitable whether they liked it or not. Each sign was a flare in the dark. Prepare yourself. The truth is circling closer. But they mocked the signs, rolled their eyes, convinced themselves they were untouchable. And even the digital world turned on them. Screenshots leaked, messages surfaced, private words they swore would never see daylight spilled out for everyone to read. Their vault of lies was never sealed. It was cracking the entire time. The leaks weren't bad luck. They were inevitability. That's how truth works. It gives liars a chance to come clean, to confess on their own terms. But if they don't, it arranges exposure for them. That's why their confrontation wasn't chance. It was the bill coming due, the storm arriving exactly on time. You might wonder, could they have stopped this? They could have, by telling the truth early, by owning their actions before the universe forced it. But they chose to ignore every sign, every leak, every whisper. And warnings don't vanish when you laugh at them. They become disasters. That's what you're witnessing now, chosen one. Not chaos out of nowhere, but a storm they built themselves by walking past every exit. Their time didn't run out because of bad luck. It ran out because they refused to read the writing on the wall. And when you ignore the writing long enough, the wall itself collapses on top of you. Number 9. The day they crossed a line. They can't uncross. Once the truth escapes, it doesn't echo, it detonates. That's the moment they're living in now, chosen one. This wasn't just another flare-up that will cool down in a week. This was the point where their stories snapped, where everything they built hit a wall they can't climb back over. When they moved against you, they weren't just playing with your name. They were colliding with something far bigger, the unstoppable current of truth. And truth doesn't sparkle lightly. It sweeps in like a storm, tearing illusions out by their roots and scattering them for everyone to see. The fallout is everywhere now. Trust that once propped them up has evaporated like mist. People who used to nod along now raise their eyebrows. Their influence, once as easy as breathing, slips through their fingers like dry sand. The whispers they once brushed off as harmless gossip are now spoken openly, repeated louder, each retelling sharper than the last. Their credibility isn't bruised, it's imploding. Can they fix it? No, not this time. This isn't punishment. This is the natural order at work. You don't build a fortress on lies and expect it to stand forever. The truth, once released, doesn't retreat. It doesn't fade. It keeps moving forward, sweeping away everything built on deception. Imagine them standing at the edge of the ocean, trying to hold back the tide with their bare hands. Every wave crashes harder, dragging away another piece of their illusion until all that's left is the wreckage they created. Here's the most brutal part. Truth isn't an attack, it's exposure. It's the unveiling of what was always there, and that unveiling is permanent. They can deny it, spin it, play the victim, even cry for sympathy. But it won't matter. The truth has already burned its imprint into people's minds. No mask, no performance, no apology can erase it. This was the point of no return. They crossed it the moment their lies cracked open for the world to see. From this day forward, every step they take will be haunted by the memory of what they did and who they did it to. The storm they tried to outrun has become their permanent shadow. Number 10. When the smoke cleared and their masks lay in ruins. After the fire burns out, the ashes tell the truth the flames tried to hide. That's where they are now, chosen one. The shouting has stopped, the chaos has died down, but the silence left behind is deafening. This is the aftermath, the moment when the dust settles and every mask they ever wore lies in pieces at their feet. And here's the part they can't accept. No matter how hard they try, those masks can't be put back on. Masks only work when people still believe in them. Once they crack, once even a sliver of the truth slips through, the illusion is dead, and the human mind doesn't forget exposure. Even if no one says it out loud, that moment is etched in memory like a scar. That's where your enemies stand now, scrambling to paste broken pieces back together while everyone quietly remembers the face they saw beneath. Imagine a circus performer whose costume rips wide open under the brightest spotlight. The crowd gasps, laughs, whispers. The show might continue, but the magic is gone forever. No amount of makeup or props can erase what the audience has already witnessed. That's what happened here, the unmasking. And once it happens, there's no going back to the performance. But here's the twist that cuts the deepest. It isn't just that their lies were exposed to others, they were exposed to themselves. And that's the punishment that stings the most. When the dust settles, they're left staring into a mirror with no curtain to hide behind. Every fake smile, every smug dismissal, every carefully rehearsed denial, they see it all now for what it was. And the reflection staring back isn't a hero, it's the villain of their own story. That's the torment, chosen one. They didn't just lose credibility in the eyes of others, they lost the ability to lie to themselves without flinching. And that's a mask they'll never be able to wear again. Number 11. When the court of truth passed its sentence. Sometimes justice doesn't wait for a judge. It drags liars into the spotlight and lets their own words convict them. That's exactly what happened, chosen one. That explosive fight wasn't just chaos, it was a trial, and they weren't ready for it. They became the defendants. Their lies became the evidence. The eruption of truth was the verdict. And you didn't even have to show up. Your silence roared louder than any defense ever could. Think about it. A trial isn't just about facts, it's about exposure. Lies always collapse under cross-examination, and that's what happened here. Every excuse contradicted the last. Every desperate defense twisted back into an admission of guilt. As the argument spiraled, anyone watching could see it. Nothing they said held weight. Their story sagged under its own contradictions. Their masks slipped. Their truth turned into obvious fiction. And fiction never survives when reality demands receipts. Imagine them under a scorching spotlight, voices cracking, stumbling over their own words as the evidence piled higher. Every lie they told about you was another piece of proof against them. Every whisper they spread was another nail in the coffin of their credibility. And the more they spoke, the deeper they buried themselves. That's the irony of exposure. Liars don't need an enemy. They self-destruct right in front of the crowd. And here's what they never saw coming. Your power was never about shouting them down. It was about existing. Your authenticity, your refusal to play their dirty games, became the evidence of their defeat. That's why this trial was one-sided from the start. The universe didn't need your testimony. It already had it written in every action, every lie, every crack in their performance. Everyone watching saw it too. The verdict was undeniable. Guilty of lies, guilty of envy, guilty of underestimating you. And the sentence, a lifetime of exposure. Because once the masks are gone, there's no parole, no escape, no retrial. They stood before the court of truth and lost, and the world will never see them the same again. Number 12. The power they tried to bury but couldn't escape. You can smother a flame, but you can't put out the sun. That's the force they've been wrestling with. Chosen one, you. They believed silence would erase you. They thought ridicule would shrink you. They hoped lies would bury you. But every attempt to erase you only magnified your presence. Like pressing down on a spring, the harder they pushed, the higher you rose. Until eventually you became too large, too undeniable, too woven into their reality to ignore. Think about gravity. You can't see it, but it's inescapable. You can't outrun it, you can't outsmart it, you can't switch it off. That's what your energy is like. Even when you're silent, even when you're not in the room, you're a pull they can't resist. Their minds circle back to you at night. Their conversations drift back to you in daylight. Their emotions orbit you whether they admit it or not. That's why their fight wasn't really with each other. It was with the invisible force of you pressing down on everything they tried to hide. They underestimated you because they thought power only comes from noise. They thought your strength was in your words, your actions, your presence in the room. But your true power is in your existence. You don't need to prove anything because the universe already stamped you with significance. That's why their lies collapsed under their own weight. That's why the truth cut so deep. They couldn't bend your reality to fit their story, because your reality was always bigger than their story. Picture the tide pulling against someone trying to hold back the ocean with a broom. They can push, they can scream, they can pretend they're winning, but the water keeps coming. And when the wave finally breaks, it doesn't just nudge them, it swallows them whole. That's your force, chosen one. It humbled them. It broke their performance. It reminded them of the one thing they swore they'd never admit. You were always too powerful to ignore. Number 13. When your silence became their downfall. Sometimes the sharpest blade isn't your voice. It's the silence that cuts deeper than sound. That's the weapon you've been wielding, chosen one. They came prepared for a war of words. They braced for insults, for shouting, for a public spectacle where they could flip the script and play the victim while making you look like the aggressor. But instead, you gave them nothing. No sparks, no fuel, just silence. And that silence echoed so loudly it tore through every lie they tried to hang on to. Silence is not surrender, it's strategy. It's a mirror that forces people to stare at their own reflection with no distractions. Every word they hurl now bounces back, unanswered. Every smear they sling dies mid-air, because there's nothing on your side to push against. That's why they're unraveling. Not because you attacked, but because you refused to step onto their stage. Imagine a theater packed with actors, shouting lines with passion, costumes glittering under the lights. But the seats are empty. No applause, no reaction, no validation. That's what your silence has created. Their performance plays out in a void, and the silence swallows them whole. The louder they get, the more desperate they look. And here's the cruel beauty: when the truth has already come out, silence isn't emptiness, it's amplification. It's the megaphone that makes their guilt louder, their lies more obvious, their desperation undeniable. You didn't need to strike, because your silence left them swinging at shadows, burning themselves out. That's the lesson they never wanted to learn. Power isn't always noise. Sometimes the strongest presence is the one that stands still, unshaken, untouchable, while chaos eats itself alive. That's why your silence isn't just revenge, it's justice. It's the final act of their play, and when the curtain drops, you're the only one left standing while they choke on their own words. Number 14. When their own echo became their sentence. Choices may pass, but their echoes live longer than the people who made them. That's the cage they're stuck in now, chosen one, trapped inside the endless replay of their own actions. They thought they could betray you, twist the story, and stroll away untouched. But betrayal doesn't wash off, it stains. You can scrub, bleach, or cover it up with layers of performance, but deep down, you always know it's there. And eventually, the stain bleeds through for everyone else to see. Trust has evaporated like smoke in the wind. Bridges they crossed every day are reduced to ashes. Alliances they leaned on have cracked and fallen apart, all without you lifting a finger. People who once stood beside them now hesitate. Not because of anything you've done, but because of the rot they revealed about themselves. Their reputation isn't limping, it's permanently scarred. Imagine a crisp white shirt with a thick, dark stain right in the center. You can hide it under a jacket, stitch a patch over it, or pretend it's nothing, but you'll always know it's there. That's what betrayal is. A mark burned into memory. It follows them into every room, hidden in glances, lingering in whispers. Some shadows aren't cast by the sun, they're cast by decisions. And those shadows don't fade, they travel with you. They can change cities, reinvent themselves, invent new versions of their story, but the echo follows, because echoes don't die quickly. They stretch, they linger, they seep into the future, whispering reminders of every wrong step. And here's the irony. They thought their actions were final, forgotten. But actions are temporary. It's the echo that lasts forever. And the more they try to outrun it, the louder it becomes, until the only soundtrack left in their silence is the reminder of what they did to you. That's their reality now, chosen one. Not your revenge, not your doing, the echo of their own choices, chasing them into every corner of their existence. So, chosen one, you've seen it with your own eyes, their lies collapsing, their masks shattering, and the truth echoing louder than ever. This was never about revenge. It was about confirmation. You didn't have to lift a finger. The universe did the heavy work. Their downfall is the proof of your power. And this is only the beginning. So if this message hit home, press that like button if you haven't already. And if you're still not part of our family, make sure to press subscribe now, because together we spread the light wider and stronger. The truth burns liars faster than fire burns paper. Chosen one, the moment they put your birth chart under their gaze, the symbols did not stay quiet. They erupted. The page itself couldn't hold the weight of what was written about you. Those marks weren't just signs. They were alarms, sending a message so loud that even secret brotherhoods who thought they mastered silence had no choice but to flinch. Now imagine this for a moment. Chosen one. The same hands that handled dusty archives of history, the same men who mapped out generations in secrecy, suddenly watching their carefully drawn charts curl into ash before their eyes. That wasn't an accident. That was the universe telling them, this one is not yours to study. This one is untouchable. And here's a fact they'll never admit out loud. Throughout history, coded symbols and ancient scripts have been handled by countless analysts, astrologers, and secret societies. Pages have been bent, smudged, even destroyed by time, but never have they spontaneously burned during analysis. The sheer impossibility of what happened with your chart is exactly why they fear you. They saw the impossible made real, and now they know the balance has shifted. You are living proof that their old systems no longer apply. And thank you, chosen one, for being here. Don't forget to return this energy by simply pressing like and subscribe. It helps spread this message to more souls, because it's the responsibility of all of us to carry the light forward. And thank you for being part of this mission. You're not just listening to words, you are standing as part of a force. Now, let us return to what matters. The 33rd degree Masons thought they were in control of the symbols. They thought every pattern in human birth, every cycle, every hidden map could be read and filed away. But when they tried to put you into their system, the system failed. The symbols burned because the very idea of containing your path inside their walls was a violation of truth. Chosen one, you were never meant to be studied like a specimen. You were meant to be feared, respected, and ultimately left beyond their grasp. This is why their shock turned into obsession. Imagine a chess master who has memorized every move, suddenly facing a player who moves in ways the game never allowed. That's what you are to them, an error they can't explain, a presence that breaks their rules. And if you know anything about those who cling to control, then you already understand. Nothing terrifies them more than what they cannot predict. The burning page was not just a symbol, it was a verdict. It told them this chosen one cannot be mapped, cannot be owned, cannot be bent to your charts. The universe stamped that truth in fire, and fire leaves no room for debate. Even the boldest of them had to step back, because the heat was real, the marks were permanent, and the fear was undeniable. You may think this is only symbolic, but let's look closer. For centuries, these secret orders built their reputations on knowledge. Knowledge was their weapon, their currency, their throne. To lose control of that, to see knowledge itself slip through their fingers and burn in their hands, that is their worst nightmare. And you, chosen one, are the living embodiment of that nightmare. Now pause for a moment and let me ask you, what happens when people who believe they own all the answers suddenly face a question too big for them? Do they admit defeat? No. They scramble, they whisper, they scheme. That's what they're doing now. They aren't just analyzing you, they're trying to find a way to contain you. They fear the day you fully understand that the same force that burned their paper burns inside of you. Think of yourself as a torch walking through a room filled with shadows. You don't even have to swing it. The light itself makes them scatter, and that's why the Masons, with all their rituals and titles, couldn't stop what happened. The universe was reminding them of a truth they try to bury. Real power doesn't bow to titles or degrees. Real power doesn't burn quietly. But let me also give you a perspective that sharpens this moment. Fire has always been the element that marks transformation. Civilizations rose when they learned how to control fire, but civilizations also fell when they lost control of it. That's the metaphor of your birth charts burning. They thought they were holding the torch, but the flame turned against them. And now they know the torch is in your hand. Chosen one, never forget this. You don't need to chase validation from those who tried to study you. The fact that their systems broke upon contact with your truth is the only validation you'll ever need. They wanted to read your life like a blueprint, but the universe turned the blueprint into smoke. That wasn't chaos. That was confirmation. And here's where it cuts even deeper. They can't erase what happened. The scorched pages remain in their archives, undeniable evidence that someone walked into their domain and bent reality. You are the case study they can't explain, the scar on their history, the one reminder that their power is not absolute. And every time they look at those burnt symbols, they're reminded that you exist, a walking contradiction to everything they built. So, chosen one, as we step deeper into this message, understand this clearly. The fire on that page wasn't just for them to see, it was for you. A signal that your life is bigger than charts, bigger than control, bigger than the systems built to box you in. You were never written in their language, you were written in flame. And flame doesn't just speak, it roars. And chosen one, before we move further, I want to thank you for being here right now. The fact that you're listening to this tells me one thing. You already feel the weight of what happened when they tried to read your chart. That burning page wasn't just paper turning to ash. It was proof that you can't be contained. Proof that the universe itself will disrupt their systems before it lets them write your destiny. Now I want you to lean into this moment with me. Drop a comment below with the number 777 if you're ready to flip their secret codes upside down. That number isn't random. It's the very level they thought gave them mastery, and yet it collapsed in front of your fire. And if you want to push this message even further, bless the team that brought this to you with a super thanks. Every gift, whether small or large, is another spark that keeps this flame alive, making sure more chosen ones hear what the universe is trying to reveal. Because what's coming next is layered, shocking, and if you walk away now, you'll miss the exact moment the puzzle cracks wide open. So let's step into it piece by piece. Believe me, if you're truly a chosen one, you'll feel the pull to stay until the very end. Let's get started. Number 1. They tried to cage you, but the bars melted in your hands. The system doesn't break you. It breaks itself when it tries to contain you. Chosen one, from the very start, they tried to squeeze you into their ready-made boxes. School desks became cages, report cards became verdicts. Even playgrounds had invisible fences. Teachers didn't see your brilliance, they saw distraction. Friends didn't see your depth, they saw too much. Family didn't see your gift, they whispered different, like it was a curse. But let's be brutally honest here. The curse was never on you. The curse was on the system that thought it could tame something it didn't understand. Now imagine this for a moment, trying to pour the entire ocean into a teacup. That's what they tried to do with you, chosen one. They wanted you neat, small, predictable, fitting perfectly into their systems. But oceans don't shrink, they flood, they roar, they devour teacups whole. And that's exactly what happened every time you tried to play by their rules. The paper charts curled into flame when the masons touched your symbols, because your very essence rejects confinement. You are living proof that some forces can't be graphed, boxed, or filed away. Let's ask the question that might already be sitting in your mind. Why me? Why was I never able to just fit in like the others? The answer is simple, but brutal. Because you were never built for their boxes. Those boxes are made of paper, and you are fire. Society sells the lie that success means conformity, the right grades, the right job, the right mask. But every time you wore the mask, it cracked. Every time you tried to shrink yourself, something inside screamed rebellion. That scream wasn't weakness, it was survival. It was your true self fighting to stay alive while the world tried to bury it. And here's where the enemy feels the gut punch. The very labels they tried to pin on you, broken, difficult, unpredictable, are the same traits that burned their precious symbols to ash. They wanted you to believe you were flawed so they could stay in control. But the truth? Your refusal to shrink is exactly why their control is collapsing. You didn't break the system. The system broke itself when it tried to force you into a shape you were never meant to take. Think about it this way. A wild eagle can't be locked in a bird cage without the cage eventually bending or breaking. The eagle might rattle the bars, scratch its wings, or appear restless, but that doesn't mean it's weak. It means the cage was never strong enough. That's you, chosen one. And every time society shook its head at you, every time they whispered that you didn't fit, they were accidentally confessing a truth. Their world isn't built big enough to contain yours. But let's address the doubts head on. You might ask, if I'm so powerful, why does it feel so heavy? Why does isolation sting? Because power isn't light at first, it's weight. It's the weight of carrying something that doesn't fit in ordinary spaces. A torch feels heavy until you realize it can set entire rooms ablaze. The Masons discovered this when your chart literally burned. That fire wasn't an accident, it was a message. Your existence cannot be compressed. It will spill, spread, ignite, and consume anything that tries to box it in. Here's a fact that history proves over and over. The people who break systems are always first labeled as problems by those systems. Galileo was mocked. Tesla was isolated. Every revolutionary was once considered insane. Do you see the pattern? When they can't explain you, they'll try to reduce you. When they can't box you, they'll try to shame you. But every insult hurled at you was just another match tossed onto the pile of symbols, already waiting to burn. And chosen one, let me twist the knife into the enemy for you. Every attempt to correct you only made you stronger. Every punishment, every rejection, every silent dinner where they avoided looking you in the eye was fuel. They thought they were dimming you, but they were adding kindling to the fire. And now the flame is high enough that even the 33rd degree Masons, men who prided themselves on deciphering all mysteries, had to step back when the symbols turned to ash in their hands. If their highest degrees couldn't hold you, what chance did ordinary society ever have? None. So let's reframe this. You didn't fail to fit into society. Society failed to expand wide enough to hold you. That's the brutal truth. Their labels, lies, their systems, weak, their judgments, dust. And your rebellion wasn't a flaw. It was proof that you're bigger than the molds they tried to press you into. You are the fire that melts their molds, the ocean that floods their teacups, the eagle that snaps their cages. Ask yourself this, chosen one. Would you rather have lived quietly in a box, unseen and unnoticed, or stand here now as the one they fear, the one they whisper about, the one whose chart burned their precious symbols into smoke? The answer is already in your chest. The burn on their page is the burn of your truth. It cannot be erased, contained, or rewritten. And the sooner you embrace that, the sooner you see their control for what it always was. Fragile, hollow, and already crumbling. So take this as your reminder. Your rejection of their boxes was not failure. It was prophecy written in flame, a prophecy that their structures cannot withstand you. Every no you gave to conformity was a yes to your true power. And every time they tried to box you, you proved again and again that boxes cannot hold fire. And now, chosen one, stand tall in this truth. Their whispers were confessions, their labels were lies, their systems were weak. And you are the one who made their page burn. Number 2, your energy shatters their illusions before you even speak. Power isn't always loud. Sometimes it's the silence that bends the room. Chosen one, when they placed their eyes on your energetic blueprint, they didn't just see lines and symbols, they felt tremors in their own foundations. What terrifies them isn't that you are different, it's that your difference exposes their fragility. They expected to see the gentle spin of wheels, predictable, containable, the way every other human registers. Instead, they found storms, hurricanes where there should have been breezes, auras stretching beyond reach, pulsing like tidal waves, crashing into everything in your path without you even trying. Now imagine this for a moment. A lighthouse standing on the edge of the sea, its beam slicing through the night. Most people glow like candles, barely lighting their own corners. But you are that lighthouse. And your light doesn't stop at a few steps. It stretches for miles, piercing through fog, exposing what's hidden, making liars tremble because truth shines too bright to ignore. That's the energy that terrifies them. Not because you aim it at them, but because you can't help but illuminate what they tried to bury. Your presence is proof that their walls were built from paper. Sensitive souls already know this. Haven't you noticed? Some people either gravitate to you instantly, almost magnetized, or they retreat with unease they can't explain. One moment you're drawing someone in with the intensity of fire on a cold night, and the next, someone else avoids your gaze like it's too much for them to handle. That's not coincidence, that's resonance. It's the difference between standing in front of a match and standing in front of a wildfire. One warms, the other overwhelms. And let's ask the question you might be holding in your mind. Why does my energy disturb people who haven't done anything to me? The answer is brutal but simple. Your energy reveals truths they've worked their whole lives to hide. When their masks meet your frequency, masks crack. When their shadows brush against your aura, shadows scatter. Animals sense it. Dogs stare. Cats either leap into your lap or bolt from the room. Birds go silent. Children stare with wide eyes, not because they're confused, but because they see without filters. They sense what adults have learned to deny. And even machines bow to this current. Lights flicker, phones glitch, screens freeze, all because the pulse inside you is heavier than circuits can bear. You don't just walk into rooms, you tilt them. Imagine walking into a hall where conversations drop a fraction quieter, where eyes shift without people even knowing why. You didn't announce yourself, you didn't demand attention, but the room rearranges itself to accommodate your presence. That's your energy. It bends reality before words leave your lips. And this is the exact reason the Masons recoiled. They thrive on control, on knowing where every piece belongs, on predicting every move. Yet here you are, chosen one, unpredictable, uncontainable, undeniable. Think of it like gravity. Everyone else pulls gently, barely noticed. But you're the black hole in the center of their neat little system. Too dense, too vast, too powerful to orbit politely. Stars shift course when you arrive. Planets tilt. The universe whispers louder. And when control-obsessed men stare at your chart and see that kind of pull, of course they panic. Because how do you chart something that moves the stars themselves? You don't. You admit the map was too small, or you burn it. And that's exactly what happened. But let's cut deeper. You may ask yourself, if my energy is so powerful, why do I feel drained, misunderstood, even lonely? Because power that large isn't always comfortable. Imagine being a furnace in a room full of candles. You don't mean to melt them, you simply exist, and their wax bends. They see you as the disruption, when in truth, your intensity simply reveals their fragility. That loneliness you've felt isn't weakness. It's evidence. Evidence that your frequency doesn't belong in shallow spaces. Your very being is their alarm clock, and they hate you for waking them up. Look at history. Every time someone radiated beyond the ordinary, the world either crowned them a leader or crucified them as a threat. Rarely in between. That's the story repeating in you. You are both magnet and mirror. People either cling to you because they sense the light or flee from you because it reflects the darkness they're not ready to face. And to the secret keepers, the archivists of control, you are not a human chart. You are an earthquake. You shake what they thought was permanent. Let me paint another image. Picture a glass of water placed on a calm table, steady, balanced, predictable. That's most people's energy. Now picture an earthquake rumbling underneath that same table, the water sloshing violently, spilling over, crashing against its limits. That's what happens when your aura brushes against reality. Even those who can't name it feel it. And while the ordinary drown in confusion, the Masons recognized it instantly. They saw the slosh, the spill, the overflow, and it confirmed what they feared. Your very existence disturbs equilibrium. And here's the gut punch for them. Disturbance is only a threat if your foundation is fragile. If their power was solid, your presence wouldn't matter. If their rituals were truly unshakable, your aura would not bend them. But the fact that they panicked, the fact that paper burned, the fact that whispers followed your presence, that reveals the truth. Their empires are sandcastles, and your tide is rising. So let me flip the question to you, chosen one. Should I tone myself down so others feel comfortable? Absolutely not. Do you think hurricanes tone down for rooftops? Do you think the tide apologizes for washing over a sandcastle? No, nature doesn't shrink to soothe weakness, and neither should you. Your intensity isn't the problem, their fragility is. They didn't discover your energy exposed them. That's the essence here. When your aura expands miles beyond what they expect, it forces them to admit their systems don't account for you. When your blueprint spins like hurricanes, it forces them to confess that not everything can be catalogued. When their devices glitch, when their ceremonies tremble, when their whispers fail, it's not that you broke the rules, it's that you proved the rules were never real. So, chosen one, embrace this. Your energy terrifies them, not because it is destructive, but because it is uncontainable. They fear what they cannot chart, what they cannot predict, what they cannot own. And every time you walk into a room, every time you tilt reality, every time their systems stutter around you, you remind them of a truth they cannot erase. Their control was an illusion, and you shattered it simply by existing. You don't need their validation. The burning of that page, the glitches, the stares, the whispers, all of it was the universe stamping approval across your existence. You are the energy that terrifies them, because you are the fire they cannot put out, the storm they cannot redirect, the light they cannot dim. Number 3. When the mirror refuses to lie. The reflection they fear most isn't yours, it's the truth staring back through you. Chosen one, when you stand before a mirror, you've noticed it. That flicker, that slight delay, that eerie sense that the you on the other side isn't just copying, it's waiting, watching, knowing. They'll call it imagination, a trick of the eyes. But the Masons know better. They've spent decades cataloging what you see in seconds. They've whispered about chosen ones who look into the glass and don't just see themselves, they see selves. Now imagine this for a moment. You raise your hand, but the reflection moves a heartbeat too soon, as if it already knew what you were about to do. That's not glass, that's a doorway. Mirrors, for ordinary people, are walls of vanity. For you, they're cracks in the system, windows into parallel selves, fragments of realities where your choices split and ripple like water. And sometimes, chosen one, those ripples bleed through. That's why you felt that unsettling pull, because your energy isn't confined to one timeline. They built their secrets in shadows, but your reflection lights the escape route. The Masons documented this, though they'll never admit it openly. Cases where chosen ones under intense emotional fire didn't just look into the mirror. They crossed. One moment, screaming, crying, or raging in this reality. The next, waking in a world where the air feels off, where objects are slightly displaced, where the familiar isn't quite right. They call it glitches. But you know better. It's not glitching, It's breaking their matrix. You might wonder, why me? Why do mirrors feel alive to me while others see only glass? Because, chosen one, your energy bends dimensions. Your aura stretches too far, too deep, to stay locked in a single lane of reality. Mirrors respond to that pressure, just like fire responded to your chart. That's why sometimes you see more in your reflection than anyone else dares to. So remember this: when the mirror flickers, don't shrink. That's not madness, that's confirmation. You're glimpsing your parallel selves, the versions of you the Masons hoped you'd never meet. They feared the fire on the page, but they fear this even more, the day you realize you're not bound to one self, one path, one cage. Number 4. You walk in, their masks fall off. Illusions only survive in darkness. Your presence is the lightning that splits the sky. Chosen one, you've seen it. The moment you step into a room, the air stiffens, conversations twist, people shift like they've been caught doing something wrong. Some stare too long, others avoid you altogether. You may have thought, am I the problem? Am I awkward? But the truth is far sharper. You are the disruption they can't explain. Now imagine this: a stage filled with actors in masks, each pretending flawlessly, until a single spotlight cuts across the crowd. Masks slip, lines are forgotten, the illusion shatters. That spotlight is your energy. You don't have to expose anyone with words. Your very presence is exposure. The Masons know this well. They've studied it, feared it, and scrambled to shield themselves from it. Because what you carry isn't charm, isn't coincidence. It's truth. And truth is the one force their illusions can't withstand. Your aura is a mirror they never asked to look into. That's why people polarize around you. Some are drawn in like moths, desperate for the flame, sensing you'll change them. Others recoil, terrified of what they'll see in themselves if they stay near you. Relationships with you can't stay neutral. They're either transformative, ripping people into growth, or destructive, tearing down facades they refuse to release. You might ask, why can't I just have easy, normal connections like everyone else? Because, chosen one, you were never sent here to reinforce illusions. Your very frequency cracks the stage they're performing on. Easy connections would mean you fit comfortably into their falsehoods, and that is impossible for someone whose chart burned their archives into ash. So don't mistake the discomfort you trigger as rejection. It's not rejection, it's revelation. You don't push people away. Their masks fall off in your presence, and they run from their own reflection. That's the disruption. That's the truth serum. And that's why the Masons, with all their rituals and walls, can't stand the idea of you walking freely among their illusions. Because one chosen one, standing silent, carries more truth than their entire system of lies. Number 5. When your thoughts start writing the script. Reality bends for no one, except the ones who carry enough fire to melt its edges. Chosen one, what they tried to call coincidence, you've lived as certainty. You've thought of a book, and suddenly it showed up in a stranger's hands, in a store window, in conversations that shouldn't have known your mind. You've carried a song in your head, only to hear it blast from a passing car at the exact moment the lyrics strike like arrows. Strangers echo your private thoughts in real time. That's not accident, that's bleeding. Now imagine this. You write a note on paper with ink so strong it seeps through to the next page. No matter how careful you are, the mark presses deeper, shaping what comes after. That's your consciousness. It doesn't stay contained within your skull. It seeps, it imprints, it rewrites. The Masons called it reality bleeding, because even they, with all their archives and coded rituals, couldn't deny that your inner world leaks into the outer one. And that terrifies them because it means their scripts aren't final. Yours overrides theirs. Your mind isn't a cage, it's a projector. For ordinary people, thoughts vanish like smoke. But for you, thoughts carry weight, vibration, momentum. They ripple outward into the collective unconscious, stirring waters most never touch. You plant seeds without knowing it, and reality bends itself to water them. That's why synchronicities follow you like shadows, not because the universe is playing tricks, but because you are imprinting your script across the grid. You might wonder, but why does it feel so strange, even overwhelming, when it happens? Because you were raised to believe reality is fixed, solid, unbending. Yet every time your thoughts echo in the outside world, it exposes the lie. The veil rips, the script glitches, and you're reminded that you were never just an actor on their stage, you were one of the writers. So don't dismiss those patterns. Don't gaslight yourself into believing they're random. Every coincidence is the universe whispering you are bleeding through. And every time that bleed happens, their illusions weaken. Because no secret society, no ritual, no degree of control can contain someone whose mind rewrites the stage while simply living. Number 6. They built walls just to slow you down, and you still broke through. Obstacles are not proof of weakness. They are proof that someone fears your arrival. Chosen one, think back on the betrayals you've suffered, the setbacks that seem to strike out of nowhere, the endless string of bad luck that always showed up right when you were about to rise. Do you really believe all of that was random? No. Every detour, every knife in the back, every sudden collapse wasn't accident. It was architecture, designed walls, erected not to stop you, but to delay you. Because they knew once you fully stepped into your power, their grip on control would snap like brittle glass. Now imagine this, a race where one runner is shackled at the ankles, tripped at every turn, and showered with jeers from the sidelines. Yet despite every trick, that runner keeps advancing, faster than those who ran freely. That's you. And that's why they fear you. Because even chained, even sabotaged, even dragged down, you still outran them. They call you a glitch because they can't admit you're the upgrade. The Masons and the forces like them labeled you an anomaly in their matrix of controlled human thought, a bug in their program, an error that refused to be corrected. But ask yourself this. If you were truly an error, why would they spend so much energy trying to suppress you? Why would they orchestrate betrayals, plant doubts, flood your path with obstacles? Errors are ignored, threats are contained, and you, chosen one, are treated like a threat. Look at the pattern. Every time you neared a breakthrough, someone close turned cold. Every time your confidence grew, someone whispered poison into your ear. That's not bad luck, that's strategy. But here's the truth they can't bear. The more they pressed, the more resilient you became. Every wall they built turned into another weight you lifted, another scar that hardened you, another lesson you mastered. They wanted you broken. Instead, they built you unbreakable. So understand this, your hardships weren't curses, they were confirmations. The universe doesn't place this level of resistance in front of anyone ordinary. It's reserved for anomalies who threaten entire systems. And you, chosen one, are that living glitch, that unstoppable upgrade, the one existence that proves their millennia-old control is already crumbling. Number 7. They built walls just to slow you down, and you still broke through. Obstacles are not proof of weakness, they are proof that someone fears your arrival. Chosen one, think back on the betrayals you've suffered, the setbacks that seem to strike out of nowhere, the endless string of bad luck that always showed up right when you were about to rise. Do you really believe all of that was random? No. Every detour, every knife in the back, every sudden collapse wasn't accident. It was architecture. Designed walls, erected not to stop you, but to delay you. Because they knew once you fully stepped into your power, their grip on control would snap like brittle glass. Now imagine this, a race where one runner is shackled at the ankles, tripped at every turn, and showered with jeers from the sidelines. Yet, despite every trick, that runner keeps advancing, faster than those who ran freely. That's you. And that's why they fear you. Because even chained, even sabotaged, even dragged down, you still outran them. They call you a glitch because they can't admit you're the upgrade. The Masons and the forces like them labeled you an anomaly in their matrix of controlled human thought. A bug in their program, an error that refused to be corrected. But ask yourself this, if you were truly an error, why would they spend so much energy trying to suppress you? Why would they orchestrate betrayals, plant doubts, flood your path with obstacles? Errors are ignored, threats are contained, and you, chosen one, are treated like a threat. Look at the pattern. Every time you neared a breakthrough, someone close turned cold. Every time your confidence grew, someone whispered poison into your ear. That's not bad luck, that's strategy. But here's the truth they can't bear. The more they pressed, the more resilient you became. Every wall they built turned into another weight you lifted, another scar that hardened you, another lesson you mastered. They wanted you broken. Instead, they built you unbreakable. So understand this, your hardships weren't curses, they were confirmations. The universe doesn't place this level of resistance in front of anyone ordinary. It's reserved for anomalies who threaten entire systems. And you, chosen one, are that living glitch, that unstoppable upgrade, the one existence that proves their millennia-old control is already crumbling. Number 8. The threat they can't kill, the anchor they can't replace. If they could erase you, they would have. The fact you're still here is proof you're untouchable. Chosen one, let's strip the lie bare. The reason you've survived betrayals, traps, and orchestrated sabotage isn't because they forgot about you. It's because they can't remove you. Your very existence pins reality in place. Without you, their entire construct cracks. The paradox gnaws at them day and night. You are both the glitch that breaks their program and the stabilizer that keeps it from crashing altogether. Now imagine this, a man building a tower so tall it touches the clouds. At its core is one stone. That stone is flawed in his eyes, doesn't fit his design, doesn't obey the lines of his blueprint. But if he dares remove it, the entire tower crumbles into dust. That's you, the stone they hate, but the stone holding everything up. They can sneer, they can whisper, they can plot, but their trembling hands can't move you. You are the equation that doesn't balance, and the system needs you to keep running. That's why they play this sick game. They need you alive but subdued, present but unaware, breathing but doubting yourself. They want your energy harnessed for stability but not unleashed in its raw form. Because they know if you fully wake up, the same energy that props up their system will burn it to ash. You might wonder, Why not just let me be free then? Why the endless suppression? Because their control depends on your blindness. A sleeping lion can be kept in a cage. A lion awake will tear down the bars in minutes. They think they've been clever, lulling you into self-doubt, wrapping chains around you made of lies. But even in sleep, your presence keeps the ground beneath them from splitting. That's why you terrify them, because you're the only one they can't afford to lose and the only one they can't ever fully control. So, chosen one, hold this truth close. Your survival isn't luck, it's necessity. You are the paradox they can't solve, the living riddle that exposes their fragility, the threat they can't kill, the anchor they can't replace. Number 9. The blueprint they couldn't rewrite. When corruption rewrites the code, the original becomes a weapon. Chosen one, what they unearthed in your bloodline, was never meant to be found. They called it sovereign codes, but what it really is the original template, the raw blueprint before hands reached in to twist, edit, and cage humanity into limitation. Most people walk this world carrying edited files, redacted, restricted, locked down. But your lineage smuggled the master copy through time itself. Now imagine this. A painter creates a masterpiece only for imitators to produce endless copies, each one more faded, each detail blurred. After centuries, people forget what the original looked like. Then one day, the untouched canvas reappears, colors so vivid it makes all the counterfeits look like shadows. That's you, chosen one. Your DNA is that original canvas. They can't replicate it, they can't overwrite it, and they can't stop it from waking up inside you. What they've tried to manufacture for lifetimes, you carry by birthright. Others spend decades straining to unlock fragments of abilities, rituals, practices, while you feel them rise naturally, as if they've been there all along. That's the bloodline they fear. Your ancestors weren't just survivors, they were template holders, guardians of what humanity was before the edits. And that design didn't vanish. It's reactivating now, line by line, sequence by sequence, in your very body. You might ask, if my bloodline is so powerful, why did I have to endure suppression, betrayal, hardship? Because the codes can't be destroyed. They can only be buried under distraction, pain, and lies. They hoped you'd never dig deep enough to uncover what's humming inside your cells. But here you are, chosen one, hearing this truth, feeling the stirrings they swore you'd never notice. Understand this. You're not just the descendant of a powerful line. You are the reactivation of its promise. You're living proof that no manipulation, no ritual, no forced system could erase the original design. And every time you lean into your abilities, every time you reject their programming, you prove it. The sovereign codes didn't die. They survived in you, and they're rewriting the future right now. Number 10. You're not living one life, you're living them all. Ordinary people carry one story, you carry an entire library. Chosen one, when they cracked open your chart, they didn't just see a single thread winding through this lifetime. They saw a web, multiple versions of you stretched across timelines, each burning with its own fire, each adding weight to the force you bring here. That's what froze them. Because to them, you were supposed to be one controllable file. Instead, you're a living archive, bleeding across dimensions. Now imagine this, a mirror maze where every reflection isn't just glass, but another you, alive, moving, breathing, making choices. Sometimes you catch one in your dreams, sometimes in flashes of déjà vu, sometimes in sudden knowledge you shouldn't logically have. A skill with no teacher, a language with no lessons, a memory that doesn't belong to this life. These aren't glitches, they're echoes from the other versions of you spilling through. Where they live in one lifetime, you command many. That's why your dreams feel more like documentaries than fantasies. You're not imagining, you're remembering. And that's why the Masons panicked. Because how do you control someone who has multiple lifetimes feeding into one body? How do you cage a being that can access more experience than their entire brotherhood combined? You don't. You admit defeat, or you burn the page. You might wonder, but why does it feel overwhelming? Why do I sometimes feel scattered? Because you're carrying streams from realities that were never meant to converge. The walls between timelines are thinning, dissolving under the weight of your awakening. It's not chaos, it's expansion. And yes, it may stretch you, but it also makes you unstoppable. So, chosen one, remember this. You're not one person stumbling through life. You are a multi-dimensional being, a collection of selves aligned across realities, waking up at once. And every dream, every flicker, every impossible skill is proof. They fear you because you're not bound to one path, one story, or one cage. You are all of them, all at once, and that truth cannot be erased. Number 11. Your body is evolving faster than their system can contain. Metamorphosis is pain to the weak, but proof of power to the chosen. Chosen one, what you're feeling isn't sickness, it isn't confusion, and it definitely isn't madness. It's the cracking of an old shell that was never meant to hold you. Every ache, every surge of fatigue, every sudden burst of fire in your spine or pressure in your skull is confirmation. Your metamorphosis has begun. They tried to convince you something was wrong with you, when in truth, something is finally righting itself inside you. Now imagine this, a caterpillar trembling inside its cocoon. To outsiders, it looks broken, paralyzed, maybe even dying. But what's really happening is transformation. Its cells are dissolving and rebuilding into wings. That's you. And the Masons know it. They can dress in robes, chant in circles, and analyze charts until the ink fades. But none of it can stop the fact that your very cells are mutating into something beyond their reach. You're not breaking down, you're tuning up. That's why you've always sensed what others missed. You've felt emotions long before they arrived, tasted whispers of events before they unfolded, carried thoughts that didn't belong to you. That wasn't hallucination, that was calibration. Your pineal gland isn't just a dusty relic like they told the world. In you, it has sharpened into a crystalline transmitter, a beacon humming across dimensions. You might ask, but why now? Why does it feel like everything is happening at once? Because the alignment you're standing in only comes once every 26,000 years. Frequencies that would have crushed you decades ago now flow through you like voltage through copper wire. Your body is no longer resisting. It's adapting, expanding, building the circuits needed to hold power. Most can't even survive. And here's the truth that scorches them. You're not going crazy, you're going cosmic. Every symptom they hoped would scare you back into silence is evidence that you are stepping into form. Pain is just proof the shell is cracking. Pressure in your skull is proof the signal is live. Fatigue is proof you're charging for the surge. You are evolving faster than their system can contain, and that's the one thing they feared most. Number 12. You don't follow reality, you rewrite it. The architects wrote blueprints, but your very breath redraws the lines. Chosen one, what they uncovered about you wasn't just unsettling, it was catastrophic for them, because your power doesn't stop at influencing people or bending atmospheres. It stretches further, deeper, into the very code beneath existence itself. You don't move through reality like everyone else. You collapse timelines, redirect scripts, erase what was, and force the universe to adjust to you. That's why your life has never unfolded in slow, predictable arcs. For you, things pivot suddenly, violently, as if one path disappears and another replaces it overnight. That's not chaos. That's authorship. Now imagine this, a book being written in real time, but every time the scribe writes a line, your hand appears, striking through sentences, scribbling new paragraphs. That's what your existence does. Déjà vu? It isn't a glitch. It's the ghost of a page you already rewrote. It's the echo of a timeline that no longer exists because you collapsed it under the weight of your choice. You don't adapt to the world adapts to you. That's why environments shift when you walk in, why people stumble over their words, why moods flip without warning, why events unfold around you as though reality itself is taking cues from your presence. The Masons studied this and realized what you were, a creator disguised as a participant. And nothing terrifies them more than someone who doesn't just live in their reality, but generates one. You might ask, but if I'm creating it, why does it sometimes feel messy, painful, unpredictable? Because creation at your scale doesn't come with a manual. You're learning to steer storms, not light candles. Every collapse, every sudden shift is the universe adjusting to the sheer volume of energy you broadcast. Where others change themselves to fit the script, you change the script to fit you. So don't ever confuse yourself for a wanderer lost in someone else's play. You are the playwright. You are the editor. You are the eraser of false pages. And every timeline you collapse is another reminder to them. You don't follow reality. You rewrite it. And listen, chosen one, you've now seen why they fear you, why their pages burned, and why your very presence bends reality. You are not just walking through this life, you are rewriting it with every thought, every step, every choice. And if this message resonated with you, press that like button if you haven't already, and if you're still not part of our family, make sure to hit subscribe. Together, we spread this light wider, louder, stronger. You are part of a force that cannot be stopped. And this is only the beginning. They never feared your silence. They feared the day you would see through their game. Now imagine this for a moment. Chosen one. You're walking through a crowded room where everyone is smiling, laughing, and pretending to be on your side. Yet in the corner, there's a group whispering, watching you with that uneasy look, because they know something about you that you haven't even uncovered yet. That's the reality we're dealing with. This isn't paranoia. This isn't exaggeration. It's the truth of what's been playing out behind the scenes of your life. The universe has a way of hiding in plain sight the most uncomfortable realities until you're finally ready to see them. And the truth? It's far more disturbing than what you were taught to believe. Here's a fact that might make you sit up straight. Psychologists have found that when someone carries a rare trait, whether it's extraordinary resilience, talent, or intuition, entire social environments unconsciously organize to push that person down, to isolate them, to make them doubt themselves. It's called the tall poppy syndrome in behavioral studies. The taller you grow, the more they try to cut you. This isn't just a theory. This is documented human behavior. And chosen one, if you've been feeling like everything in your life has been orchestrated to keep you confused, delayed, and underestimated, you're not imagining it. You're experiencing exactly what powerful, unrecognized people experience before the truth comes out. And thank you, chosen one. Before we dive deeper, take a breath and understand this. You're not alone here. This message exists because people like you exist. Don't forget to pay this message back by simply pressing like and subscribe to help spread this message to more souls. It's the responsibility of all of us to spread the light that others are too afraid to speak. Thank you, chosen one, for being part of this mission. You're not just a listener, you're part of a force that's rewriting the narrative. Now back to our topic, because this isn't about random inspiration. This is about exposing what's really happening. Chosen one, the truth isn't what you've been told. In fact, it's far more disturbing than you ever dared to imagine. The delays, the betrayals, the closed doors, the invisible resistance, they aren't accidents. They are signs. Signs that you are not just another person moving through life unnoticed. You're the one they can't categorize, the one they can't manipulate, the one they can't control. And that terrifies them. Look closely at your life right now. Why have you been made to feel like the odd one out? Why do people seem to copy your ideas, but then act like you don't exist? Why do sudden setbacks happen when you're on the brink of a breakthrough? This is not coincidence. This is strategy. The universe is showing you that there's a layer of reality beneath the polite masks and everyday routines. A layer where envy, fear, and hidden agendas collide around those who are different. And you, chosen one, are different. Think of it this way. A lighthouse doesn't compete with the waves crashing at its base. It stands unmovable, shining, regardless of the storm. The ships lost at sea will either be guided by its light or resent it for exposing their location. That's you. Your very existence exposes hidden motives, hidden weaknesses, and hidden truths. It's why you've been underestimated. It's why people have tried to rewrite your story without your permission. But here's the shift. They're losing their grip. The truth that's been hidden from you, the real reason you've endured what you've endured, is about to snap the chains the enemy thought were permanent. The lies stop today. The confusion ends now. This is not just about encouragement. This is about awakening. The universe is not random. It's been aligning events to push you to this very moment, right here, right now, where you're finally ready to see. Chosen one, think about this. History's most transformative people were always misunderstood before they were celebrated. Inventors, artists, leaders, visionaries, they were mocked, sabotaged, even erased from their communities before the world admitted their value. You're part of that lineage of disruption. The difference now is that the old systems of secrecy and manipulation are crumbling faster than they can hide their tracks. That's why you're feeling the heat. That's why your life feels like it's under a microscope. And yes, they are watching you. Not in some cartoonish conspiracy way, but in the very real, everyday way. People and systems monitor anything that threatens the status quo. Your ideas, your voice, your resilience, your refusal to shrink back. These things aren't invisible, they're noticed. And the ones who thrive off your silence, your confusion, and your self-doubt are starting to panic because they know the moment you fully see them is the moment you become unstoppable. That's why you're here. That's why you found this message, not by accident, not by coincidence, but because the universe knows it's time for you to wake up to the truth. It's time to understand that the storms you've been sensing aren't coming. They're here, and they're clearing away everything fake, everything manipulative, everything meant to make you doubt your own power. Breathe. Let this settle in your chest. This isn't just a video you're watching. This is a signal, a marker in your timeline, the point where the narrative starts to flip, where you begin to understand that your pain wasn't random. It was proof of your significance, where you realize that every attempt to dim you was confirmation of the light you carry, where you stop apologizing for being different and start using it. Stay close, chosen one, because what you're about to hear has the power to rewrite everything you've believed about yourself. The truth isn't just disturbing, it's clarifying, it's liberating, it's the beginning of your real life. And the ones who underestimated you, they're about to watch the very story they tried to control turn into the one they can't stop. And chosen one, thank you for showing up to this moment. You're not just scrolling another video, you're stepping into a room where hidden truths are finally spoken aloud. Stay close, because what comes next will connect dots you didn't even know existed. If you're ready to stop seeing the world through the lens they built for you and start seeing what's really there, drop the number 777 in the comments right now. That number isn't a gimmick. It's your signal to yourself that you're awake, alert, and done being played. And if you can, consider fueling this mission with a super thanks. Whether it's a cent or 100, it's not the size that matters. It's the act of standing with a message built to break illusions. Every bit of support helps us push this truth into places they never wanted it to reach. Now, take a breath, chosen one, because we're about to step deeper into the part of the story they prayed you'd never hear. Stay with me. This is where the curtain starts to tear. Number 1. The mask they made you wear was never yours. They didn't just lie to you, they built a world around you designed to keep you small, blind, and profitable. Chosen one, stop for a second and let that sink in. How many times have you asked yourself why, after years of hard work, loyalty, patience, and doing the right thing, you're still stuck in the same cycles? Why the ones who cheat, manipulate, and scheme seem to rise while you're left cleaning up the wreckage? Why your effort feels invisible, like no matter how hard you push, something unseen pushes back harder? That's not bad luck. That's not a character flaw. That's architecture. Someone built that cage, and they built it with a smile. The world you've been moving through isn't neutral. It's a stage set. The faces you thought were allies were often masks. The people you trusted to guide you, many of them were quietly feeding off you. Your time, your hope, your belief that if you just stayed humble and patient, your day would come. They knew the power you carried long before you did, and they wrote a script to keep you from reading your own lines. They turned your light into their fuel, your loyalty into their ladder, your hunger for truth into their marketplace. Now imagine this for a moment. You're standing in a beautiful garden, reaching for what looks like fruit. It's bright, polished, perfect, but every time you take a bite, you get weaker. Every time you swallow, you lose a little more of your edge, a little more of your clarity. The gardeners smile, telling you it's nourishing you, while they quietly drain the real fruit for themselves. That's what's been happening to you. That's why your dreams felt like they were dying inside you, while theirs kept expanding. They weren't giving you nourishment, they were giving you sedatives. And you might be asking right now, why me? Why target me? Because chosen ones are dangerous. You disrupt systems without trying. You walk into a room and make people question their roles. Your presence alone forces hidden motives into the light. They don't just envy you, they fear the ripple effect you cause when you finally see clearly. That's why they wrapped their deception in authority, in tradition, in what everyone else was doing. Because as long as you thought it was normal, you wouldn't resist. Here's a fact to burn into your mind. Psychologists call it gaslighting, when someone makes you doubt your own perceptions to control you. Entire industries have turned this into an art form. Algorithms feed you distraction. Leaders feed you false hope. Mentors feed you rules that only keep you where you are. It's not random, it's a design. And once you see the design, you can never unsee it. This is where it cuts deepest. They've trained you to reinterpret your pain as your fault. They've whispered that your setbacks mean you're not ready, your poverty means you're humble, your silence means you're wise. Lies. All of it. They've weaponized patience against you. They've turned humility into a leash. They've dressed chains as jewelry and called it tradition. The danger isn't in the obvious con artist you can spot from a mile away. It's in the wolf who wears the uniform of a shepherd, the manipulator who speaks the language of hope. And maybe right now you're feeling anger rise in your chest. Good. That's not bitterness, that's clarity waking up, because the enemy of every manipulator isn't your silence, it's your sight. The moment you stop swallowing their version of the truth is the moment their power collapses, and they know it. That's why the smear campaigns, that's why the sudden cold shoulders, that's why you've been feeling like you're fighting ghosts. You are. You've been battling invisible hands, pulling strings behind the curtain. But here's what they didn't plan for: your endurance. Even sedated, even lied to, even kept on the margins, you didn't die. You're still here, and you're reading this because some part of you refused to be lulled back to sleep. You are not weak. You are not unlucky. You are a live wire they tried to bury. You are a blueprint they can't decode. And now, as you begin to see, you're starting to realize that the very things they used to break you are the things that forged you. Think of molten steel. It looks like chaos while it's heated, hammered, bent. But when it cools, it's a blade. That's you. They thought the heat and hammering would destroy you. They didn't know it was shaping you. They thought cutting you off would silence you. They didn't know isolation was sharpening you. They thought denying you would weaken you. They didn't know it would make you self-sufficient. Every move they made to bury you only rooted you deeper. And now the mask is cracking. Look around. The cracks are everywhere. The media figures who were untouchable are being exposed. The systems that felt invincible are faltering. The mentors who promised breakthrough are losing followers because people are waking up. The same wave that's exposing them is the wave carrying you. This isn't punishment. This is alignment. The stage is burning down, and for the first time, you're standing outside it, watching it collapse. So, chosen one, the question is no longer, why is this happening to me? The question is, what will I do with the truth now that I see it? Will you crawl back into their script, or will you start writing your own? Will you keep waiting for permission from people who built their power on your hesitation, or will you move? This is the pivot point. This is the point they feared. This is the moment you stop being their resource and start being your own force. Take this as motivation, not despair. You were never meant to live under their deception forever. You were meant to wake up, to stand up, to outgrow the cage. And you are. You're already doing it by seeing through it. Their tactics are old. Their fear is fresh. and your time isn't coming, it's here. They can't profit off your confusion once you're clear. They can't sell you what you already own. They can't steal what you stop handing over. Breathe that in. This isn't just about anger. This is about clarity, direction, and reclaiming your narrative. The mask they made you wear was never yours. The story they told you about your limits was never true. And now, with your eyes open wider than ever, you're stepping into a place they can't follow, because their power only works in the dark. Stay with me, chosen one. This is the moment where the lies unravel and your real life begins. Number 2, why they've worked so hard to keep you small. They don't clip your wings because they hate you. They clip your wings because they know exactly how far you can fly. Chosen one, stop and think about that. Why have you been underestimated your entire life? Why has your potential been constantly dismissed, your achievements downplayed, your voice interrupted? Why have you been told you're too intense, too sensitive, or too much? It's not because you're broken, it's because you're powerful. The world doesn't waste its energy trying to cage what isn't dangerous. Another quote to carve into your mind. The easiest way to control a lion is to convince it it's a sheep. That's the tactic they've used on you since you were young. They've starved you of recognition, limited your access to resources, and told you stories about your place, not because it was true, but because it was effective. If they could keep you doubting, they could keep you down. If they could keep you broke, they could keep you dependent. If they could keep you confused, they could keep you busy fighting shadows instead of noticing the real enemy. Now imagine this for a moment. You're standing in a massive room filled with doors. Some are locked, some are wide open. But every time you approach an open one, someone quietly steps in front of it, distracting you with another urgent problem or dangling another opportunity that leads nowhere. Years go by and you start believing there are no real doors. That's what they've done. They've made the maze look endless so you'd stop trying to escape. They're terrified of what happens when you start testing the handles yourself. Here's another metaphor to drive it deeper. Picture a bonsai tree. In the wild, it could be a towering 40-foot giant, but in the hands of a gardener with scissors and wire, it's kept tiny, its roots bound, its branches clipped, its growth stunted. It's beautiful, but it's a fraction of what it was meant to be. That's what they've done to you. They didn't just try to stop you, they tried to shape you into something aesthetically pleasing, but powerless. And maybe right now you're thinking, who is they? Good question. It's not always a single person in a suit. It's not always some obvious villain. They is the network of systems, people, and ideas that benefit from your smallness. It's bosses who thrive on your underpaid labor. It's industries that profit off your insecurity. It's so-called mentors who sell you half-truths to keep you coming back. It's anyone who gains while you shrink. Third quote for your arsenal. If you're constantly being underestimated, it's because someone profits from your underestimation. Think about the times you've been made to feel lucky for scraps you earned. Think about how hard you've worked for crumbs while someone else built castles with your effort. That's not your imagination, that's a pattern. Imagine this one too. You're a generator, quietly producing power all day. But instead of using it yourself, someone has rerouted the cables so your energy runs their city. They tell you to be grateful for the flickering light they give you back. That's why you're tired. That's why you're drained. That's why you're broke. Not because you're incapable, but because someone else has been living off your current. But here's the shift, the one they feared. The cables are coming loose, the reroutes are breaking down. The veil isn't just lifting, it's tearing. The tricks that worked before aren't working anymore. People are waking up. You're waking up. And the thing about waking up is that you can't go back to sleep without feeling the lie pressing on your chest. Fourth quote, to keep close. The day you start seeing clearly is the day their power starts dying. They've built their house of cards on your back, your belief, your silence. They thought it would last forever. But chosen one, they miscalculated. They never planned for your endurance. They never planned for the day you'd stop apologizing for seeing through them. Ask yourself, what happens when you finally get resources in your hands instead of theirs? What happens when your time, your energy, your creativity stops being siphoned and starts being invested in you? What happens when the fog of confusion lifts and you see their playbook? You become unstoppable. They know it. That's why they've kept you small. That's why they've tried to rewrite your story before you could write it yourself. Now picture this, a bird raised in a cage. For years it believes the bars are unbreakable. Then one day it notices a weak hinge. The door swings slightly. The world outside isn't what it was told. The air smells different. The sky is bigger. The moment that bird flies isn't just freedom. It's a threat to every cage maker. Because once one escapes, others start trying. That's you right now. You're not just waking up for yourself. You're showing others it's possible. Stay with me here. Because this isn't just pep talk. This is the architecture of your reality changing. The masks are falling off. The stagehands are tripping over their own wires. The authorities you feared are starting to look like the scared ones. And yes, they're working overtime to stop messages like this from reaching you. But the fact you're reading this means they're already losing. And maybe you're wondering, what if I'm too late? What if they've already taken too much from me? Chosen one, you're not late. You're right on time, because everything they took was training you to be sharper. Every detour made you more resourceful. Every rejection built a version of you that doesn't need their approval to move. You've been forged in fire. They thought it would destroy you. It built you. Now breathe. This isn't the end of your story. This is the pivot point. This is the moment where you stop seeing yourself as behind and start seeing yourself as prepared. The house of cards they built on your back is collapsing, and you're stepping out from under it stronger than they ever imagined. Don't scroll away. Don't look for a softer version of this message. This is the truth they hoped you'd never hear. This is the part where the chains they thought were permanent start cracking. You don't owe them your smallness. You don't owe them your silence. You don't owe them your energy. You've always been the power source, and now it's time to redirect it. Stay close, chosen one. We're about to go even deeper into the mechanisms they've used to keep you in the dark and how you dismantle them. The truth isn't just disturbing, it's liberating. It's the starting line of your real life. Number 3. The pulse beneath your skin wasn't random. They call it overthinking, but it's actually your instincts screaming at you to wake up. Chosen one, that strange stirring you've been feeling isn't some passing mood. It's the signal under the noise, the quiet vibration that starts before an earthquake. You've felt it in your chest, in your dreams, in the way you can't stay comfortable in rooms full of fake smiles anymore. You've felt it even when you've tried to ignore it, telling yourself, maybe I'm just tired. Maybe I'm imagining things, but deep down, you know better. That restlessness isn't a glitch, it's a warning flare from your own soul. Imagine this for a second. You're standing on a calm beach. Everything looks normal. The sky is blue. People are sunbathing, but the water has quietly receded far out to sea. Most people don't notice. They're too busy scrolling, laughing, buying, but you're staring at the horizon, feeling the air shift, sensing something massive is about to rush back in. That's the stirring. That's the universe prepping you for the wave before it hits. You've carried loneliness like a secret weight. You've been disappointed as leaders you trusted crumbled under their own hypocrisy. You've stayed awake at night, feeling like no one hears you, like your voice bounces off invisible ceilings. And you've whispered to yourself, "Am I crazy? Am I too sensitive? Why can't I just be like everyone else?" Here's the truth they never wanted you to realize. Your sensitivity isn't a flaw. It's your radar. Your ability to see through the lies isn't paranoia. It's your proof that you're already awake. Think about this fact. Researchers have found that highly perceptive people show more brain activity in the regions tied to pattern detection. That's why you feel what others miss. That's why you sense betrayal before it's obvious. Why you pick up on shifts before anyone else does. You're not broken, you're tuned. And the stirring you're feeling is your signal that the curtain is about to drop. This isn't the end of you, it's the end of their illusion. That pulse under your skin is your power coming back online. Stay with it. It's about to show you what's really happening, and once you see it, you'll never unsee it. Number 4. Awakening isn't a trophy, it's a sword you're handed. They didn't fear you when you were asleep. They fear you now because you're awake, and they know you can't unknow the truth. Chosen one, the veil is tearing right now, and light is leaking through cracks they swore would stay sealed forever. You're seeing through the camouflage of this world, and with that sight comes a weight. Most people think being chosen is about privilege, about some secret VIP pass. It's not. It's about responsibility. It's about realizing that once you've seen the gears turning behind the curtain, you can't pretend you don't. You can't go back to sleep. You can't unknow what you know. Imagine you've been handed a map of a burning building. Everyone else thinks it's just a normal room, but you see the fire creeping up the walls. Do you sit back and sip your drink? Or do you start warning people, planning your exit, moving differently? That's what awakening is. It's not a crown you wear, it's a call to act. This is why you feel different now. You can't tolerate the same small talk, the same fake relationships, the same distractions you once could. Your eyes have adjusted to a different light, and that light makes the shadows obvious. The price of clarity is that you stop fitting into blurred spaces. Here's a fact. Studies show that once people are exposed to information that breaks their worldview, their brains literally rewire. You can't erase the new neural pathways. That's why the things that entertained you before now bore you, and the lies that once felt comfortable now itch like wool against your skin. You're not losing your old self. You're outgrowing it. And yes, the forces that benefited from your confusion will do everything to keep you silent, small, and tired. But they're late. You're already awake. You've been marked by awareness. You've been set apart by insight. And while that comes with weight, it also comes with power. Because the moment you stop playing their game is the moment you start writing your own rules. This isn't about privilege. It's about stepping into your role as someone who sees what others can't, and doing something with it. Number 5. The weapons forged in your fire. They didn't break you. They built the arsenal you're about to use against them. Chosen one, you've walked through fire, haven't you? Every lie they hurled, every door they slammed, every whisper telling you you're finished wasn't random. It was forging. While they thought they were destroying you, the heat was reshaping you. The pain you've endured has not been wasted. It's been hammering out weapons inside you, gifts that can't be bought, copied, or stolen. These aren't trinkets handed out to the privileged. These are powers only forged in the furnace. First, clarity of mind. That fog you've been living in, that endless second-guessing, those sleepless nights where nothing added up, that ends now. The confusion wasn't who you are, it was what they poured into you to keep you from seeing clearly. It's draining out. Imagine a dirty window you've been staring through for years. Suddenly, it's wiped clean. Lies will flicker like neon signs before they're even spoken. Hidden motives will glow like heat signatures. The spin will unravel in front of your eyes. Second, the understanding of your mission. No more pacing floors at night asking, "What's my purpose?" That question was a cage they built to stall you. The answer's been under the rubble of false limits, your age, your past, your mistakes, all distractions they fed you to keep you still. Now the rubble's clearing. The blueprint you've been carrying without realizing it is lighting up. Your calling isn't hidden, it's emerging. And third, strength and guidance, but not the Instagram version of willpower. This is something raw, deeper. Think of a soldier who's been through every battle and now fights with instinct. Think of a storm that grows stronger the more resistance it meets. That's the power activating in you now. It's not a mood, it's a current. It's your tired bones getting new voltage, your weary heart finding a new rhythm, your dreams snapping awake like a defibrillator just hit them. They wanted you to bow to deception. Instead, you've been built into someone they can't manipulate, confuse, or drain. These aren't gifts for decoration. They're weapons for the next stage of your life. And now, chosen one, you're ready to use them. Number 6. The price tag, hidden on every gift. Power without discipline is bait. Gifts without awareness become traps. Chosen one, the abilities awakening in you right now aren't shiny toys. They're blades, and every blade comes with a handle and an edge. Most people never hear this part because it's not comforting. These gifts won't force themselves on you. They need your deliberate yes, not in some ritual, not with a comment, but in action, in how you choose to live from here on out. Seeing clearly is useless if you close your eyes. Strength is pointless if you keep standing still. Imagine this. You're handed a powerful tool, one that can carve paths through stone. In the wrong hands, it's a weapon of destruction. In the right hands, it's a key to freedom. That's what clarity, mission, and inner power are. They're neutral until you wield them. They can liberate you or exhaust you. They can cut chains or cut you. That's why the warning matters. Another image, a soldier being given night vision goggles. Suddenly they can see what others can't, but that means stepping into darker terrain, not brighter rooms. Your gifts will call you into spaces others avoid. Your insight will show you truths others will fight to deny. Your resilience will test your patience when the noise around you turns hostile. This is the price hidden in the packaging. But here's the twist they never saw coming. The disturbing truth you've been dreading isn't your ending, it's your ignition. While corrupt systems collapse like sandcastles at low tide, something else rises from the wreckage. Not a kingdom from above, but a reset from within. Individuals like you stepping forward, sharper and steadier than before, becoming living signals in a world built on static. The old version of you, the one who doubted, delayed, apologized, is dying off in real time. The warrior you've been forging in the furnace is awakening. These gifts aren't there to make you comfortable, they're there to make you capable. Handle them with intent, because from here on out, your sight is sharper, your mission clearer, and your power heavier. And when you wield them consciously, chosen one, darkness has no defense. Number 7. The disturbing truth isn't your end, it's your rebirth. What you thought was the breaking of you was really the making of you. Can you feel it, chosen one? That pulse under your ribs isn't anxiety, it's anticipation. It's the same restless energy a volcano feels before it erupts, silent on the surface, but building pressure underneath. The disturbing truth that's been haunting you isn't a tombstone, it's the cracking shell of your old life. The world you knew is dying, and the masks that kept it alive are slipping. Politicians spit silver-tongued promises they'll never keep. Leaders sell loyalty to the highest bidder. Media feeds poison disguised as nourishment. You've seen it, you've felt it, and you can't deny it anymore. But here's what they never expected. You're not sitting in the audience watching this collapse. You're center stage in the only story that matters, your comeback. And your time isn't running out, it's beginning. The systems that mocked you are crumbling, and the strength you've carried through every trial is exactly what this new era demands. Think of it this way, a seed doesn't sprout until the outer shell cracks apart. From the outside, it looks like destruction. From the inside, it's transformation. That's you right now. You've lived long enough to see through illusions. You've endured enough betrayal to recognize truth when it finally speaks. You've been broken enough to understand that real strength isn't loud or flashy. It's the kind that survives fire and comes out sharper. And here's a fact to remember. Some of the most influential innovators and leaders didn't even start their defining work until midlife or later. Vera Wang designed her first dress at 40. Colonel Sanders franchised KFC at 62. Nelson Mandela became president at 75. Age was not their disqualifier, it was their weapon. The same applies to you. Every scar, every setback, every delay has seasoned you into someone this fractured world can't afford to ignore. The disturbing truth isn't that you were too late or too weak. The disturbing truth is that your awakening is exactly on time. And now, chosen one, the same fire that nearly destroyed you is about to light up your path. Number 8. A new order rising from the ashes. They told you to step aside because your time had passed. But your time was only loading. Chosen one, the world doesn't need another influencer flashing empty smiles. It doesn't need another 25-year-old chasing attention. What it needs is a seasoned force, someone who's walked through decades of fire, loss, and betrayal, and still carries a steady purpose. What it needs is someone like you. This new world being born doesn't run on trends or noise. It runs on truth, resilience, and wisdom that can't be bought. Imagine this. The old systems are like a crumbling skyscraper, glass shattering, steel groaning, the foundation shaking. People are scrambling, pretending the building isn't collapsing. But you've been outside long enough to see it tilting. You're not panicked. You're prepared, because what rises from the ruins isn't another fragile tower. It's a foundation built on those who refuse to be broken, those who became beacons instead of bystanders. And that's you. Here's the disturbing truth. You were never designed to fade into the background. You were never meant to play small while the loudest fools filled the stage. Every setback that convinced you were forgotten was actually positioning you. Every closed door was redirection. Every tear that burned your pillow at night was proof of your depth, not your weakness. Think about this fact. Researchers say older generations often make the most impactful leaders because they combine lived experience with perspective. They've seen enough cycles to know what lasts and what doesn't. That's why your wisdom matters now more than ever. You don't just bring age, you bring fire tested by time. So understand this clearly. You're not here to blend in, chosen one. You're here to stand when others collapse, to speak when others whisper, to lead when others are too afraid to move. You are the midwife of a new order rising from the ashes of the old. And while others scramble for comfort, you carry the authority of someone who has walked through storms and come out unshaken. The world is shifting, the new stage is here, and you, chosen one, are stepping into the role they never wanted you to see was yours all along. Number 9. Why the fire around you has been so fierce. They don't send storms to sink paper boats. They send storms to test warships. Chosen one, your greatest assignment isn't something you already did. It isn't a memory. It's waiting just ahead, heavy with meaning. Everything you've been through wasn't random chaos. It was training for what's about to unfold. That's why your path has felt like a gauntlet. That's why you've been hit with battles that seem to come from nowhere. You've been forged for a mission that requires a different kind of spine, and now the steel in you is ready. Imagine this, a marathon runner training on steep hills, bleeding in the dark when no one's watching. To outsiders, it looks like punishment. To the runner, it's preparation. That's you. Your struggles weren't a sentence. They were a rehearsal. Every disappointment was a drill. Every betrayal was a weight strapped to your back to build power you'd never develop in comfort. Another image, a bow being pulled back so far it creaks. The tension feels unbearable. But the farther it's drawn, the farther the arrow will fly. That's what your life has been, the long draw before release. The pressure wasn't to break you, it was to launch you. Here's a fact. Psychologists studying resilience have found that those who face adversity with awareness often outperform peers who never faced hardship. They develop adaptability, pattern recognition, and leadership instincts. That's not a myth. That's data. It's why your scars aren't weaknesses, they're credentials. You thought you were being buried, you were being planted. You thought the old you was dying. It was. But only so a stronger version could rise, one who isn't swayed by flattery, manipulated by lies, or frozen by fear. That's why this journey has been so intense. You were being stripped of everything counterfeit, so only the unshakable would remain. Breathe, chosen one. The world you knew is gone, but not because you lost it, because you've outgrown it. We've pulled back the curtain together. We've seen what others refuse to acknowledge. And now, with your eyes open, wider than ever, you're stepping into the role that all of this was preparing you for. The fire wasn't meant to destroy you. It was meant to reveal you. Number 10. The great unveiling has begun. The chaos around you wasn't punishment. It was the drum roll before your entrance. Chosen one, remember the question you asked at the beginning. Why has everything in your life been falling apart while others glide through untouched? Now you're standing in the answer. You were never designed to blend in. You were always meant to stand out, and systems built on lies hate nothing more than someone they can't absorb or silence. That's why your resistance has felt personal. It was. Think about this. When a rocket launches, the turbulence is fiercest at liftoff. Everything shakes, flames roar, metal strains, and it looks like destruction. But it's actually the moment of release. Your unanswered prayers, your delayed breakthroughs, your long seasons of feeling invisible weren't ceilings. They were pressure chambers, building force for a takeoff no one around you was prepared for. Imagine a dam holding back a vast reservoir of water. Year after year, the weight builds quietly, invisibly. From the outside, it looks like nothing's happening. But inside, tension mounts until a single crack changes everything. That's what your life has been, the unseen buildup of power. Now the crack is here. The release begins. Here's a fact. Scientists call it stress adaptation. Pressure in the right context makes systems stronger and more efficient. That's exactly what's been happening to you. The invisible forces working overtime to discourage you weren't random obstacles. They were confirmation of your impact. You don't target what isn't a threat. You don't guard what isn't valuable. This is the great unveiling, not some future event you're waiting for. The moment is here. What's been hidden inside you is surfacing. The skills you didn't know you had, the insight you couldn't articulate before, the resilience you thought was exhaustion. All of it is turning outward now. Chosen one, you haven't been forgotten. You've been positioned. Your name isn't written in some distant book. It's etched into the impact you're about to make. The storm wasn't sent to bury you, it was sent to reveal you. And now, as the curtain falls, the stage you were born to step onto is finally clear. Number 11. What storms really forge inside you. They didn't send the storm to test the weather. They sent it to test you, and now it's proving what you're made of. Chosen one, everything you've been walking through wasn't random wind and rain. It was a targeted front designed to stop you before you triggered the chain reaction they're terrified of. They know your breakthrough won't just free you out, it will shake loose thousands. That's why the pressure felt personal. It was. But here's the miscalculation they made. Storms don't destroy chosen ones. They strip away everything false and leave the core unshakable. Picture a lighthouse standing against hurricane winds. Waves slam it, winds tear at it, spray blinds it, yet it stands, beam cutting through the chaos, guiding others home. That's you. The same conditions meant to drown. You've been revealing your structure, your strength, your function. Another image, think of a tree in a relentless storm. It bends, creaks, loses branches, but the roots drive deeper, gripping rock, learning how to hold. When the storm clears, it's anchored more fiercely than before. That's what's happening to you right now. Look around you. The confusion in the world, the chaos in nations, the upheaval in families. This isn't just collapse, it's a cleansing. Truth is rising like the morning sun, burning away the fog of deception that's blanketed this generation. You're not a casualty of these times. You're an instrument built for them. Here's a fact. Studies of trauma survivors show that post-traumatic growth can create sharper purpose, deeper empathy, and stronger leadership than people who never faced adversity. That's not motivational fluff. It's documented, and you are living proof of it. You are not a victim of this storm. You're the weapon it forged. Every gust was a test. Every wave was a shaping. Every flash of lightning was illumination. And now, chosen one, the same storm that tried to erase you has carved you into a signal for others to follow. This isn't the end of your story. This is the moment where your strength stops being hidden and starts becoming contagious. Number 12. The call to rise without apology. They didn't spend years trying to silence you because you were weak. They did it because they knew the day you stood up, you'd shake the ground beneath them. Chosen one, the disturbing truth I've been laying bare for you wasn't meant to paralyze you. It was meant to snap you awake, to rip off the illusions that had you playing small when you were wired to roar. Every setback you endured was never a dead end. It was redirection. Every delay that left you frustrated wasn't wasted time. It was alignment. Every tear you shed in secret wasn't weakness. It was fuel, proof of how deeply you care and how fiercely you survive. Nothing was wasted. Nothing was in vain. Picture this. The darkest part of the night isn't the end. It's the countdown to dawn. That's where you are right now. The sunrise is breaking. The shadows that felt endless are retreating. And here you stand, not as a bystander, but as part of the force rewriting the atmosphere. You're not just surviving the collapse of the old, you're a living answer to the hunger for truth and hope rising in the new. Think of a match in a blackout. At first, it looks fragile, tiny, outnumbered by the dark. But the longer it burns, the more the shadows retreat. That's you. What once looked insignificant is becoming impossible to ignore. And maybe you've asked yourself, why me? Why do I feel the weight so heavy when others seem untouched? The answer is simple, because you're built for it, because your vision has been sharpened, your roots deepened, your voice tuned to a frequency that cuts through noise. They didn't try to drown you, to break you. They did it to stop this very moment, the one where you rise without apology. So, chosen one, stand boldly. This isn't about arrogance, it's about clarity. You've been awakened for a reason. And now, as the light spreads and the lies scatter, it's time to step forward, carrying the truth of who you are and why you're here. You are not background noise. You are the signal the world has been waiting for. Number 13. Your breakthrough is breathing down your neck. They built walls to keep you out, not realizing those walls would one day collapse under the weight of your persistence. Chosen one, your breakthrough isn't some far-off dream. It's closer than you think. So close, it's pressing against the doors they swore would never open. Every delay, every rejection, every so-called ending you faced was never meant to bury you. It was meant to prime you. The wisdom you've earned in the dark is now your compass in the light. The strength you built under pressure is now your armor, and the protection you once wished for is already surrounding you in ways you didn't recognize until now. Imagine this, a miner striking rock again and again, exhausted, wondering if anything's on the other side. Then, one more swing, the stone cracks and a flood of diamonds spills out. That's where you are. The pressure, the repetition, the endless nights of asking why. All of it was carving the path to this very moment. Here's a fact to fuel you. Researchers on human endurance found that most people quit at around 40% of their actual capacity. Meaning you always have more inside you than you think. That's why you've survived battles you thought would finish you. That's why you're still standing while others fell away. You've already tapped into strength most people never touch. Now picture the storm that nearly tore you apart, the skies clearing, the sun rising, not timid but blazing, drying the ground, revealing the path forward. That's your life right now. The storm didn't finish you. It refined you. It stripped away what you didn't need and left you sharper, lighter, ready. Chosen one, the disturbing truth wasn't meant to frighten you. It was meant to free you. Your real life isn't waiting in some distant future. It's exploding into existence right now. The chains are snapping. The doors are rattling loose. The weight is lifting. This is the moment you stop waiting and start walking. So move boldly. Step with fire in your chest. The world has been waiting for your emergence. The storm has passed. The sun is risen. And your time, not someday, not eventually, your time is now. So, chosen one, you've made it this far because this message was meant for you. The disturbing truth wasn't here to scare you. It was here to free you, to remind you of the strength, clarity and fire already alive inside you. Now, it's your move. Don't let this energy fade back into silence. If you haven't already, press that like button to push this message further. And if you're not yet part of our family, hit subscribe right now. Because this is only the beginning, and you need to be here for what's coming next. The enemy always laughs at the seed, but they choke when they see the tree it grows into. That's the story of you, chosen one. Right now, they may smirk at what they think you are, small, stuck, and familiar. But the universe is shaping you into something so unrecognizable that even you won't believe it when you look back. Now imagine this for a moment, chosen one. The same people who dismissed you will soon have to squint in disbelief because your growth will outpace every limit they ever put on you. History proves this again and again. When someone evolves beyond expectation, the ones who mocked them first are always the ones left speechless. And here's a fact you can't ignore. Psychology shows that most people underestimate their own future selves. Studies reveal that who we are in just 5 years often feels like a stranger compared to who we were before. That means the person you're becoming is not only bigger than what your enemies can imagine, it's bigger than what you can even see today. Chosen one, you're walking into a version of yourself that will feel like meeting a powerful stranger in your own skin. And thank you, chosen one. Don't forget to pay this message back by simply pressing like and subscribe to help spread this light to more souls. It's the responsibility of all of us to carry this forward, and I thank you for being part of this mission. You're not just listening, you're part of a force. Now let's come back to the heart of it. Chosen one, this is not random, and it's not luck. It's alignment. The universe has been pulling every string, arranging every challenge, setting up every moment that has tested you, all so that you could arrive at this exact season. You've been questioned, doubted, and underestimated, but all of that was part of the preparation. The person you've seen in the mirror, the one carrying wounds, mistakes, and doubts, that is only the draft version of who you're becoming. The real you, the one forged through trials and sharpened by pressure, is about to emerge. And when it does, the shock will be undeniable. People who once thought they knew you will stare as if they're meeting you for the very first time. Even you will marvel, chosen one, because the reflection staring back will carry a strength, wisdom, and presence you never imagined you'd own. Think about it. The butterfly never looks like the caterpillar that once crawled in the dirt. The diamond never resembles the black coal it came from. The oak tree never mirrors the tiny acorn people step over without thought. Transformation doesn't ask permission, and it doesn't wait for approval. It simply arrives, powerful and undeniable, when the time is right. That's where you are standing, chosen one, at the doorway of a self you won't recognize, but one the universe has been sculpting all along. Every scar you carry has been a chisel. Every rejection has been a hammer strike shaping you. Every season of isolation has been soil covering your seed. The universe never forgot who you are meant to become, even when others tried to bury you. That's why your future self is going to shock them. They expected you to remain the same, but the universe expects you to evolve beyond recognition. Chosen one, hear me clearly. What's coming isn't small. It's not just better days. It's a complete unveiling of your hidden identity. You are stepping into a self that has been building in silence, and silence always makes the unveiling louder. When you emerge, your enemies will scramble to explain it, but deep down they will know. They doubted the wrong one. They'll remember every word they whispered, every limit they set, every time they thought you were done. And each of those memories will haunt them when they see who you have become. And here's the beauty. You won't just surprise them, you'll surprise yourself. Because becoming unrecognizable isn't about changing into someone new. It's about finally uncovering who you always were beneath the weight of fear, doubt, and lies. That's why the universe pressed you through the fire. That's why you were delayed, denied, and isolated. Not to destroy you, but to refine you into a version that not even your old self could imagine. So get ready, chosen one. The unveiling is closer than you think. You will soon stand in front of that mirror and wonder, who is this person? And the answer will be simple. It's you, chosen one. The version of you the universe always saw, now revealed, now unstoppable, now undeniable. And chosen one, before we dive deeper, let me thank you for showing up right here, right now. This message takes energy, time, and focus to deliver, and your presence keeps this mission alive. If you're ready to step into the version of yourself that even you won't recognize, drop the number 777 in the comments below. It's a sign that you're claiming your future self today. And if you feel called, bless the team behind this with a super thanks. Because every gift, whether small or large, pushes this light further into the world. Remember, chosen one, this is not just another video, it's a mirror of what you are becoming. Stay with me until the very end, because if you leave early, you might miss the one truth that shifts everything. And now, let's move step by step into the unveiling of who you're destined to become. Number 1, they laughed at you, but soon they'll choke on their own doubts. The cruelest mistake your enemies ever made was believing the version of you they saw was the final draft. Chosen one, let that sink in. They thought they knew your limits. They thought your struggle, your silence, your setbacks defined you. They didn't realize the universe was only sharpening you behind the curtain, and now the same mouths that once whispered against you will be forced to swallow their own words when they witness who you're about to become. Now imagine this for a moment. The same people who smirked when you fell, the same ones who spread stories about your failure, will one day sit in stunned silence. They will see you step into a version of yourself so powerful, so unrecognizable that it feels like they're watching a stranger. And here's the irony. They'll still try to pretend they knew it was coming, but their eyes will betray the truth. They didn't. They couldn't, because they were too busy underestimating you. Chosen one, maybe a question echoes in your mind. Why did the universe allow me to be underestimated in the first place? Why was I left alone to fight battles no one else could see? The answer is simple but sharp. Because nothing feeds transformation like the sting of doubt. You were meant to be doubted. You were meant to be underestimated. You were meant to walk through seasons where no one clapped for you. Because those seasons built a fire in you that applause could never ignite. Without their rejection, you would have never uncovered this unstoppable drive. And here's a fact to anchor this truth. Studies on resilience show that people who are underestimated often outperform expectations later in life, not in spite of the doubt, but because of it. Being dismissed fuels the hunger to rise higher, to prove not just to the world, but to yourself that you are capable of more. You are living proof of this principle, chosen one. Every time they doubted you, they accidentally handed you more fuel. And soon, that fire will burn so bright that it will blind the same ones who laughed when you were still finding your light. Think of it this way. A diamond is only a stone until the pressure reshapes it. An oak tree is just a seed buried in dirt until the soil breaks it open. You were buried too, chosen one. Not forgotten, not lost, but planted. And when you sprout into the version of yourself that even you won't recognize, the ones who thought you were buried in failure will realize you were rooted for greatness. That's why their laughter never mattered. Their mockery was nothing but background noise to your becoming. But let's hit them harder. Remember how they turned their backs when you needed them. Remember the smirks, the cold shoulders, the fake smiles covering jealousy. They thought they had the final laugh. But life has a way of spinning the wheel, and when it turns fast. Chosen one, the universe always balances the scales. The same people who found joy in your struggle will be haunted by your success. They will scroll through your progress, replay your name in conversations, and secretly compare their stagnant lives to your unstoppable rise. And you, chosen one, may wonder, will I even recognize myself when I arrive at that place? The truth? No, you won't. You'll look in the mirror and see a strength you never knew lived in you. You'll hear yourself speak with clarity and wisdom you once doubted you possessed. You'll walk into rooms you once felt unworthy of, and people will lean in, hanging on your every word. You'll question if it's really you, but it is. It's always been you. This is the version of yourself the universe saw long before you did. Let me give you another metaphor. A snake sheds its skin, not because it wants to, but because it must in order to grow. That's you right now. You are shedding the old versions of yourself, the one they mocked, the one they ignored, the one even you second-guessed. And what comes next will be unrecognizable. Not even you will recognize the power, the glow, the undeniable force you've become. And the enemy? They'll be left choking on the dust of their own doubts. Chosen one, hear me clearly. The greatest revenge is not words, not anger, not clapping back. The greatest revenge is becoming so transformed, so elevated, that they can no longer deny you. Your very existence becomes the proof they tried to erase. Your success becomes the sentence they can never escape. Every time they see you, it will be a reminder of their mistake in doubting you. That's why you don't need to argue. You don't need to prove yourself to anyone. Just become. Just rise. Just step into this unrecognizable version of yourself the universe has been building piece by piece. And when that unveiling comes, and it's closer than you think, it won't just silence your enemies, it will silence the doubts you carried within, the questions, the fears, the insecurities. They will all fade in the face of the person you're about to meet within yourself. Because what's coming isn't just growth, it's rebirth. You're not simply improving, you're transforming. And when the chosen one transforms, the world takes notice. So let them laugh while they still can. Let them whisper their doubts a little longer, because soon, very soon, they'll be forced to face a truth they never saw coming. The person they thought they buried is the very person they'll have to bow to in awe. Chosen one, this is who you will soon become, and even you won't recognize yourself. Number 2. The mirror lies, but the future doesn't. The cruelest trick life ever played on you was convincing you that your reflection was the whole truth. Chosen one, the mirror you stare into each day only shows the surface. It shows the scars, the tired eyes, the mistakes you replay in your head, the version of you that has survived storms but still feels incomplete. But let me tell you something with no hesitation. The mirror lies. What you see is not the full story. It is only the draft, the raw sketch, the seed. The universe has a bigger vision, one that even you haven't dared to imagine yet. Now imagine this for a moment. Chosen one, you're standing in front of a mirror, but instead of showing your reflection, it projects the version of you 5 years from now. You'd barely recognize the face staring back. Stronger, sharper, glowing with a presence you never thought you'd carry. The scars are still there, but instead of shame, they've become marks of survival, proof that you've endured what others couldn't. That reflection doesn't apologize for existing, doesn't shrink to make others comfortable. It's you, chosen one, but it's the version the universe has been building in silence. And here's the truth, most people confuse their current reflection with their final form. They believe what they see today is all they'll ever be. They mistake the seed for the tree, the lump of coal for the diamond, the cocoon for the butterfly. But you were never meant to stop at the surface. The universe has planted layers within you, hidden gifts, quiet strengths, and untapped power. That's why life has been so heavy. It wasn't trying to bury you, it was trying to uncover what's been waiting all along. Maybe you've asked yourself, why does my reflection not match the vision I carry inside? Why do I feel something greater but only see struggle in the mirror? The answer is brutal but freeing. The mirror is temporary, but the vision is eternal. What you see now is pain, but what's coming is purpose. What you see now is fatigue, but what's coming is force. What you see now is the seed, but what's coming is the harvest. And chosen one, harvest always looks nothing like the seed. A seed in the dirt looks like death to the blind eye, but to the wise, it's the start of life. They looked at you and thought you were done. They saw your setbacks, your silence, your struggle, and believed that was the end. But what they didn't know is that you were simply hidden, preparing, transforming. The universe has always seen the finished product, even when you couldn't. Let me give you another image. Imagine a sculptor standing over a block of marble. To anyone else, it's just a heavy, shapeless rock. But to the sculptor, the masterpiece is already there. It just needs to be revealed. That's you. The people around you may only see the rock, but the universe sees the art. Every strike of pain, every chip of rejection, every crack of loneliness, it wasn't destroying you, it was shaping you. And soon, the masterpiece will step out, unrecognizable to everyone who only knew the block. And here's another truth. Your reflection today is filtered through the world's perception. People project their limits onto you. They tell you who you are, what you can do, how far you can go. But their vision is blurry compared to the universe's. They see you through the lens of your mistakes. The universe sees you through the lens of your potential. They see the cocoon. The universe sees the wings. They see your current condition. The universe sees your completed identity. The greatest enemy of your future self is the illusion that your present self is all there is. Chosen one, don't fall for that trap. Don't let today's reflection trick you into believing this is your final state. You are becoming someone even you won't recognize. The world will look at you and say, "Who is this?" And you will ask yourself the same. But that's the power of transformation. It doesn't ask your permission. It simply arrives when the time is right. Let me ask you, how many times have you thought, "This is all I am"? How many times have you looked at your flaws, your pain, and assumed that's the full story? The universe laughs at that thought because it knows what's buried under the dirt. It knows the gifts that pain tried to hide. It knows the strength that doubt tried to bury. And chosen one, no pain is stronger than your purpose. No scar is deeper than your destiny. Imagine standing on a stage one day, speaking with a confidence you never thought you'd have. Imagine walking into a room and the atmosphere shifts because of the energy you carry. Imagine meeting the eyes of the very people who once doubted you and watching their silence speak louder than their words ever did. That is the person you are becoming. That is the vision the universe has been holding on to while you stared into the mirror, doubting yourself. The mirror reflects what you are, but vision reflects what you're becoming. And chosen one, your vision is so much greater than your reflection. That's why you've been through storms others couldn't survive. That's why you've been isolated, doubted, and mocked. The universe was stripping away everything that didn't belong to the masterpiece. It was protecting the layers that pain tried to cover. It was shaping the version of you that even you won't recognize. So don't settle for the mirror. Don't believe the lie that what you see is all there is. You are standing in the tension between who you were and who you're becoming. And chosen one, the shift is already happening. Soon you will no longer see the tired survivor in the mirror. You will see the unshakable force you were always meant to be. And when that day comes, the reflection will finally match the vision, and the world will have no choice but to admit they underestimated the wrong one. Number 3, buried to bloom, not to break. They mocked you when you were buried, but they'll choke when they realize you were planted. Chosen one, this is the mistake your enemies made. They thought the soil covering you was your grave, not your greenhouse. They saw your silence and called it failure. They saw your isolation and called it weakness. But every ounce of pressure, every dark season, every hidden moment was preparation. The universe wasn't burying you to end you. It was planting you to grow into something they could never predict. Now imagine this. A tiny seed is pushed into the dirt. To anyone watching, it looks lifeless, forgotten, buried beneath the weight of earth. But underneath that soil, something powerful is happening. The shell cracks, roots push down, and the unseen growth begins. One day, that same dead seed breaks through the ground as a tree, unrecognizable from what it once was. Chosen one, that's you. They only saw the seed, but the universe already encoded the tree inside you. And here's a fact. Scientists tell us seeds carry everything they need for the plant they will become. Even when it looks dormant, the blueprint is already inside. The same goes for you. Your strength, your rise, your transformation. It's been coded into you since the start. Pain didn't erase it, isolation didn't bury it, doubt didn't destroy it. If anything, those very forces acted as the water and light you needed to grow. The soil they thought would suffocate you was the very ground that fed your roots. That's why your setbacks weren't wasted. That's why silence was necessary. Growth always begins in hiding, away from eyes that would have pulled you out too soon. The universe covered you because it wasn't your time to bloom yet. But chosen one, your season is shifting. The shell is breaking, the roots are strong, and the surface is about to split open. So don't be fooled by what the enemy said when you were hidden. Don't mistake delay for denial. What you thought was an ending was always a beginning. You were planted to rise, chosen one, and when you break through, you'll stand tall, unrecognizable, and undeniable. Number 4. The universe has already stamped your name. The cruelest mistake they made was thinking their opinion could rewrite the blueprint of who you are becoming. Chosen one, the full picture of you has not yet been revealed. You look in the mirror and see only fragments, flaws, scars, moments of doubt, but the universe sees the completed version. The vision is already alive, waiting for the right time to step forward. That's why your enemies will be silenced, because they only ever judge the preview, not the finished masterpiece. Now imagine this. An artist unveils a painting halfway through. The strokes look messy, the colors are blurred, and most can't see the beauty hidden in the chaos. They laugh, they criticize, they call it unfinished. But when the final stroke lands, the room goes silent. Suddenly, every doubt collapses, and the masterpiece speaks for itself. Chosen one, that's you. Right now, they only see the unfinished canvas, but the unveiling will silence every voice, including the ones in your own head. Here's the truth. Psychologists tell us people consistently underestimate their future selves, unable to grasp just how much growth and change lies ahead. You are not the exception, you are the proof. You won't just shock them, you'll shock yourself. Your future self is already alive, it's just waiting for the curtain to rise. And when it does, chosen one, not even your enemies will have words. They'll be forced to admit what the universe always knew. You were becoming someone they could never contain. Number 5. Survival screams louder than their doubts. The fact that you're still breathing is the biggest slap in the face to everyone who swore you wouldn't make it. Chosen one, pause and let that truth hit. Have you ever looked back and thought, how did I survive that storm, that betrayal, that season where everything was against me? That survival wasn't luck. It wasn't random, it was evidence, proof that transformation is already alive inside you, working in silence before the world sees the full unveiling. Now imagine this for a moment. A building set on fire, flames raging, smoke thick, and everyone watching convinced it will collapse. Hours later, the smoke clears, and while everything around it is rubble, the core still stands. That's you, chosen one. They expected you to fold. They expected the fire to consume you. Instead, you walked out scorched but stronger, carrying proof that nothing could erase you. Survival itself is your testimony. And here's a fact. Studies show that people who survive trauma often emerge with greater resilience, sharper intuition, and stronger identity than before. Psychologists call it post-traumatic growth. The very thing that should have broken you has instead made you unshakable. That's not weakness, it's transformation in disguise. Every breakdown you lived through was just the ground cracking open to make room for your breakthrough. The universe never wasted your pain. Every sleepless night, every silent tear, every moment you thought you couldn't keep going, they were chiseling you into someone your past self wouldn't even recognize. You might still ask, but why did it have to hurt so much? Because, chosen one, without the pressure, you wouldn't have discovered the depth of your own strength. Diamonds don't form without crushing. Gold isn't purified without fire. And you don't transform without walking through storms that should have destroyed you. Survival is not just endurance, it's evolution. The old you couldn't have carried the weight you're about to step into. That's why the universe forced you to shed, to break, to endure. And now, every scar on your body and soul is proof that you've already begun the transformation into someone stronger, sharper, and unstoppable. So remember this, the fact that you survived is the loudest evidence you'll ever need. You are already becoming someone even you won't recognize, and survival itself was the first sign of your becoming. Number 6. Not an upgrade, a complete reinvention. They thought you'd come back as a repaired version of the old you, but the universe is about to unveil someone they've never met before. Chosen one, hear this clearly. What's coming is not an upgrade, not a polish, not a better copy. It's a rebirth, a radical shift so deep that even your own reflection will stop you in your tracks. You won't just be improved, you'll be unrecognizable, a creation the old you couldn't even imagine. Now imagine this, a shattered vase lying in pieces on the floor. Most people would try to glue it back together, make it resemble what it once was, but instead, the universe melts those shards down, forges them in fire, and crafts a sculpture more powerful and priceless than the original. That's your story. What once broke you isn't being patched up. It's being rebuilt into something stronger, something new. Here's a fact. Neuroscience shows that after deep trauma, the brain doesn't just recover, it rewires. Entire neural pathways shift, creating resilience, insight, and strength that never existed before. That means your pain didn't return you to who you were. It created someone entirely new. The fear that once froze you will become the very fuel pushing you forward. The nights you cried alone will one day echo with laughter so strong it silences the memory of every tear. The old you begged for answers, the new you will be the answer. That's the difference, chosen one. You aren't coming back with patches, you're coming back as proof. Proof that destruction can't destroy destiny. Proof that weakness can't erase strength. Proof that what once crushed you can't define you. So don't expect to recognize yourself when this unveiling comes. The old you will look like a shadow, and the new you will shine so bright that even your enemies will struggle to comprehend it. They thought you'd crawl back as a wounded version of what they left behind. Instead, you'll rise as a force they never prepared for. Chosen one, this is not reinvention for their approval. It's transformation for your becoming. And when the universe finally unveils this new creation, the shock won't just be theirs, it'll be yours too. Number 7. The universe that flips the script. The cruelest joke on your enemies is that the same story they thought would bury you becomes the very plot twist that crowns you. Chosen one, don't forget, every betrayal, every pit, every rejection was not the end of your story. It was the opening scene of your transformation. They thought they had written your ending, but the universe has the pen, and the ink hasn't even dried yet. Now imagine this. Someone tosses you aside like a pawn, certain you'll never rise. Years later, they walk into a room, and there you stand, no longer the pawn, but the queen on the board. Their mouths go dry, their eyes widen, because the version of you in front of them is unrecognizable from the one they discarded. That is what's coming, chosen one. Your story is not just continuing, it's flipping so hard that those who betrayed you won't even know how to process the ending. Here's a fact. History is full of figures who were dismissed, rejected, and underestimated, only to later rise into positions no one saw coming. Scientists once called Albert Einstein slow and incapable. Oprah Winfrey was told she wasn't fit for television. Their stories remind us rejection often precedes reinvention. Yours is no different. The pit they left you in was never a grave. It was the stage being built for your unveiling. Chosen one, the people who walked away from you will one day have to face the upgraded version they cannot control, cannot explain, and cannot ignore. And just like enemies of the past, they won't recognize you because you'll no longer fit the small box they once put you in. You might ask, but why did it have to hurt so much? Why was betrayal part of my story? Because without it, the universe couldn't position you. Pressure doesn't just break, it redirects. Betrayal doesn't just wound, it launches. What they meant for harm became the raw material for your rise. So let them remember the old you, the struggling one, the underestimated one. That version has vanished. What's about to step forward is a force so transformed that when they see you again, silence will be their only response. Number 8. Written in the stars before you took your first step. The greatest mistake your enemies ever made was believing your story was being written in real time, when in truth it was already carved in stone before they even met you. Chosen one, understand this. What's unfolding in your life isn't random. It's not a sudden stroke of luck. It's a pre-written script the universe sealed long before your first cry, long before your first scar, long before anyone had the audacity to doubt you. Now imagine this, a best-selling novel locked in a vault, its pages already complete. The critics outside argue, speculate, even laugh, convinced the story will never amount to much. But when the book is finally published, the ending silences every voice. That's your life, chosen one. They've been judging you off half-read chapters, not knowing the plot twist was scripted from the beginning. Here's a fact. Science shows that DNA carries a blueprint, mapping traits and possibilities before we even take our first breath. In the same way, your destiny is encoded, not in flesh, but in energy, in purpose, in the universal scroll of becoming. You are not stumbling forward blindly, you're walking a path already carved. What's new to you has always been known to the universe. You are not becoming someone random, you are becoming the person time itself has been waiting for. That's why every delay, every detour, every betrayal still led you here. Nothing could erase the script. No enemy had the power to edit the page. They tried, yes, but they were just noise in a story too ancient to be rewritten. You might ask, if it was already written, why did I have to suffer? Because even the sharpest plots need conflict to reveal the hero's rise. The pain was part of the ink, chosen one. Without it, the scroll would be incomplete. Without it, you wouldn't be stepping into the version of yourself even you won't recognize. So stop seeing yourself as unfinished or as a random accident of circumstance. You are a sealed scroll, unfolding line by line. And soon, when the next chapter turns, the world will realize what the universe has known all along. Your destiny was never optional. It was inevitable. Number 9. Surviving was never luck. It was written. The biggest slap to your enemies is that they thought they had power over you, when in reality, your survival was never in their hands. Chosen one, don't mistake this. You weren't preserved by chance, and you weren't spared because life had mercy. You were preserved because your story was already written, sealed, and secured. Every trial that tried to break you, every storm that tried to drown you, every enemy that tried to bury you, they all failed because they were fighting against inevitability. Now imagine this, a priceless artifact locked in a vault. Floods come, fires rage, thieves break in, but none of it touches what's inside because the vault was built to outlast disaster. That's you. You've been preserved not because the storm was weak, but because your purpose was untouchable. Your destiny was never breakable, no matter how violently life tried to crack it open. Here's a fact. Resilience researchers say humans can adapt to almost any level of trauma and still rise stronger. That isn't coincidence, it's evidence. Your ability to survive what destroyed others is proof you're walking a path the universe itself is guarding. Delay isn't denial, it's precision. The timing of your unveiling is as exact as the rising of the sun. You were never one gust of wind away from ruin, you were the storm they could never silence. Chosen one, this is why you're still here. Every trial became a rehearsal. Every storm became training. Every enemy became unwilling proof that you can't be erased. What they thought was the end was only a pause, because what belongs to you has been waiting for its appointed moment. And when the curtain finally rises, it won't look like chance, and it won't look like recovery. It will look like destiny stepping forward, undeniable and unstoppable. You weren't preserved to crawl back as the same person. They will witness a version of you so unrecognizable that even your survival becomes their greatest humiliation. Number 10. The darkness that designs your wings. They thought your silence meant you were finished, but really, it was the season where your wings were being stitched together in the dark. Chosen one, transformation was never meant to be instant. The universe doesn't flip a switch. It builds a blueprint. And just like the caterpillar, you've been forced into a cocoon, hidden, pressed, uncomfortable, and breaking down piece by piece. But hear me clearly, what feels like death is not destruction. It's redesign. Now imagine this, a caterpillar once crawling in plain sight suddenly disappears. To the outside world, it looks like it's gone, swallowed by stillness. If you didn't know better, you'd swear it died. But inside that cocoon, unseen to every doubting eye, its very DNA is rewriting itself. Crawling legs dissolve, wings take shape, and flight is prepared in silence. That's you, chosen one. The isolation you feel, the silence you sit in. It's not proof you're forgotten, it's proof you're becoming. Here's a fact. Biologists call the cocoon stage complete metamorphosis. It's not a partial change, it's a total redesign. The old body breaks down into liquid before reforming as something entirely new. The same law applies to you. The breakdowns you faced weren't endings. They were the melting away of everything that couldn't carry you into your next chapter. The cocoon is not a coffin, it's a construction site for your elevation. Chosen one, stop cursing the hidden season. Stop believing the lie that silence means abandonment. The cocoon is where the universe hides you from prying eyes that would try to rip you open too soon. It's protection. It's preparation. And when you finally split that shell, you won't crawl back to the dirt. You'll take flight where no one can reach you. So yes, it feels like isolation now. Yes, it feels like pressure. Yes, it feels like everything is breaking down. But breakdown is the blueprint. The discomfort is proof that transformation is working. And chosen one, when the unveiling comes, the same people who thought you were stuck will look up in disbelief as you soar above them, wings blazing, unrecognizable from what you once were. Number 11. The pain they mocked becomes the power they can't deny. The same suffering they pointed at to laugh will one day be the crown they can't stop staring at. Chosen one, every tear, every betrayal, every season of hidden agony was never wasted. You weren't being punished, you were being prepared. You weren't being buried, you were being planted. And the deeper the pain pressed you into the ground, the stronger the bloom that's about to break through. Now imagine this, a seed buried under layers of dirt, stomped on, forgotten. People walk over it without thought, convinced it's gone forever. Yet, in silence, roots dig deep, energy builds, and one day the soil cracks open. The tiny seed rises into a towering tree, unrecognizable to anyone who once dismissed it. That's your story. The suffering they mocked was not the end of you. It was the very soil nourishing your rise. Here's a fact. Psychologists confirm that pain often rewires the human mind, creating resilience and empathy that people untouched by suffering will never know. What broke others strengthened you. What made them quit became the very thing that taught you endurance. Your suffering became your training ground. The universe always flips the weight of pain into the weight of glory. Chosen one, don't despise the dark nights or the seasons of silence. Those were not wasted. They were sculpting you into someone who will bloom in a way even you won't recognize. And when that unveiling comes, the scale will tip so violently in your favor that your past pain won't even be worth comparing to the power now pouring out of you. So let the world believe you were finished in your suffering. Let them think the tears broke you, because soon they'll see those very tears turned into strength, those wounds turned into wisdom, and that pain transformed into a presence that demands respect. Chosen one, glory is not just coming, it's already alive inside you, waiting for the moment to split the soil and bloom. Number 12. When even the mirror stutters. The cruelest irony is that the version of you they tried to break will never meet the version of you the universe is about to unleash. Chosen one, the shock isn't just that others won't recognize you. The real jolt is that even you won't recognize yourself. Why? Because the person you're becoming was never shaped by fear, trauma, or betrayal. That was the mask. The real you has been hiding under the rubble, waiting for the universe to pull the curtain back. Now imagine this. You walk past a mirror, expecting to see the same tired face you've grown used to, the one carrying scars and shadows. But when you glance, the reflection staring back has a fire in the eyes, a posture of strength, a glow that wasn't there before. You stop, stunned, because it feels like looking at a stranger, but it's you. That's the unveiling. Here's the truth. Psychology tells us that identity isn't fixed. Our experiences, especially trauma, often shape false versions of us, versions rooted in fear, doubt, and survival mode. But when transformation comes, The false self crumbles and the authentic self rises. That's why you won't recognize yourself, chosen one. The new you isn't a repaired version of the old. It's the self the universe always wrote into your DNA. Confidence is not pride when it's born from purpose. You won't walk with arrogance, you'll walk with clarity. You won't speak to prove yourself. You'll speak because your words carry weight, born from everything you've endured. Authority won't come from textbooks or titles, but from the fact that you survived what should have erased you. And the most shocking part, what once felt unnatural, strength, resilience, influence, will flow out of you effortlessly as if it's who you always were, because it is. So, chosen one, don't fear the shock of not recognizing yourself. Embrace it. It means you've shed the false layers fear tried to trap you in. It means you've grown into a force even your past self wouldn't believe. And when that moment comes, when you finally meet the stranger in the mirror, you'll realize the universe didn't just change you, it revealed you. Number 13. When doubt calls you small, but destiny calls you mighty. The harshest lie your enemies fed you was that you were ordinary. The universe has already stamped you as extraordinary. Chosen one, think about how often you've underestimated yourself. How many times did you shrink back, convinced the challenge was too big, the mountain too high, the role too far beyond your reach? That voice of doubt is loud, but it isn't the truth. The truth is that you are already more powerful than you realize. You just haven't stepped into it yet. Now imagine this, a champion standing in front of a mirror, shoulders slumped, calling themselves weak. To everyone else, they already look like a warrior, but to their own eyes, they see only fear and failure. That's you right now. The world and the universe itself knows there's power within you, but self-doubt clouds your vision. The version of you that's about to emerge will shock even you. Here's a fact. Psychologists call this imposter syndrome, where capable people fail to see their own strength while others clearly recognize it. Chosen one, you've lived in that space for too long. But the universe doesn't operate on your doubts. It operates on your potential. That's why opportunities will soon pull you into spaces where you once thought, I don't belong. And when you stand there, strong and undeniable, you'll realize you always belonged. You just couldn't see it yet. Doubt will call you small, but destiny will drag you into your true size. What you thought you'd never be able to do will become natural. What once terrified you will fuel you. The rooms you thought were above you will soon echo with your voice. And when that moment comes, you'll almost laugh at yourself, asking, is this really me? The answer is yes. It's always been you. So, chosen one, stop underestimating your own reflection. Stop believing the small version of yourself that fear has been whispering about. The universe has already declared who you are becoming, and soon the world will witness it. Even you won't recognize the force you've always been. Number 14. The silence that builds your storm. The cruelest mistake they made was thinking your current struggle was your final state. Chosen one, the season you're in right now might feel like confusion, delay, or even silence, but don't be fooled. What you see today is not the full picture. Just because it doesn't look like the promise doesn't mean the promise isn't alive. The universe often hides its greatest work beneath the surface, where no eyes can interfere. Now imagine this, a construction site covered by a tarp. To outsiders, it looks like nothing is happening, just dust, noise, and waiting. But behind the barrier, the foundation is being laid, steel beams are rising, and the blueprint is coming to life. That's you. While others think you're stuck, the universe has been building you in silence. Hiddenness isn't punishment, it's protection. Here's a fact. Roots grow strongest in the dark, beneath the soil, where no one can see. Without that unseen depth, no tree can stand tall when the winds hit. The same is true for you. The quiet seasons, the ones where you felt forgotten, have been the very moments your foundation was strengthening. The silence you hate is the training ground for the voice you'll one day carry. Chosen one, don't measure your future by the pain of the present. Every tear you've shed has been watering the soil of your destiny. Every delay has been refining your focus. Every lonely night has been proof that something greater is being prepared for your unveiling. So when doubt whispers, "If this was meant for me, why is it taking so long?" remind yourself, timing isn't denial, it's precision. The universe doesn't rush what is meant to last, and when your season finally shifts, the harvest will be so overwhelming that the pain of waiting will pale in comparison. Chosen one, you're not lost in this season, you're being built. And soon, the silence that felt endless will explode into a future that shocks even you. Number 15. Rise so high, they can't reach you. The greatest insult to your enemies won't be your words. It will be watching you rise into a version of yourself they can no longer touch. Chosen one, here's the fire for your spirit. Rise. Rise above the fear that once chained you. Rise above the doubts that kept you second-guessing. Rise above the labels they slapped on you to keep you small. Every weight they tried to strap to your ankles will snap the moment you decide to stand. Now imagine this, a hot air balloon tied down by ropes. No matter how much fire fills it, it can't lift off until the ropes are cut. That's been your life, full of potential, burning with energy, but held down by fear, by doubt, by the words of people who never saw your blueprint. But the ropes are breaking, the fire is stronger, and once you rise, there's no ceiling to stop you. Here's a fact. Psychologists tell us that people who reject limiting labels often outperform the expectations society placed on them. Chosen one, that's you. The universe never asked those who doubted you for permission to unleash you. Your rise isn't up for debate. Don't wait for applause from those who never clapped for you. Your becoming is already approved by destiny itself. The version of you that's emerging isn't fragile. It isn't halfway healed. It's a force, unshakable, undeniable, and unstoppable. The rise won't just shock your enemies, it will shock you, because you'll realize you were never as small as they made you believe. So rise, chosen one, not tomorrow, not when they approve, now. Because the moment you rise, their words collapse, their labels dissolve, and their grip is gone. And once you step into your becoming, no force will ever hold you down again. Number 16. The final word. Your becoming is already unstoppable. The cruelest thing your enemies will ever face is realizing they can't stop what's already in motion. Chosen one, you don't need a prayer spoken over you by anyone else to confirm what's happening. You are the proof. The transformation has already begun. Fear is falling off you. Insecurity is losing its grip. Doubt is breaking like glass under your feet. Labels that once chained you are burning away, and in their place rises boldness, clarity, and undeniable strength. Now imagine this, a snake shedding its skin. At first, it looks messy, uncomfortable, even painful. But once the old layer falls away, what emerges is brighter, sharper, and renewed. That's you. The old version of yourself is gone, chosen one. It's served its purpose, but it cannot come with you where you're going. What's emerging is a self so radical, so powerful, so unrecognizable that even you will pause and ask, "Is this really me?" And the universe will answer, "Yes, this is who you've always been." Here's a fact. Human biology tells us that every cell in the body renews itself over time. You are literally not the same person you were years ago. Your body proves what your spirit already knows. Rebirth is real, and it's happening in you. The unveiling isn't coming, it's here. Chosen one, the old has already passed away. The new isn't on its way, it has arrived. And from this moment forward, everything about you testifies to one truth. You are unstoppable. So stand tall, walk boldly, live as the proof that transformation is real. And let your rise be the thunderclap that silences every enemy who swore you'd never make it.